CH001 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 001. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuan Qing has always felt that this world is just a huge garbage game. I don't know which bald programmer designed this game, but this game can't be customized, the gold is too slow to obtain, and the Asian server players are too hardcore, which affects the gaming experience. Players who spend money directly get VIP resources, which leads to rapid expansion of the value, making it completely impossible for players who spend little or no money to play. The most important thing is that the game is forced to be online, and there is no way to quit the game except to cancel the account. I was even more awesome. My account just reached level 20 and was crushed by the numbers of the dump truck unit. I had to restart to the other world for the second round. Yuan Qing sighed, pretending to be melancholy, propping up his chin and looking out the window. The scenery of the private Gekkoken no Mori Academy is truly breathtaking. The cool May sea breeze, carrying a slightly salty scent, blows through the campus, and the pure white Western-style buildings stand tall in the rosy glow, like a white conch untouched by dust. How should I put it? Although it was reopened, jumping directly from Earth OL1 to Earth OL2 is also a kind of progress. What's more, this time we have console permissions and can immediately activate cheat mode. Yuan Qing's mind moved, and a translucent screen that only he could see, like a holographic image, unfolded before his eyes. 17040B. Gal Game Love System Loading 17040B. Progress, 99.9%. 17040B. It's almost there. 17040B. This thing has been loading since I realized the truth. It's been stuck for 3 years, and it's finally loading. 17040B. Gal Game Love System. The name alone tells you it's unstoppable. 17040B. Yuan Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought about how he could use his rich and sophisticated gal experience to conquer all the beauties in the school, start a harem, become a CEO, and reach the pinnacle of his life. Hey, that guy over there! Suddenly, a light scolding sounded from the back door. Yuan Qing turned around and saw a familiar figure. White hair, red eyes, pretty features, white over-the-knee socks that show off her plump thighs, and an ambiguous white glow under her skirt. Whether it's appearance or figure, it's quite attractive. The only drawback is that she is too small and has a hot temper. The student union has a lot of tasks today, come and help. The girl is only 1.5 meters tall, very cute and petite, the kind that won't hurt your eyes. She glared at Yuan Qing fiercely, like a cat with its fur standing on end, as if she was about to pounce and scratch him at any second. I'm coming, don't rush me. 17040B. Yuan Qing curled his lips and quickly followed. The white-haired loli in front of me is called Shiomi Shiori, the student council president of Gekkoken no Mori Academy, and her class is Class 2B, which is next to mine. Because she comes from a wealthy family, she has the elegance and manners of a rich lady, and is very polite in her dealings with others, but she likes to put on airs in front of me. This is probably what everyone calls tsundere. Just kidding, Yuan Qing can accept this little loli's airs purely because he owes her something. I still remember that at the beginning of this semester, in order to deal with the teacher's nagging, Yuan Qing chose to join the student union and help the president Shiomi Shiori. Unexpectedly, during the first public speech of the whole school, Yuan Qing was helping Shiomi Shiori use her computer to project the PPT in the backstage and accidentally clicked on her funny pig nose head photo. Then, her computer crashed at just the right moment, forcing her to finish her speech without using PowerPoint in the 10-minute silence in the auditorium. From then on, Shiomi Shiori began to look at herself as if she were trash. Alas, I guess this little girl's feelings towards me have already fallen below freezing point. If she doesn't kick herself out of the student union, she probably wants to stay and take revenge on him, torture him. 17040B. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to stand this kind of 80 and choose to quit the club, but Yuan Qing, who has lived 2 lives and is old enough to be a middle-aged office worker, doesn't care about this kind of childish behavior at all. Even a little bit want to laugh. What's more, his golden finger is about to awaken. 17040B. The thought of being able to use the Gal game system to capture the president, making her respect me, adore me, fall in love with me, and be unable to stop wanting me, made me unable to stop. Here, help me move these to the student union activity room. I'll take them to be destroyed later. While laughing secretly, Shiomi Shiori pointed to the box full of Passion Empire magazine photos that she had searched in the back and gave Yuan Qing an order. The latter came to his senses, shrugged, and picked up the box 17040B. Damn! It's so heavy. 17040B. The box weighed at least 30 kilograms, and it almost bent Yuan Qing's waist. You scumbag, you can't even lift this, right? Shiori Shiomi gave him a wicked sneer of contempt. No way, no way. You're such a scumbag. Oh, just wait and see how I make you, a little female ghost, pay the price after my system awakens. Just as this thought came to mind, Yuan Qing suddenly heard a ding sound. It was so familiar, like the sound of the heavenly Dao awakening. Yuan Qing knew without hesitation that the system had finished loading. Finally arrived, 17040B. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, activate. 17040B. He couldn't wait to open the system, and a new page appeared instantly, 17040B. Gal Game Love System loaded 17040B. Player, Yuan Qing 17040B. Age, 17. Function, Tag, Attribute, Capability 17040B. That's it? 17040B. No, this system page is too simple, isn't it? Can you really capture female characters with these features? Yuan Qing cast his suspicious gaze at a girl in the corridor, and a label immediately appeared above her head, 17040B. Don Te Eat Coriander, Weight Loss Version, 17040B. 17040B. This is, the label function. 17040B. It seems to be an accurate summary of a person's characteristic features. Yuan Qing glanced at a few people at random, and a bunch of colorful labels popped up above their heads, 17040B. Ren Tuozhuo Dog Soft Maggot Foot Control Boat Batch Go Senior WA Junior Original Steamed Fire Batch Laughing at the Dog Day Asylum, 17040B. The immortals are numerous. He sighed, and then his gaze fell on Shiomi Shiori's back. Needless to say, this guy's label is definitely female devil, or at least a tsundere lady. Yuan Qing thought so. But the label that appeared above the other person's head made him open his eyes involuntarily widen 17040B. Mirror Flow White Phoenix 17040B. Hey? 17040B. What the heck is this? Game nickname? Online ID? 17040B. Why did the mirror flow pop out? 17040B. I've been reincarnated into another world, and the collapsing iron in the groove is still chasing me. 17040B. This must be my Hoyo's doing. JPG 17040B. Yuan Qing decided not to delve into this stupid label for now, and to understand the core functions first. According to his rich experience as a gal, when a girl is selected, the system will pop up 3 options: interaction, attributes, and favorability. With curiosity, Yuan Qing locked onto Shiomi Shiori, who had her back to him. Come on, system, let me see the power of your strategy. Open, 17040B. As his mind moved, several interactive options suddenly popped up in front of him. 17040B. Dialogue 17040B. Violation 17040B. Mind Control 17040B. F-Stun, Long Press F Assassination 17040B. cancelled 17040B. Yuan Qing, 17040B. Brother, is there something wrong with your gal system? Yuan Qing felt like laughing. Of course, it was a smile of relief. I have never seen any gal game that has assassination in the option to capture girls. What the hell is your B system doing with the potion? Is bro from Skyrim or the Borderlands? With a bunch of messy thoughts in his mind, Yuan Qing finally arrived at the Student Union activity room, holding a box full of Empire of Passion photos. As soon as he entered the door, his neighbor and best friend Yukitsuki Shiro came up to him with an expression that looked like he wanted a beating. 17040B. Oh, brother Yume, are you being used as free labor by the president again? 17040B. Melancholy Brother was nicknamed by a good friend because one night Yuan Qing had just finished watching a depressing movie and posted a very melancholic message on his moments. Then the next day when I got to school, this guy called me Melancholy Brother and yelled at me in the classroom with a bunch of boys. Yuan Qing was still immersed in the shock brought by the system. He didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but when he looked up and saw the label above the other party's head, he had to be stunned again. 17040B. Folding Mirror Danza 17040B. 17040B. No, what the hell are these names of yours for? 17040B. Post views, 84. CH002 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 002. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Yukitsuki Shiro patted Yuan Qing's shoulder with a smile. Yuan Qing wanted to say that he had indeed seen a ghost, but it was not a ghost in the traditional sense. There were two NPCs in the student union office who looked like passers-by. Yuan Qing turned his attention to them. The guy with glasses on the left is labeled a nerd who likes to collect second-hand, original stockings from girls, and the girl with freckles on the right is labeled a fujoshi who can't resist seeing the old man sweeping the floor and the security guard chatting. These two are normal. Then why are you and the student council president's labels screen names? 17040B. Yuan Qing began to suspect that this might be a system problem, but it seemed unlikely. Hey, it took me 3 years to load it and officially activate it. You can't load me a piece of shit, right? Yuan Qing, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Seeing that Yuan Qing had not responded, Yueshin Yuji could not help but wave his hand in front of his eyes again, and finally pinched his face. 17040B. Hey, come back to your senses. Tisk. Why are you pinching me? Yuan Qing slapped the other person's hand away in pain and rolled his eyes at him. Who told you to remain silent? Yukitsuki Shiro curled his lips, then squeezed out a wicked smile, hooked one hand around Yuan Qing's arm, and asked in a low voice with a rather humble expression, 17040B. Tell me the truth, were you thinking about that girl again? It's definitely related to girls, but not to any specific person. 17040B. What are you talking about? Well, anyway, this matter is very complicated. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't, 17040B. Stop, 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 please stop. Yukitsuki Shiro curled her lips. Yuan Qing naturally had no intention of continuing to speak. After all, that fujoshi who can do anything for a couple has already focused her attention on the two of them since the beginning. I guess she has already been imagining herself with her good friend Diao Chan in her mind. But to be honest, sometimes my good brothers do act too intimately with me. Under normal circumstances, there should not be an option of pinching faces in interactions between men. Fortunately, this guy looks too delicate and like a woman. If it was a big and strong man pinching his face, Yuan Qing would definitely squeeze his buttocks and die on the spot. Damn, this guy has such a pretty face, can't he just change his gender and become a girl? 17040B. If that doesn't work, women's clothing is also fine. 1704 OB. I'm not exaggerating, but if Yuki Tsuki Shiro learned to dress like those transvestites online, she would definitely be the best among all the girls. Then he started a live broadcast, saying that he had developed a syndrome due to online bullying, and decided to play horror games to release his emotions and pretend to be scared and cry. After the fans get up, they switch to the political circle to talk nonsense, then live broadcast to play tiles and praise those stinky feet of showing off and suppressing otakus every day, saying "Arigato, I am very cute, please give me money, and I will kill their gold coins." 1704 OB. President, I'm here. Just as Yuan Qing was thinking about how to convince his good friend to embark on the path of transvestite, live streaming. A familiar voice came from the door, interrupting his thoughts. The voice was light and pleasant, with a clean and sophisticated air. Everyone's eyes focused on the door. The person who came in was a beautiful girl with black hair and a high ponytail. Brown eyes, high nose bridge, cherry mouth, neat princess cut forehead, quite fierce aura, like the standard Japanese oriental beauty in gangster anime. Seeing this girl, Yuan Qing's thoughts quickly tightened, and he turned his concerned gaze to her. The person who came was Yuan Sun, his half-sister in this life. His biological mother in this life died of complications during childbirth. After a year of widowhood, his father married his second wife, Yuan Sun's biological mother. Perhaps because both of them are widowed and raising children, they have a lot in common and their reconstituted family life is actually quite happy. It's a pity that this short-lived happiness came to an abrupt end when Yuan Qing was 6 years old. An unexpected subway derailment resulted in the death of both parents. Since the grandparents have passed away, the guardianship of the two naturally fell into the hands of relatives. As the saying goes, the world is cruel and people are forgotten when they leave. Reconstituted families are not favored by people, let alone these relatives who have not had much contact in their lives. On the surface, they were warm and polite to the siblings, but in reality, they were all trying to embezzle the compensation money and suck away the little blood the siblings already had. After the compensation was almost completely sucked up, the relatives avoided them like the plague, and the brother and sister were treated like a ball, kicked around in turns until they went to junior high school. Until 3 years ago, when Yuan Qing went to the beach to watch the sea, he suddenly heard a huge roar of tide, like the thunder of war drums, sweeping over the sky and covering the earth. Those memories that had been hazy and shrouded in mist for more than 10 years quickly became clear. The sound of the great Dao from the wind spirit moon shadow sect rang out in his mind, completely waking him up. 1704 OB. Replenishment. 1704 OB. I am a time traveler. 1704 OB. This isn't home, it's a fucking different world that's very similar to Earth. Then, his golden finger popped out, and began a 3-year loading process. Reincarnated in another world, Tokyo, with a younger sister, no car, no house, and both parents are dead. This is the standard configuration of the Japanese male protagonist in light novels. After gaining enlightenment in Longchong, Yuan Qing resolutely took his sister away from his relatives' home. He collected evidence of the abuse of the siblings and sued all the relatives who had exploited them. Although the compensation that was spent could not be recovered, the compensation obtained from winning the lawsuit made up for it a little. The following story is a classic. The brother and sister left the small town and squeezed into the private Gekkoken no Morigakuin in Tokyo with the special enrollment quota. They worked part-time and studied until now. The two were only 1 year apart in age, and having lived together for so many years, Yuan Sun's dependence on his brother was naturally quite deep. But I don't know if it's because she's hit puberty, but since the beginning of the year, my sister has been actively distancing herself from me. Oh. It's not necessarily alienated. It was just the familiar way of strangers interacting with each other in a traditional family of siblings. Daily greetings were all about what they ate, what they did, and when it was time to go to bed. Almost all communication could be completed with just a glance. Fortunately, there is no Zia Hongshu in this world, otherwise Yuanqing would start to wonder if his sister has been browsing Xia Hongsha too much and started to think, who in the family understands? My brother's eyes are looking at me more and more strangely. 17040b. It's scary to think about it. Hey, what are you doing here? Yuanxun folded his arms, raised his eyebrows slightly, and felt a little confused about Yuanqing's existence. Yuanqing expressed frustration, here we go again. After all, I'm a member of the student union. As a freshman in high school, you're always worrying about student union affairs. Be careful not to end up with premature gray hair like the president. Hey? The president's hair color is natural, right? And, 17040b. She chuckled playfully and said sarcastically, you've always found student union affairs troublesome, haven't you? 17040b. Please give your brother some face in front of outsiders. The president is still here, aren't you just speaking my mind? Yuanxun's words seemed to remind Shiori Shiomi. She waved to Yuanqing and said indifferently, it's done. You can leave now. Then she gestured to the man with glasses and the rotten girl, Sakamoto, Sayuri, you can go back first. Yes, President. The student union rarely adjourns immediately after school without any other matters, so the two of them were happy to go home first. But Yuanqing didn't move. At this moment, he had no intention of paying attention to Shiomi Shiori's order to expel him. His gaze fell on Yuanxun's head. In that empty space, a string of labels that only he could see was floating in the air. 17040b. Cloud Cutting Snow Owl. 17040b. Post Views, 53. CH003 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 003. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. They say things never happen more than 3 times. Once is an accident, twice is coincidence, and the third time is fate. There is a saying that goes, there is no such thing as accidental, only inevitable. Yuanqing thought this statement made a lot of sense, so he concluded that the label the system showed him definitely had a deeper meaning. Shiori Shiomi, who was standing by, gathered the documents on the table. She looked up and saw that Yuanqing had not left yet. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. 17040b. Why are you still here? Yuanqing sarcastically asked, you usually want to keep me here for 24 hours, don't you? Now you're not happy for me to stay a little longer. You little jerk, you're trying to pick a fight with me, aren't you? Okay, since you want to stay, then help me sort out the recent student information. 17040b. Shiomi Shiori raised her voice, took out a large basket of folders from under the table, and slammed them onto the table with a boom. She added, 17040b. This is a student document that the school asked us to check. We need to verify each phone number and emergency contact number to see if they are still in use. Seeing this basket of documents, Yuanqing immediately couldn't hold back, so many. How long will it take to sort them out? You're so annoying. I told you to leave but you refused to leave, and you complained about the work. What's going on? 17040b. Can I just sit there and watch you guys clean up? Hey! Seeing that the two of them were arguing endlessly, Yuanxun was a little annoyed by the noise and quickly interrupted, 17040b. All right. President, let's get down to business. She stepped forward, quickly pulled out all the banknotes from her small wallet, and roughly stuffed them into Yuanqing's hands, leaving only a few pitiful small coins for herself. 17040b. Here, take it, money for groceries. After receiving the money, Yuanqing counted it briefly and found that it was a full 50,000 yen. So much! He exclaimed, then asked suspiciously, did you rob Aunt Xiaolin? Can you really earn that much working in a flower shop? Yuanxun looked away, snorted, and said casually, there are a lot of customers recently, so I just give him a commission. Is this true? Believe it or not. Is it okay to give it all to me? Don't you want to keep some pocket money for yourself? It's so annoying. If I need it, I'll find a way myself. It's all family money anyway, and I can't lose it if I put it in your pocket. 17040b. Indeed. Yukitsuki Shiro, who was standing aside, stepped forward and hooked her hands around Yuanking's shoulders, smacking her lips, her eyes full of envy. 17040b. Oh, it's so nice to have a sister. She even gives me money to supplement the family expenses. If I also have such a good sister, I would be willing to drive a sports car and live in a mansion. 17040b. Upon hearing this, Minamoto Kaoru immediately frowned and rolled his eyes at Yukitsuki Shiro. You kid, you're eating and taking things at the same time, right? Yuanqing smiled and slapped Yu Cheng Yuki's butt, but she immediately jumped away in shock, her face terrified. 17040b. A sneak attack, hey? Where are you going to hit? You just pinched my face. Why are you reacting so strongly? Yuanqing was a little amused and put the money in his pocket, ignoring Yuansun, whose face turned a little ugly when he spanked Yu Cheng just now, and waved to the few people. 17040b. Okay, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. Yukitsuki Shiro raised her middle finger at him and said, get out of here right now. We're in big trouble now, having to sort through so many files. Seeing Yuanqing turn around, Yuansun remembered the refrigerator incident and reminded him in a hard tone, like giving an order. 17040b. Hey! Fruit, don't forget, the refrigerator is empty. 17040b. I know. Yuanqing walked to the door and closed it. Just before the door was about to close, he glanced at Shiori Shiomi, who had been keeping her head down and remained silent. There is definitely a problem. 17040b. Although he didn't know what these guys were doing behind his back, Yuanqing was keenly aware that these guys seemed to have formed some kind of small group behind his back. And the structure of this small group is obviously headed by Shiori Shiomi. Thinking of the label he had just seen, Yuanqing couldn't help but start to worry. Originally, he was just a little curious about this, and after some internal complaints, he might have given up. But now that Yuansun was involved, it was only natural that he had to find out what these guys were up to. Unfortunately, that little female ghost Shiomi Shiori was clearly on guard against him. Staying in the student union activity room, he wouldn't get any information except working for her for free. It seems I have to find a way to break through from my sister, or Yukitsuki Shiro and the others. Or bug the student union room. Well, no. Shiomi Shiori is a very perceptive woman, and there are surveillance cameras inside the activity room, so it's not easy to do anything. Well, it seems that we still need to take a long-term view. 17040b. Yuanqing followed the sidewalk to the Harbor Island station, boarded the tram, and found an empty seat by the window. The tram slowly drove onto the Moonlight Bridge, its steel frame gilded with warm gold by the setting sun. The sea beneath the bridge spreads out like a huge palette of colors. Near the shore, it is a translucent emerald, which gradually fades into amber and honey orange, and finally merges into a hazy purple-gray in the distance. The May wind ruffles the surface of the sea, and the shimmering waves dance and surge like thousands of pieces of silver foil. Seagulls fly across the border between water and sky, blending into the receding sunset glow. Whether going to school or going home from school, Yuanqing likes this road the most. The tram seemed to be traveling on the ocean, like a boat suspended in the air, its rails forming a silver line among the waves, extending towards the tall buildings shimmering in the evening mist. Yuanqing took out a few banknotes from his pocket that his sister had given him. The notes seemed to still be warm from her fingers. A big deal. 17040b. A high school student working part-time at a flower shop, even if he sold out the shop, he wouldn't get 50,000 yen in commission. It was obvious that some invisible hand was exerting force again. The name of the flower shop is Xiaomi Flower Shop, which is one of the shops opened by the Xiaomi family in the Artificial Island shopping mall. Ever since my sister joined the student council, that white-haired loli has been looking after her intentionally or unintentionally. Not only did he secretly increase her part-time job salary, he also helped her apply for all the school subsidies and bonuses she could. Many students secretly accused the other party of abusing power for personal gain, but Xiaomi Shiori didn't care at all. After all, those people only talked about it in private. After all, this private school is her family's business. Hiss, why does this setting feel more and more familiar the more I try it? In short, it is precisely because of this that although Yuanqing is often bullied by Xiaomi Shiori, he is still very grateful to her from the bottom of his heart. Ding dong, we've arrived at Shizhenjia Station. Please get on and off the bus in an orderly manner and pay attention to your feet. The sound of the station loudspeaker brought Yuanqing back to reality. The 20-minute drive passed in a flash. Leaving the station, I arrived at a familiar alley. Densely woven wires formed a tattered web overhead, cutting the twilight into pieces. The narrow streets were littered with bits of unkempt garbage, stubborn wild wisteria sprouted from cracks in the security nets, and a calico cat lay on the low wall, lazily licking its paws. Everything here is like scraps forgotten by the city, growing furry vitality in the cracks alone. The rental house is next to a coffee shop in one of the alleys. The aroma of coffee mixed with the spicy aroma of curry wafts out from the shop. The name of this coffee shop is LeBlanc, and the owner's last name is Sakura. Unfortunately, it is not the same as the one in P5 game, and the boss is not a love godfather, but a charming, intellectual, and elegant woman. Dingling 17040B. Yuanqing was carrying some fruit he had bought on the way. As soon as he opened the doorbell rang crisply. Before the sound faded, the graceful figure behind the bar came into view like a living statue. She was a sexy girl wearing a dark red cheongsam. Willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a high and straight nose, and crystal red lips, a standard oriental beauty. She leaned against the teak table, her wavy hair dyed with wine-red highlights was retro and elegant, her high-slit cheongsam wrapped around her plump curves like a ripe peach, and her 1.7-meter height made her look quite tall. Xiao Yuanqing is back. A lazy, low voice came from between her red lips. Sakura Yuko slowly turned around, the fabric stretched tight by the fullness of her chest, the cheongsam tightly wrapped around her slender waist like a willow, and her plump hips surging like waves under the silk. A thigh as white as mutton fat jade appeared and disappeared under the cheongsam, with a thin red rope tied around the ankle and a pair of black high heels with red solace on the white jade feet. She walked to where Yuanqing was sitting and leaned down slightly, the slightly open arc of her collar revealing a bit of her snow-white skin. A small strand of carefully styled curls fell down her cheek, and she casually tucked it behind her ear with her little finger. A cinnabar mole dotted her slender, snow-white neck, like a drop of rouge on white porcelain. Beauty brings disaster, and natural charm, this is probably what this person is like. Post views, 42. CH004 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Good afternoon, Sister Yuko. Yuanqing maintained a polite smile, trying not to look at the peak scenery right in front of him. It's still afternoon? It's almost evening. Sakura Yuko blinked, and tacitly handed Yuanqing a package of homemade curry cubes. Yuanqing immediately smiled happily. Wow, how did you know I wanted this? You're just a brat who won't nod unless there's something to gain. As long as you come to my door, you must have something to ask for. 17040B. I'm not that mercenary. Here, I bought some honeydew melon and strawberries just for you. Not bad, at least you still think of me. You're the only one who can talk to me here. You pass by every day, but you never come in to see me more. 1704 Hey. I was just too busy yesterday and didn't come. 1704 A day without seeing you feels like 3 years, you know that saying. 1704 Yuko's voice is as charming as honey, and coupled with her eyes that can speak, even simple dialogues always give people a kind of teasing that is close yet distant. By the way, there don't seem to be many customers today. Yuanqing glanced around the empty store and abruptly changed the subject. Yuko curled her lips and complained, isn't it all because of those recent disappearances? After sunset, no one dares to go out, so of course there's not much business at this time. Missing case, 1704 Yuanqing looked thoughtful. It seems that the disappearances have been happening since last year, but back then it wasn't as high a buzz as it is now, nor was it as frequent as 1 or 2 people disappearing every month. I heard that 2 students from your school are also missing. Yes, it was said that they were a young couple in the same grade. They disappeared on the first night back at school after the Golden Week holiday. This is really disturbing. You and Xiaoxuan should be careful. Yet. Yuko held her cheek, paused for half a second and asked, speaking of which, where is Xiaoxuan? The student union has a lot of things to do, so she's staying to help. I heard from the president that the school requires them to verify the students' cell phones and emergency contact numbers. With over 1,000 people on campus, they're probably going to be busy until very late. Tisk, what's wrong with you as a brother? You know things are not peaceful lately, but you are so cruel as to let your sister go home alone. 1704 Yuanqing smiled heartlessly and said, don't worry, our reliable student council president will take her back. I just need to make sure dinner is ready. Xiao Yuanqing's Chinese food is really delicious, especially the braised pork last time. When will you make it again? I'm almost dying of greed. 1704 OB1. Next time for sure. Yuko deliberately used an exaggerated expression to wink at Yuanqing, while the latter responded, he secretly complained, 1704 OB. Oh, look at you, you're such a loser. A mere plate of braised pork has you hooked like this? I'm going to serve twice cooked pork, mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, boiled pork slices, fengdu spicy chicken, stir-fried chicken, dongpo pork elbow, salt-fried pork, and stir-fried pork. Aren't you going to explode? 1704 OB1. Yuanqing paused for a moment and then said, but you reminded me, Sister Yuko, Xiaoxuan has been very secretive lately. Since the beginning of the year. She has been a little distant from me, like a little gangster. I don't think I did anything to offend her. Do you know what happened to her? 1704 OB. It's puberty, and a girl with amorous feelings will always deliberately keep a distance from the person she likes. 1704 OB. What are you talking about? We are brother and sister. Yuanqing felt a little embarrassed. I had hoped this experienced senior would offer some constructive advice, but he just kept on saying shocking things. Sakura Yuko didn't think she was wrong at all, but instead warned, forget it, the color of emotions is colorful, but sometimes it is also gray. On the surface, your girl is a bit rebellious, sharp-tongued and indifferent to her brother, but in reality, she is a brother-con who only pays extreme attention to her brother. She tries every possible way to take care of you, but she is overwhelmed by her own chaotic and passionate emotions and can only disguise herself with indifference and clumsiness. Love is a hand that wants to touch but then pulls back. Some girls ignore someone the more they like him. Girls are often reserved when expressing their emotions, so distancing yourself becomes a strategy to control your impulses. Moreover, you two are siblings, so it is difficult to talk about a forbidden love. Don't be too nervous, it's normal for a teenage girl to like her brother, just guide her well. Sometimes, the line between family and love is quite blurred. If you learn to play dumb, you can naturally avoid many embarrassments. 1704 OB. Now I understand. Yuanqing applauded Sakura Yuko in his heart. See? This is called professionalism. He nodded, smacking his lips helplessly. It has to be the boss lady. You still say you are not a master of love. This is too understandable. Oh, it's just some of the hardships I've been through. Would you like something to drink? I'll treat you. Sakura Yuko turned sideways, her perky hips brushing the bar. The air seemed to be tightly wrapped by the silk cheongsam, oozing with the subtle fragrance of perfume and the ambiguous warmth of a mature woman, stirring Yuanqing's young and energetic heart. Wow! This is too strong. 1704 OB. Which young man in love can resist it? If I hadn't lived longer than an average high school student, I'd probably have to use the flame lance to charge into the rhythm of war. He controlled his gradually agitated heart, cleared his throat pretentiously, and declined, 1704 OB. No, no, sister, you always don't let me add sugar to the coffee you make. It's so bitter. Besides, I have to go back and cook for Zioxuan. I'll be leaving now. 1704 OB. Tisk, you little brat, you took the benefits but you are not willing to spend more time chatting with me. It's really disheartening. 1704 OB. Sakura Yuko looked aggrieved by being betrayed by a scumbag, which made Yuanqing feel very uncomfortable. After a few brief pleasantries, Yuanqing finally left the cafe before Lao Er fully woke up, went into the alley next door, and ascended to the third floor via a staircase that could be considered a secret spy tunnel. This floor and the ones above it are apartments for rent. Yuanqing rented the only two-bedroom apartment on this floor. The room is not big, only about 30 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The entrance is a hallway for shoes, and on the left is an open kitchenette with a polished stainless steel countertop. The refrigerator is embedded in a custom sideboard to save space. In front of the entrance is a living room with beige tatami, a low coffee table with folded mats on it, and a wooden cabinet for storage standing against the wall. The remaining space is divided into a bathroom and a balcony, as well as 2 small rooms of 7 or 8 square meters, which serve as bedrooms for the brother and sister. The rent at Shigenjia is generally between 70,000 and 140,000 yen per month. A 2-bedroom apartment like this one starts at least 120,000 yen. However, this building belongs to Sakura Yuko. The landlady is kind-hearted and can't bear to see the brother and sister suffer. Not only did she have the rent, she also often sends them food and daily necessities. Of course, the reward is to go to Yuanqing's house for a meal. Thanks to my previous life, I was born into a poor family and grew up early, so I mastered the superb cooking skills at a young age. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to satisfy Lady Sakura. Yuanqing put the fruit he bought into the refrigerator, then prepared the ingredients and cooked curry with the homemade curry cubes that Sakura Yuko gave him. The curry at LeBlanc is truly amazing. You won't find any better curry in all of Tokyo. As a gourmet, Yuanqing dares to use his own romantic luck to guarantee that with a little promotion, the boss lady's curry will definitely be popular in Tokyo. If that doesn't work, he'll just turn over and eat the devil pepper with his butt. 1704 OB2. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yuanqing started cooking in the small kitchen. First, stir-fry the diced onions until caramelized, then add the chicken thighs and fry until golden edges appear. Add the diced potatoes and stir-fry. Then he brought a large pot, added water to cover the ingredients, and after boiling, broke off half a box of curry cubes and stirred until thick. Finally, he poured a circle of milk. The sweet, spicy, and fragrant aroma instantly filled the living room. Take a bite, it's delicious. Take a bite, it's delicious. Take a bite, 1704 OB. Alas, worthy of being called lousy. Post views, 34. CH005 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Click. 17040B. There was a slight sound of a key turning in the door lock. Yuan Qing just brought the steaming hot curry to the table and smiled gently at the pretty figure at the door. 17040B. What a coincidence! You came back just as the meal was ready. You have a keen nose. From now on, I'll rely on you to find lost things. 17040B. Go to hell, you're the dog. 17040B. Yuan Sun glared at him fiercely, kicked off his shoes, and without putting them away, walked into the living room with his socks on. Tisk, here you go again, taking off your shoes and not putting them away properly. Who did you learn that from? Lu Benway. 17040B. 17040B. Damn Lu Benway, why didn't you say it was Sun Xiaochuan? Yuan Qing almost laughed out loud, but then he thought about it and realized that Lu Benway was the name he had casually mentioned when someone asked him which celebrity he liked. Oh, this wave is a boomerang. 17040B. Anyway, wash your hands and eat. Yuan Sun didn't respond, but walked straight to the dining table, his nose twitching barely perceptibly. The pot of curry on the table was steaming, and the rich spicy aroma wrapped in the milky flavor went straight into people's stomachs. Her eyes quickly swept across Curry and Yuan Qing's faces, then she turned away, pulled out a chair, and deliberately scraped the metal legs against the wooden floor, making a harsh sound. Tisk, Curry again. She threw herself into the chair and said in a stern tone, "Can't you do something else?" Yuan Qing pushed the rice in front of her. "You are so beautiful. It takes a lot of time to cook a table of dishes. You can't finish it in one meal." Tisk 17040B. Yuan Sun didn't say anything else, picked up the spoon and dug it into the rice, then scooped a large spoonful of curry and poured it on top. The movement was so large that the soup almost splashed onto the tablecloth. She lowered her head and took a big bite, then stopped chewing immediately. As soon as I swallowed the first mouthful, I felt a burning sensation in my throat and beads of sweat instantly formed on the tip of my nose. So spicy, 17040B. If you don't like it spicy, don't eat it. Yuan Qing pushed the iced lemonade to her hand and deliberately showed a provocative smile. I deliberately added 2 spoonfuls of devil chili powder and a spoonful of bean paste. Yuan Sun choked and coughed as he drank half a glass of lemonade. His lips turned bright red from the spiciness. He then glared at Yuan Qing fiercely, "If you want to murder me, just say so. Next time, cook it yourself." Yuan Qing sat down opposite her and slowly served himself some rice. "Who cares?" Yuan Sun muttered, spooning away, and scooped up another large piece of stewed potato and stuffed it into his mouth. She ate quickly, with a bit of anger and ferocity, and the rice and curry in the bowl were visibly reduced rapidly. The only sounds in the living room were the clatter of cutlery and the sounds of chewing. Yuan Sun kept his head down, staring at the food in his bowl. He ate until sweat formed on his forehead. A few strands of hair stuck to his cheeks, but he didn't bother to brush them away. Yuan Qing watched her wolfing down the food, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He scooped up a spoonful of curry and blew slowly. "Hello?" Yuan Sun suddenly spoke, without looking up, and asked in a muffled voice, "Have you bought any fruit?" "I bought cantaloupe, strawberries, and oranges and put them in the refrigerator. They're all your favorites." "Oh." She responded and took 2 more mouthfuls of rice. "The bottom of the bowl is empty." Yuan Sun held the spoon, his fingertips unconsciously scratching the edge of the spoon handle, as if hesitating about something. After a few seconds, she roughly pushed the empty bowl forward and said, "Another bowl." Yuan Qing glanced at the other person's slightly red ears, said nothing, took the bowl, stood up and went to the kitchen to add more rice for her. The curry in the pot was bubbling, and he scooped a few more pieces of chicken thighs that she loved to eat into it. When he returned with the bowl, Yuan Sun was looking sideways, pretending to be looking at the dark night outside the window. It wasn't until the steaming bowl of curry rice with chicken was placed in front of her that she quickly turned back and grabbed the spoon. "Thanks." 17040B. Her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum, unclear, and she immediately lowered her head after she finished speaking, almost burying her face in the bowl, with only the slightly red tip of her ear exposed. Yuanqing looked at her ostrich-like posture, picked up his own spoon, and scooped a spoonful of curry into his mouth. "Damn! So spicy!" 17040B. While eating, Yuanqing suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, the base is the Indian devil pepper curry powder that Miss Sakura gave me. It's a very spicy spice that was recently introduced." 17040B. The porcelain spoon in Yuanxun's hand froze for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he resumed the scraping and scooping action. She lowered her eyelids, feeling that the curry rice was becoming difficult to swallow. "Hey, I was wondering why it was so spicy that it burned my heart. Turns out it was Aunt Yuko's special care." 17040B. "Oh my god, so sour." 17040B. "It's even sourer than Shangzi aged vinegar." Yuanqing said with some amusement, "I'm only 26 this year." 26 is also an aunt. Yuanxun said this angrily, but she regretted it as soon as she said this harsh word. Sakura Yuako had indeed helped her a lot, cutting her utilities and rent in half, sending her all kinds of snacks and daily necessities without interruption, and when she worked there before, her salary was higher than anywhere else. However, after seeing the other party teasing her brother intentionally or unintentionally, she felt very uncomfortable, and her heart felt like a mixture of bad feelings. "I've finished my water." Yuanxun stood up suddenly, and his steps towards the refrigerator were a little unsteady. "Open the refrigerator door and the cold air hits you." She grabbed the ice lemonade and drank half of it. The water droplets slid down her snow-white jaw and soaked her collar. "Next time, don't accept her things for free." She turned her back to Yuanqing and spoke in a muffled voice, so as to avoid owing too many favors. 17040B. It's not like I owe her a favor. It's just a little exchange of favors. I also gave her a lot of fruit." Yuanqing felt a little amused, not knowing what this girl was so confused about. The latter stroked the water cup and said stubbornly, "I'll pay her back for the curry money tomorrow after work at the coffee shop." "Isn't that necessary?" "Humph, this is the way of the world." "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. So just leave it alone." 17040B. Okay, as long as you're happy." Yuanqing shrugged helplessly. This girl is trying to teach herself the ways of the world. "I, your brother, have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice." 17040B. What about cannibalism, dark psychology, social handjobs? 17040B1. I can't say I'm a complete sage, but at least I have a basic understanding of it. I'm done eating." Yuanxun quickly cleaned up his dishes. "Put it in the sink. I'll wash it later," Yuanqing said as he ate his meal. The next second, the sound of running water came from the open kitchen. The ceramic bottom made a clanging sound, as if deliberately attracting Yuanqing's complaints. "Oh, not well behaved at all, the main character is a rebellious one, right?" 17040B. After putting away the dishes, Yuanxun hurried back to the bedroom. Just before the door was about to close, she said in a muffled voice, "Don't stay up late tonight. Go to bed early and be in bed before midnight. I'll check on you. If I catch you staying up late, take my punch." 17040B. After that, the door clicked and she closed it tightly. Tisk. Yuanqing smacked his lips in a mixture of anger and amusement. "Am I the older brother or are you? And you're giving me orders?" However, she specifically emphasized midnight. 17040B. Are you deliberately trying to cover up something? It would have been fine if she hadn't emphasized it, but now that she did, it made him feel like she was being evasive. Post views, 29. CH006 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The moon tonight seems fuller than ever before. A pale yellow halo spread across the buildings like melted butter, staining the glass curtain walls into a sickly beeswax color. The entire city was bathed in a moonlight so bright it was almost eerie, as if it were sealed in a giant piece of amber. Yuan Qing woke up from a hazy dream. He reached out his hand to the pillow, fumbled around for a bit, and finally grabbed the phone. I turned on the screen and looked at the time displayed on the lock screen: 17 o'clock 4 o'clock. 235817040B. It's almost midnight. 17 o'clock 4 o'clock. Yuan Qing put down his phone, turned over, and prepared to return to sleep. He would fight for 300 rounds with the monster girl in his dream. She had fox ears, a cat tail, a left hand that could transform into a Yama sword, a right hand that had a tentacle covered in blood-red eyes, a thunderbolt that could drown her, and 8 goat hooves for her lower limbs. Replenishment. 17040B. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Consciousness becomes clear instantly in this second. Yuan Qing got up from the bed and tiptoed to the door. Turn the doorknob and open the door. The living room remained as peaceful as usual, the outlines of the furniture bathed in moonlight, as if coated with a layer of golden light. Very quiet, too quiet. 17040B. It felt like he was the only living person left in the apartment. Yuan Qing came to the door of his sister's room, his finger hanging on the door. Theoretically speaking, at this point in time, it is quite impolite for a brother to knock on his sister's door. He had only seen similar plots on the Young Eyes app. However, thinking about the strange experiences during the day, Yuan Qing decided to do something worse than an animal and find out whether his sister was at home. He knocked on the door lightly with his fingers and called softly, "Zioxuan, are you asleep?" Before he could finish his words, the door opened slowly with a light tap from his index finger. The door is not closed? 17040B. Suan is not the kind of girl who doesn't develop the good habit of closing the door. Yuan Qing felt something was wrong, pushed the door open, and flipped on the light switch. Bang! The light came on and the bed was empty. Sure enough, he's not at home. 17040B. It's already this late, where would she go? My sister's cell phone was also on the pillow, which meant she didn't even bring her cell phone with her when she went out this time. Yuan Qing believed in his sister's character. She wasn't the type to go out to a crowded place in the middle of the night and have fun, thinking that the subway is full of dangers during the day, but the bar is as warm as home at night. Ding! 17040B. The clock in the living room chimed 12 o'clock. Yuan Qing's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. At this moment, something seemed to have changed. He looked at the living room. The outlines of the furniture in the room did not become clearer under the moonlight shining through the window. Instead, they became deeper and darker, as if covered by a layer of haze. Even though the surrounding furnishings and environment remained unchanged, Yuan Qing still felt as if he had been struck by a rebellious blade, his head empty as he entered a parallel world. He looked out the window. The moon seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. And the bright moonlight it emitted completely submerged the entire city. Something is wrong, 17040B. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. 17040B. Anyway, it's not like Sailor Moon's moon prism transformation, so this moon is way too big. The phone screen suddenly went out, and even the electronic wall clock stopped at this moment. Yuan Qing stared at the moon in a trance, watching it split in the middle, opening like an eye to reveal a chasm as deep as the abyss. Crimson blood gushed out of the crack, threatening to drown the world. Boeo! It's a subspace crack. 17040B. Shit mountain code and shit pit monsters are coming. 17040B. Go to Terra and invite the Holy Emperor. Go to Terra and invite the Holy Emperor. 17040B3. Bang. Suddenly, bright incandescent light dispelled the darkness. Yuan Qing suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked to find himself lying on the sofa in the living room with his head on the ground and his legs spread out. He looked backwards at the door of his sister's bedroom. Yuan Sun, who was wearing pajamas, was staring at him with wide eyes, looking at him as if he were a fool. Silence, silence. Either you become bad in silence or you become abnormal in silence. In Sun's opinion, his current behavior is no different from that middle-aged bald office worker who gets drunk and vomits on the street in the middle of the night, crying and shouting, "Boss, I want to be a channel salesperson." The atmosphere froze awkwardly for a few seconds before Yuan Sun finally asked, "Is this performance art?" Yuan Qing pretended to be serious and said, "It's like this. Actually, I like to kill people in my dreams. Back then, there was a retainer named Yang. Come on, you're still killing people in your dreams. Why don't you dream about Superman? What are you doing in the middle of the night? You're sick." 17040B. Yuan Sun glared at him unhappily, then slammed the door shut. Yuan Qing awkwardly got up from the floor and touched the back of his neck, which was cold. The way his head hit the ground just now wasn't very good. Not to mention that he might end up like Sister R, who had her neck twisted by the people's teacher. Even getting a stiff neck would be enough to make him suffer. The living room was lit only by the pale light of the ceiling lamp. Outside the window, the enormous full moon had returned to its normal size and hung quietly in the sky. "Oh, it seems I was dreaming. It must be because of that dubious video I watched before bed about whether a goat-hoofed, eight-legged monster girl would dream of Sage Mode Sharingan tentacles. I really can't watch this stuff anymore." 17040B1. Yuan Qing rubbed his temples and sighed softly, trying to push the absurd scene in the dream out of his mind. But, 17040B. Thinking of the dream he just had, Yuan Qing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Was that really a dream? I was clearly asleep in the bedroom, so why did I wake up on the sofa in the living room? Could it be sleepwalking? But I have never had this symptom since I was a child. 17040B. He picked up his phone, and the screen showed 12:05, while the wall clock was still ticking. I vaguely remember that the time I woke up in the dream was 23:58. Only 7 minutes have passed. 17040B. Why does it feel like so long? Yuan Qing had an inexplicable sense of emptiness. He felt as if a piece of his time was missing, as if it had disappeared into thin air. And Zioxuan, she disappeared in the dream. And then suddenly appeared. 17040B. He unconsciously cast his gaze on Yuan Sun's bedroom door. Being slammed in his face by his sister Yuan Sun was even more terrifying than facing the sea of blood in his dream. Well, now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first and apologize in the morning. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing was just about to go back to his room when a label suddenly popped up in front of him. 17040B. HP plus 117040B. 17040B. What the hell is HP plus 1? 17040B. He quickly focused his attention on the source of the tag 17040B. It jumped out from my sister's room. Yuan Qing didn't have time to worry about the fact that the label could penetrate walls. He stared at the label, trying to make sure he was seeing things. Half a minute later, the HP plus 1 prompt popped up again. No 17040B. Why is my health still being deducted? 17040B. Did something happen to my sister? Yuan Qing clicked on his sister's status bar. The content was very simple, with only a few short lines of information. 17040B. Name, Yuan Sun 17040B. Cloud Cutting Snow Owl 17040B. H. 1617040B. HP 95/1001740B. Sure enough, my health was deducted. A full 5 points were deducted. 17040B. Although it is absurd that the GAL system displays health points, now is not the time to worry about such things. Why is my sister losing health for no reason? And it's quite a lot. Is it because of my period? That's not right. Sun's period hasn't come yet, and besides, shouldn't her period deduct her health limit? No, I have to ask. However, knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night to ask such a question is a bit outrageous. Yuan Qing came to the door, hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the responsibility of being a brother, and gently knocked on the other side's door. Ahem. 17040B. He cleared his throat and carefully leaned forward. Zioxuan? I really didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't be sleepwalking. Are you really okay? Didn't I scare you? 17040B. There was silence inside the door. Just when he thought his sister was determined to ignore him, the door handle turned gently. The door opened a crack, and Yuan Sun had a cold expression. Under the dim light, her pretty face was tense and expressionless. She just stared at him quietly with her slightly round almond-shaped eyes. 17040B. If you have something to say, talk about it. If you don't, go to sleep. No. It's really nothing. I was just worried you'd be scared. 17040B. Yuan Qing rubbed his hands, laughed dryly twice, and then changed the subject. 17040B. By the way, just to confirm that you didn't sneak out to attend some, midnight cult gathering or some other parent-child activity without my knowledge. 17040B. Post views, 24. CH007 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The corners of Yuan Sun's mouth seemed to turn down a little, almost imperceptibly, almost indistinguishable. Heh, she chuckled softly after a while, and sarcastically said with a hint of weariness, "Brother, your imagination is even more outrageous than the way you sleep." After that, she slammed the door shut. Still having the energy to mock himself, it seems that he hasn't encountered any major problems. 17040B. Bullshit. 17040B. Wouldn't it be more annoying if there were no problems? Why would health be deducted for no reason? 17040B. Could it be that my sister is online, Telegram, Twitter, etc. too much and wants to imitate the mine girl and take drugs and play miserable to attract attention, then change the knife to make fans? So the label Kiun Swexiao is the minesweep code given to themselves by the Landmine Girls organization? 17040B. That's really a life. Yuan Qing had a lot of ideas in his mind and almost wanted to knock on the door to ask for clarification. But then he realized, if his sister really changed her skill to flower knife, she should have been losing health continuously, not adding health. It's over, it's getting more and more outrageous. Or maybe I'm mistaking it, and the HP +1 that the system pops up doesn't necessarily refer to health points alone? Maybe your body, hair, mental state, and health status are all linked to HP? Yuan Qing walked towards his bedroom while thinking. His mind was filled with confusion about his sister's health reduction and the inexplicable Kiun Snow Owl label, so he didn't pay much attention to his feet. 17040B. Bang! 17040B. Plop! 17040B. With a dull thud, her little toe slammed into the corner of the protruding shoe cabinet at the entrance. The sharp pain hit Yuan Qing instantly, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward like a toppled statue. In order to steady himself, he reached out to the wall in a panic, but instead landed a solid slap on a slightly raised decorative hook on the wall, causing his knuckles to hurt. His fuck. A series of movements, mixed with suppressed cries of pain and the elegant quintessence of Chinese culture, were particularly piercing in the silence. Severe pain instantly exploded from his calf, fingers, and toes, especially from the toes, causing him to burst into tears. My mind went blank instantly, with only the word pain flashing across my brain. Just as he was leaning against the wall, standing on one leg, baring his teeth and gasping for air like a golden rooster. In the lower left corner of the field of vision, a familiar yet extremely inappropriate system label popped up, 17040B. HP 9017040B2. Yuan Qing froze in an instant, even the pain seemed to be paused by this bizarre reminder. He didn't bother to rub his swollen toes, staring intently at the illusory yet incredibly real HP 90 label. Go. HP deducted. 17040B. Just because I stubbed my toe. 17040B. No buddy, the maximum health value is only 100, and 90 will be deducted directly after one hit. 17040B. 666, I got Peroni Chia. 17040B. What kind of judgment logic is this? It's a bit too outrageous. 17040B. No, the point is this so-called HP, is it really the literal life value? 17040B. Do you deduct points for bumps and scrapes in real life? Is this really a gal love system? Why does it also have combat attributes? 17040B. The noise from Yuan Qing's side once again woke up Yuan Sun, who was about to go to bed. She opened the door and glared at Yuan Qing with gritted teeth, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Source. Qing. 17040B. She practically gritted her teeth as she squeezed out each word, her voice so low it scraped like a knife. 17040B. What the hell are you doing? You're making such a fuss here in the middle of the night. Are your neighbors going to sleep? They have to go to work tomorrow. 17040B. In the past, Yuan Qing would have started to make jokes or bury his head in fear, but the excruciating pain from stubbing his toe made him speechless. On one side was the dazzling red HP 90, and on the other side was his sister, whose rage value was off the charts. He was really suffering like a fly eating a fly shit. Yuan Sun saw him holding his toes and guessed what had happened. Her chest heaved violently several times, and her fists clenched tightly, probably preparing to utter a few more harsh words such as "you deserve it" and "you'll fall to your death." But when she saw Yuan Qing's face twisted in pain and his swollen toes, the words on her lips seemed to be blocked by something invisible. Idiot. 17040B. She squeezed out these two words viciously, then turned to the drawer in the entrance hall and took out the home medical kit. Sit still and don't move. She helped Yuan Qing sit on the sofa, then squatted down in front of him, her nightgown piled up on her knees, revealing a few red marks on her slender white calves. After Yuan Qing sat down, she suddenly reached out and pulled Yuan Qing's ankle to press it against her knees. 17040B. Be gentle. You are murdering your own brother. Shut up. Yuan Sun looked up at him, a fierce light in his almond-shaped eyes, but his hands subtly slowed down a little. I'm going to apply medicine. Don't move, or I'll wrap you up like a mummy with bandages. 17040B. So fierce. 17040B. Yuan Qing secretly complained in his heart. But despite the aggressive tone, the worry and nervousness in the other person's eyes still made him happy. Yuan Sun stretched out his left hand and tentatively touched the edge of Yuan Qing's swollen toe joint with his fingertips. Hiss, 17040B. The latter subconsciously took a breath. Perhaps because his inhalation was too obvious, Yuan Sun's fingers paused slightly. She frowned slightly, then slowly approached with her fingers dipped in medicinal wine. As her fingertips touched the wound, she subconsciously held her breath, kneading it with a force as light as a feather brushing. The spicy smell of the medicinal oil mixed with the fresh sweet fragrance of her hair, and with her breath, it lingered on Yuan Qing's nose. Too close. 17040B. Yuan Qing leaned against the sofa, watching Yuan Sun's movements quietly. She lowered her eyes and rubbed them intently, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes. Her breath brushed against the back of his feet, stirring up a subtle shudder. Sensing Yuan Qing's gaze, her ears burned red, and the pale cherry color on her neck spread all the way to the shadow of her collar. 17040B. You, what are you staring at me for? 17040B. Yuan Qing jokingly said, Hey? If I don't keep an eye on you, what if you use a bone-breaking move and leave me unable to get out of bed for the next half-month? Don't stare. Humph, 17040B. Yuan Sun glared at him fiercely, but when she saw his smiling face, her heart trembled for no reason. Then she lowered her head in panic, and a barely audible sob escaped her throat. The medicinal oil spread as she spun around, and the sticky sound of water was amplified in the silence. The aroma of medicine and hair evaporated into an ambiguous mist, slowly spreading between the two of them. When Yuan Sun bandaged him with gauze, his little finger always accidentally hooked over his ankle, and the wrapped bandage was like some kind of tacit agreement. After the last piece of tape was applied, Yuan Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The light stretched the shadow of her eyelashes, casting it on her slightly sweaty nose bridge, like two deep ravines. 17040B. All right, don't move your foot if it's injured. If it still hurts when you wake up tomorrow morning, ask for leave. Yuan Qing said with a relaxed smile, Oh, with my dear sister's magic, I'm sure I'll recover quickly. What kind of magic? Aren't you ashamed to say such childish things? 17040B. Yuan Sun's face flushed, and she bared her teeth in anger. She stood up, put away the medicine box, and returned to the bedroom. Hurry up and go to bed. If you make any more noise, I will definitely beat you up. 17040B. Okay, good night. Humph. She slammed the door shut. Yuan Qing lowered his head with a smile on his face. The burning sting in his toes was covered by the coolness of the medicinal oil. The scarlet color of HP 90 faded in his vision, and the soft green color HP +1, 17040B quietly emerged. Behind the tightly closed door, Yuan Sun pressed her back against the door panel, her fingertips repeatedly rubbing the fingers that were still scented with the medicated oil. It seemed as if the touch of his ankle pulse was still burning there, and it made her heart tremble. Equals. New author, new book, please support me by giving me some recommendation votes, thank you. Post views, 24. CH008 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The next day, the first thing Yuan Qing did after waking up was to check the injury on his little toe. Not only did the swelling and pain go away, but there wasn't even a trace of injury left. He thought about it, clicked on the system, and looked at his current status, 17040B. HP 100/1001704OB. Yes, it is indeed back to full health. How could he heal so quickly? Was it because the medicinal wine was too effective, or was it because he was so strong? After washing up, I left the apartment with my sister. He was bored and started talking about his toes, but his sister returned to her usual indifference, as if trying to deliberately avoid this embarrassing topic. The tram has arrived. Yuan Qing reached out to help his sister take the bag, but she dodged it. You go first, I'll wait for my friend. Sun said this coldly, without even looking up, and continued playing with her phone. Okay, see you at school. Yuan Qing smiled and said goodbye to her, then was squeezed into the carriage by the crowd. His nearly 1.8 meter tall figure was squeezed until he was almost pressed against the glass. Although it was a different world, the morning subway in Tokyo was still as crowded as on Earth. To say it was shoulder to shoulder was an understatement. Fortunately, once you pass the Shibuya section, the road becomes much better. Yanhutai Station, we've arrived. Next stop. Passengers going to the harbor island, please watch your step and get off in an orderly manner, 17040B. As the car door opened, Yuanqing saw the familiar figure without any effort. The other party also saw him naturally and walked towards him with a smile. Hey, son, Ohayo. Familiar tone, familiar greeting, just like a fixed NPC. Yuanqing waved his hand and raised his middle finger to the person who came. Oha! You bastard! Yukitsuki Shiro sat down next to Yuanqing and looked around. She didn't see Yuansun and asked. My rebellious sister isn't with you. She's waiting for a friend. By the way, what do you mean by our family? You bastard, you're after my sister again, right? Really? Brother-in-law, just obey me, brother-in-law. I promise to treat you and Sunmi well. 17040B3. Yukitsuki Shiro shamelessly put her arm around Yuanqing's shoulder, a lewd smile covering her delicate face, making people want to punch her. Get lost. I told you you were fat and you're out of breath, right? Hey, Haji-Ching, don't be so distant. Hajixun will definitely not suffer any loss if he follows me. I'm a handsome and suave man, known as the octogenarian. If I have kia, you will have cat food to eat. 17040B. To be able to come up with Haki-Ching Haki-Sun, your family really needs to hire Haki-Gao, Haki-Ji. 17040B. What the hell is Hajiji? You want to be punched by Shenhe's father, right? 17040B. Oh. Do you understand that you are not afraid of being torn to pieces, but want to leave your seeds in the world? 17040B. Okay, come here, give me your phone so that your dad can see how many seeds you have. 17040B. Get out. Yuanqing raised his middle finger and looked at the advertisement screen in the subway, which was playing the recent news of missing persons. Among them was information about 2 missing persons, a couple who had disappeared from their private Gekuken no Mori Academy not long ago. He couldn't help but murmur. There have already been 2 disappearances this month, and it's not even halfway through yet. Yes, the situation is quite serious. According to police investigations, the recent disappearances seem to be linked to several cases that occurred last year. Do you think there's some cult behind this that's kidnapping people? Yuanqing's question is not without reason. Whether it is the original Japan on Earth or the Japan in this world, the problem of cults is quite rampant. Although it didn't get as bad as back home in Japan where the former #1 professional player on the Japanese server was killed by a Japanese male gun bang with 2 shots, if things continue like this, it will probably happen soon. As a human being, you need to have an open mind and an open heart. Yukitsuki Shiro shrugged, looking helpless. Who knows? Anyway, be careful these days. Don't let anyone target you and kidnap you. Your grove belongs only to me. Go to hell, why is there non-tung? 17040B. I don't care. Either you marry me or your sister marries me. Anyway, we must be related as father and son. If you don't sell me your daughter, we'll just have to become in-laws. 17040B. Claw. 17040B. Yuanqing almost laughed out loud at the other party's twisted logic. Nobody, after all, with such a delicate face, every day with the form butterfly stroke backstroke freestyle talk some B words, really abstract. 17040B. Alas, it's my fault. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have installed those crazy social apps for this kid. He met Yukitsuki Shiro 3 years ago, not long after he awakened his memory. At that time, the other party was frustrated in life, standing on the railing of the overpass leading to another world, looking like he was planning to quit the game and remake it at the speed of light. Yuan Qing originally wanted to let go of his desire to help others and respect their fate, but when he thought about his own darkest moments, he couldn't help but feel compassion and rushed forward with a mamba elbow, knocking the opponent down. Later, the other party said that he was just standing on the overpass to relax and had no intention of reopening. He even retaliated with a lightning whirlwind. "No, fuck you, if you don't want to jump, what are you standing on the railing for? Who would stand on the overpass railing to relax?" Yuan Qing originally thought that the two would part ways on bad terms, but he didn't expect that the other party was from the same school as him, and later happened to work secretly in the same restaurant, so they became familiar with each other. Yukitsuki Shiro is a similarly pitiful person. Her mother died young, and she has a father who is a gambler who is worse than pigs and dogs. In order to raise money for gambling, his father not only forged a false certificate and forced Yukitsuki Shiro, who was under 16 years old, to work illegally, but also engaged in petty theft himself. After tasting the sweetness, he got carried away and even stole from Mr. Ding's house. "Did you steal Mr. Ding's things?" First, they were beaten, then they were handed over to judicial organs, and they were directly fed by the government. In one fell swoop, they avoided decades of detours. This is a cause for celebration. In short, once he entered the state-owned unit, Yukitsuki Shiro's life naturally improved. He, along with himself and Zhengxuan, was admitted to the private Gekuken no Mori Academy and moved into the Yanhyude dormitory arranged by the school. Yuan Qing took advantage of the situation and provided psychological counseling to this guy every day, and he also posted shit about him on the internet every day, and finally cultivated this abstract monster that is even more abstract than his predecessor. Recalling the glorious past, it is really hard to hide the tears of the divine power, and all I see is shit. Yuan Qing sighed inwardly, then asked, "By the way, did you finish organizing the files yesterday?" "Of course. If we can't handle it, do you think the president's little female ghost will let us go?" 17040b. Small? Actually, she's quite big. As the saying goes, a baby's face is a huge disgrace. She bears the weight of her breasts. Add to that the white hair and red eyes, and she's so funny. She's practically dancing on my XP. 17040b. You can't get enough of it, you lower-headed man. 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro's tone of complaint was awkward, not as natural as when they called each other son before. Normally, the two exchanged trash talk, but Yukitsuki Shiro's attacks were always smooth and confident, with a sense of "I'm just an abstraction, what can you do to me?" But the word lower man just now made Yuan Qing feel hard, like a piece of unfermented dead dough, which hit him with a little, 17040b. Sour? No, you're not going to be jealous, are you? 17040b. Post views, 20. CH009 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 009. This stupid gal love system I have can't even check the most basic favorability. 17040b. Therefore, Yuan Qing couldn't be sure how much the people he knew liked him. But even if he couldn't see the favorability, he would swear on his own dick that his friendship with Yukitsuki Shiro was definitely 80 points, or even more. Sakura Yuko said it well, emotions are colorful, but sometimes they are also gray. Even the relationship between siblings can degenerate, and even the relationship between brothers can become chaotic. Oh no, it is understandable that it can become homosexual. It's just that because I praised the cute big-breasted female student council president and poke my XP, my best friend is jealous of me? 17040b. Haha, why would I have such a dream? Honestly, brother, if you were really jealous, I'd be scared. Tisk, you're talking about me again. Yuan Qing elbowed him and deliberately dragged out his tone to pretend to be dumbfounded. Have you changed your nature today, you bastard? When we talk about the female little ghost president, aren't you even more excited than me, clamoring to use her custom-made childlike face, huge humiliation luminous holy grail to fly a plane? What, are you so upset by the president's inquiry into your education level? 17040b. Get lost. Who the hell broke through? With that pretentious, feminine demeanor, if I make a move, who knows who's going to check whose education background? 17040b. Hey, you're just being stubborn. I've learned micro-expression analysis from marketing accounts, but your eyes are wandering, your hands and feet are unnatural, and you're even sticking your nose up. Killed Duck Ding Zhen, I'm identifying you as just being stubborn. 17040b. Fuck you. The two sides exchanged a few more trash talking on this topic. As the train's brakes hummed as it arrived at the station, the scenery outside the window gradually became filled with the magnificent campus buildings. There are 4 classes in the morning, namely Chinese, Physics, Mathematics, and Civics. Although not as outrageous as the protagonist of the online novel who has doubled his IQ, Yuan Qing's learning ability is indeed much better than that of ordinary people. This is also the main reason why he was able to be admitted to the private Gekuk and No Mori Academy as a special recruit. His science scores are quite good, but his liberal arts scores are a bit weak. Especially Chinese and Civics. It's not that he can't learn, it's just that he's not very willing to learn. He gets a headache just looking at tales of literature like the Tale of Genji and the Pillow Book, as well as traditional genres like waka, haiku, and military tales, and analyzing ancient Japanese grammar. The only subject that scored high was classical literature. This is all thanks to the cultural heritage he had mastered before his reincarnation. Even in the parallel world of Japan, Chinese classical literature exists. For example, the 4 books and 5 classics, Tang poetry and song lyrics, etc., nothing is left out, everything is included. After all, this world is very similar to Earth. Some countries have similar histories except for their names. Fortunately, I memorized all the Tang and Song poems in my previous life, so I don't need to memorize them again in this life. At 8:30, the bell rang on time. But after waiting for 10 minutes, Mr. Sui, the Chinese teacher, still didn't show up. When we were in school, we all imagined that the teacher would be hit by a car, scalded by boiling water, fall into a sewer while riding a bike, or be hit by hail while walking. In short, as long as the teacher could not come for some reason, he would be able to enjoy a self-study class. Seeing that the teacher was still not coming, Yuan Qing decisively lay down on the table and started to play the game of Zhuang Zhoumendi. The strange incident last night made him fall asleep in the middle of the night, so it was just right to take advantage of this time to catch up on some sleep. However, he had just laid down for a short while when Yukitsuki Shiro, who was sitting on his right, gave him a mamba elbow, almost sending him flying. He was about to start scolding him, but he saw that the dog was sitting upright with a serious expression, just like a good boy. Boyo! Look at my killing intent. 17040b. As a senior student who had attended elementary school for 12 years, junior high school for 6 years, and high school for 4.5 years, if Yuan Qing didn't even have this little bit of risk acumen, then all the time he spent sitting at the door, selecting information positions, and sweeping people, earning the title of Sentinel of Light would have been in vain. The teacher must be here, otherwise this bastard wouldn't be in this state. Don't be afraid, you can't wake up immediately at this time, you have to shake your legs first, pretend to be awake, then lower your head and pretend to look for something, and open the textbook. After the fake move, Yuan Qing turned his gaze towards the podium. The visitor was a middle-aged man, tall, but with a habitual hunched back. He was wearing a wrinkled grey suit, with his tie hanging askew around his neck, as if he had been scratched by a cat when he left home that morning. His medium-length dark brown hair was a mess, like a bird's nest. His facial features are quite handsome, and he looks exactly like Takeshi Kane Shiro, except that he has an unshaven beard, dark circles under his eyes, and a classy look. The word decadent is written all over his face. His name is Nakad-go, the vice principal of Gekuk in No Mori private school and a physics teacher for some classes. He is also a legend figure in the school. Ahem, Mr. Suya, I'm asking for leave. 17040B. He cleared his throat, his voice hoarse and nasal like a hangover, and announced calmly, 17040B. This Chinese class. I will be your speaker. Today we're talking about the tale of Genji, the forbidden love story between Genji and his mother, no, his stepmother. Fujitsubo. 17040B. He opened the Chinese textbook, and a muffled voice came from the direction of the blackboard. The key point is that halfway through his speech, he frowned again and scratched his messy hair unconsciously with his fingers, as if he had no idea where to start. He lowered his head and flipped through the book, the pages rustling, but he couldn't find the page number for a long time. The classroom was dead silent. After a short silence, Zhong Tangwu simply threw the textbook on the podium, sat down in the chair, and said lazily, 17040B. Just read the textbook yourself. If you don't understand something, don't ask me, ask the book instead. After saying this, he put his hands into his wrinkled trouser pockets, leaned back slightly, leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. After a while, he began to snore. Awesome 17040B. Yuan Qing gave a thumbs up. I knew that Nakad-go was a sullen Kansai man who never smiled and acted unconventionally. I could see a little of that when he was teaching physics, but today he didn't even bother to act. The school can invite you to be the principal and teacher, it is really a blessing from the previous life. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I have already taken the lead in sleeping in the middle hall. How can these students below study seriously? In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the students were lying on the desks. Zhong Tangu's requirements for classroom discipline are very simple. As long as you don't talk and disturb other students, he won't care even if you fly a plane during class. Of course, the premise is to turn on the mute. Yuan Qing closed his textbook and slumped down on the table again. Unfortunately, the interrupted sleepiness is like the feeling of rushing to take off when my mother opens the door and catches me taking off. Once it is gone, it is difficult to wake up again. With nothing to do, Yuan Qing glanced at the other students around him, watching the labels pop up one after another above their heads. Stomachache, want to eat ice cream, dream of becoming a powerful shadow master, Blue Luan, Little Blackie, Knife Player, 17040B2. Oh, what a mess these guys are. Yuan Qing sighed inwardly and turned his gaze away. Suddenly, as if he noticed something, his eyes widened. Did something familiar sneak in just now? Yuan Qing searched around and successfully locked onto the label below Qingluan. And the one with this label, 17040B. Zhong Tangwu. 17040B. Post views, 12. CH010 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 010. Blue Sky Blue Luan, 17040B. I have seen several tags of this type in a short period of time. The female kid leaders mirror Flow White Phoenix, the mentally retarded friends Jing Dansu, and my sisters K-Iun Snow Owl, 17040B. The formats of these labels are all the same. If you say there is no connection between them, he will not believe it. I suspect there is an extremely powerful evil force in this school. 17040B. Previously, he had thought these tags were probably some kind of online nicknames, the kind used by members of a gaming guild. But now it seems, 17040B. Does a guy like Zhong Tangwu really play online games? I think it's hard to believe he's still alive. 17040B. Just when Yuan Qing thought that Zhong Tangwu was already unexpected enough, he never expected that there was a heavyweight 17040B. The fourth period is civics. The so-called civics class is a core course in Japanese high schools that cultivates students' sense of social responsibility, civic awareness, and political and economic literacy. Its content covers ethics, politics, economics, law, and modern social issues, aiming to guide students to understand the social operation mechanism and develop independent judgment ability. Yes, it is similar to the ideology and politics subject in Chinese high schools. However, China's ideological and political courses emphasize the integrity of the theoretical system, while Japan emphasizes practice and critical thinking. The focus is not on the subject, but on the teacher who teaches it. The civics teacher in Yuan King's class is named Kimura Tsukasa, who is 40 years old. Like most men who have reached middle age, although Kimura Tsukasa looked like Kimura Takiya when he was young, the butcher knife of time did not let him go. Bald head, small belly, slightly round, shiny cheeks, holding a thermos cup of goji berries in his hand. A typical greasy uncle in a midlife crisis, 1704 OB. So the question is 1704 OB. Why is this greasy uncle labeled Shakugan, Red Sparrow? What the hell is going on with your tagging function, 1704 OB? Yuan Qing felt that his head was about to split open. In fact, he had considered asking his good friend Yuki Tsuki Shiro about the meaning of folding mirror danzu, but after careful consideration, he felt that this behavior was quite inappropriate. First, there's information asymmetry. The system is unique to you. If you ask this question yourself, it might touch upon some of their secrets, which would arouse their vigilance and risk exposing the system's existence. Second, the student union has been ostracizing me and two other members who don't have similar labels. My sister is also acting mysterious. 1704 OB. Obviously, the secret activities they were involved in needed to be kept strictly confidential, and asking them directly would definitely alert them and force them to conceal further. The third is the most important point, 1704 OB. Nakato and Kimura were also involved. If these labels were limited to student council members, then Yuan Qing could still consider them as a group suffering from Chiyunibu. But Zongtangyu and Kimura Tsukasa, one is the vice principal, the other is the dean of studies and civics teacher, they are adults, proper members of society. This means that their secret organization extends far beyond the student union, and may be even larger than imagined. The more this happens, the more we need a more comprehensive intelligence network and proceed with caution. I hope this is really a nickname that some gaming guild members gave themselves. 1704 OB. Yuan Qing sighed in his heart. Things like reincarnation in another world and systems have appeared. Even if there are some supernatural elements in this world, Yuan Qing will not have too many surprises. It's just that life in the past 17 years has been so dull that he almost forgot that this is not Earth. Yuan Qing's mind moved, and the system screen that only he could see appeared before him. Player, Yuan Qing 1704 OB. Age, 17. Function, Tag, Attribute, Capability 1704 OB. Such a simple gal game love system, except for the label, the other two are useless. He had only seen his sister Yuan Sun's attributes before, and the information that could be displayed was also quite limited. He could only see age, tags, gender, and HP value. As for ability, 1704 OB. I clicked it but nothing happened. 1704 OB. But the most powerful thing about this system is probably the interaction, right? He had previously opened up interactive options for Xiaomi Shiori. Yes, that thing where, except for the dialogue, all other options were incredibly difficult. Yuan Qing really wanted to test the effect of choosing mind control, but was afraid of failure. After all, it's unclear whether this thing will cause side effects on people, and whether the controlled person will remember what happened during the period of control. If I were like the male protagonist in the anime, who used mind control to make people superhuman, but the control was lifted halfway through. 1704 OB. Well, Wouldn't that be more exciting? Ahem. 17040b. Be reasonable. Yuan Qing. You are a good young man who has been influenced by socialist values. How could you do such a thing that is immoral? It would be nice if there was someone I could experiment with. By the way, why doesn't our school have those yellow-haired thug NPCs that appear in novels and are used to show off and slap the protagonist in the face? Using mind control on that kind of guy will relieve me of any mental burden. Time quickly came to school. Today's student union schedule still doesn't require my help. As for my sister, she and her best friend Yukitsuki Shiro were left behind by the female demon leader as usual, to sort out student data and verify whether they had actually arrived home after school. The recent disappearances have caused a lot of controversy, and with students already missing from the school is inevitably worried. Yuan Qing watched Shiomi Shiori, who was busy with her work, and the white-haired lowly Minato was half lying on the table, writing and drawing on the paper with a red pen, her small nose almost touching the paper, and a pair of flame bags that were in stark contrast to her image were pressed into an oval shape by her body. It sounds embarrassing, but if I could stay and help, I'd definitely get to see more, right? Alas, it's a pity that they don't want me. The entire student union is now mysterious. Don't forget that cold violence is also bullying. The student council president took the lead and aided me. 17040b. Never mind, a real man can bend and stretch. If you ignore me today, I will make you out of reach tomorrow. 17040b. Then I'll go back first. As Yuan Qing spoke, he walked to Yuan Sun and rubbed her head. The little guy's ears suddenly turned red, and he puffed up his cheeks and glared at him fiercely. Tisk, you're so mad at your own brother. Look, I'm going to put 2 more spoonfuls of devil pepper in your dinner tonight. It'll spick you up, little Kimmy. Bang. 17040b. Yuan Qing slowly closed the door. After he left, Yuan Sun put down his pen and cast a look at Zijian Shizi and Yueshin Yuki. The two of them stood up and checked the activity room. After confirming that no one was around, they drew the curtains. Let's continue our discussion based on the message you sent me this morning. Shiomi Shiori turned her gaze towards Zhengxuan, her voice calm with a hint of seriousness. 17040b1. Yuan Qing, appeared in moon etching and remained conscious, correct. 17040b. Post views, 13. CH011 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 011. The atmosphere in the student union activity room became particularly serious after the 3 words moon etching came out of Shiomi Shiori's mouth. The curtains blocked out the setting sun, leaving only the faint crackling sound of the fluorescent tubes overhead, illuminating the solemn faces of the 3 people. Yuan Sun's hands under the table unconsciously clenched the hem of her school uniform skirt. She nodded and answered in a dry voice, Can you explain it in detail? Tsuki Shiro Yuki, standing nearby, also put away her usual abstract demeanor as she and Genking were jokingly exchanging trash talk, and a look of concern and nervousness appeared on her face. Just like I said in our group during the day, after the event, I returned home. Moon etching hadn't ended yet, but my brother was just standing in the living room, staring blankly outside. 17040b. Yuan Sun recalled the scene of last night and added some details. 17040b. He was definitely conscious at the time, but after the moon etching ended, he seemed to become quite dazed. I think everything he saw in the moon etching was a dream. Of course, that's how I guided him. Shiori Shiomi frowned slightly. You didn't expose yourself, did you? No, Yuan Sun shook his head, looking worried, but my brother has a very sharp intuition. Last night he jokingly asked me if I was attending some evil god gathering. 17040b. That guy is really perceptive about small details. Yukitsuki Shiro echoed and asked, President, what should we do? Shiomi Shiori remained silent, her small brows almost twisted into a knot. After a long while, she finally spoke, "My opinion is, don't move." 17040b. According to what you said, Sun, Yuanqing hasn't fully adapted to the moon etching yet, and hasn't shown the aptitude to awaken the heart flower yet. Involving him rashly will only do him harm. 17040b. Yeah, I think so too. But, Shiori Shiomi changed the subject, her blood-red eyes as deep as a cold pond. "I need you to continue to monitor him and provide secret protection to prevent him from accidentally entering the moon etching and being hurt by those things." "Don't worry, I can do that without you telling me. In addition, if he can really awaken his talent, then we can consider recruiting him." 17040b. 17040b. Shiomi Shiori's words immediately made Minamoto Kaoru and Tsuki Shiro Yuki feel a little bit helpless. Seeing the two men's subtle expressions, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "He's your brother, and he's also Yueshin's bad friend. If he joins, wouldn't that be a good thing for you?" Yuan Sun's expression was very complicated. She lowered her head and murmured, "If my brother could become my partner, I would be very happy, but moon etching is very dangerous. I don't want him to be in danger." 17040b. Makes sense. Shiori nodded, then looked at Yuki Tsuki Shiro. "What about you? Why do you have that expression? Do you think so too?" "About the same." Yuki Tsuki Shiro answered guiltily. His true thoughts are completely different from Yuan Sun's. If Yuanqing also awakens that ability, how will they? 17040b3. Anyway, now is not the time to worry about this. The only thing to worry about is that Yuanqing and Mr. Suya, like the missing people before, accidentally entered the moon etching 17040b. Fortunately for him, at least he has Sun to protect him. But others are not so lucky. Shiori's eyes revealed helplessness. Yuki Tsuki Shiro quickly asked, "Teacher Suya, have you confirmed that we have entered the moon etching?" "It's almost certain. Our mission today is to search for his whereabouts. If we can't find him, there's nothing we can do." Yuan Sun nodded slightly and said, "I will come to help. Don't you want to look at your brother? I left a magical mark on my brother last night. If he's in danger, I'll be the first to notice." Shiori hesitated for a moment and agreed, "That's good. We are currently very short of combat power. It would be good to have more manpower." Yuki Tsuki Shiro lowered his head and remained silent. He is still thinking about his qualifications. He really couldn't imagine the days after Yuanqing awakened his talent. "That guy is the most important, most important, most important, most important, most important person to me." 17040b1. If he really awakens, how can I get along with him in the future? Sigh. 17040b. 17040b. The night is getting late. The apartment was filled with the tempting aroma of roasted pork with ginger. Yuanqing, wearing an apron, was expertly flipping the sizzling meat slices, thinking that he had to add more chili to his sister tonight to show his care for her. At this moment, the phone placed next to the stove suddenly vibrated. "Oh, you really picked the right time." He turned off the fire and picked up his phone, and a message popped up on the screen, 17040b. "Sun, I'm almost downstairs. The president gave us some snacks as a reward. Come down and get them for me." 17040b. Concise and to the point, leaving no room for doubt. Tisk tisk tisk, this is not raising a sister, it's clearly raising an ancestor. "Yes, yes, my lady." Yuanqing sent a voice message, wiped her hands, untied her apron, opened the door and went downstairs. As soon as I turned out of the alley, a sharp and familiar voice of a shrew came from the alley outside, mixed with the voice of a cold and suppressed angry girl, 17040b. "You, let go. Ouch. You hit someone and you're still so violent. My waist. My bones must be broken. Pay me." If you don't, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the police station. 17040B. You fell down by yourself. I was several meters away from you and didn't even touch you. 17040B. Yuan Qing frowned, and the slightly anxious girl's voice belonged to Yuan Sun, who was obviously in trouble. At the entrance of the alley, Yuan Sun was protecting her skirt with one hand, and with the other hand, she was desperately trying to pry open the old woman's hand that was tightly wrapped around her skirt like dry bark. Her face was tense, she bit her lower lip tightly, and her eyes, which usually held a hint of arrogance, were now filled with rage. The bag fell to the ground, and the books were scattered all over the floor. I told you to let go, did you hear me? Yuan Sun twisted her body, trying to shake her off, but the old woman had no idea where she got the strength from, and she clung to her like a dogskin plaster, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it off. Oh my God, this is outrageous! How dare you, little girl, hit someone? You have no manners. Who are your supervisors and teachers? I'm going to report you to the school and have you expelled. 17040B. The old woman was not afraid at all, but instead acted even more violently. She grabbed Yuan Sun's arm with her other hand and kept hurling obscenities at him. Not far away, Yuan Qing was almost irritated to the point of having a brain hemorrhage by the scene before him. Damn it, I've been reincarnated in another world for 17 years now, and I didn't expect to live this long and still encounter the scammers who I thought would gradually disappear with the widespread use of surveillance. 17040B. Sun. 17040B. Yuan Qing roared, rushed forward, and directly elbowed the old woman's claws that were reaching for my sister's arm, and with his other hand, he suddenly pinched the old woman's wrist joint that was holding my sister's skirt. The action was fast and fierce. Ouch! The old woman felt pain and her wrist subconsciously loosened up due to the sharp pain. Yuan Sun reacted very quickly. As soon as her skirt was free, she took a step back and escaped from the opponent's control. She quickly straightened the wrinkled hem of her skirt, her movements quick and decisive, without even glancing at the school bag on the ground. Her angry eyes shot at the other person like knives, and her tone was cold. 17040B. Sue, go ahead and sue now, Yuan Sun, am waiting. You. 17040B. The old woman was overwhelmed by Yuan Sun's unyielding momentum, and her howl was blocked. But she was obviously unwilling to give up. With a turn of her eyes, she pretended to pounce on Yuan Sun and scratch his face. Seeing this, Yuan Qing quickly stood in front of his sister, his rising anger and desire to protect his sister overwhelming everything. Haha, I was just worried about the side effects of mind control, and no one helped me test my skills, and you came to me on your own. This old scourge should be punished. 17040B. Without hesitation, he launched the system on the old woman and selected mind control. Let this old scoundrel apologize and slap himself. 17040B. Release failed. The target object does not meet the skill release conditions. 17040B. Note: the skill mind control can only be used on non-humans and non-conventional creatures. 17040B. The target individual does not meet the judgment criteria. Skill release fails. 17040B. 17040B. Hey? 17040B. What does "for use only on non-humans and unconventional organisms" mean? Equals 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 equals. 2 updates on the first day. A new book for a newbie. Please give me a recommendation, please QAQ. 2. Post views, 13. CH012 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 012. Non-humans, and unconventional creatures? 17040B. 666, You're not even going to act anymore, are you? Doesn't this clearly tell you that there are supernatural beings in this world that are not human? I understand the reason, but... No buddy, is this still a gal game love system? 17040b. Which romance system is used to start a harem, animation? Is the mind control used to control monsters? 17040b. Is your B system really from the borderland? Bid Soul game is also gal game this time. 17040b. It feels as abstract as the Soul travel video recommended under the Qianlian Wanhua video. 17040b2. Alas, Soul 5. 17040b. No matter what, Melina, I like you so much. For you, I want to hear your first love story. Hey brother, why are you so angry? 17040b. Yuan Qing stood in front of Yuan Sun, with a cold fake smile on his face. He raised his voice and lamented loudly to the few neighbors who gathered around him. 17040b. Oh my, your dedication to your job is truly moving. Look at you, your face is as rosy as if you've put on half a pound of rouge, and you're screaming harder than our school's sports cheerleading squad. You just grabbed my sister's hand and even 10 Toyokawa Shokos couldn't shake it off. With your back, let alone breaking bones, you can even carry a bag of rice up several floors, right? 17040b. The old woman's cheeks flushed with anger. She was furious. What did you say, you bastard? What did your teacher teach you? Do you know how to respect the elderly? Do you have any morals? Yuan Qing was about to make further sarcasm, but at this moment, a cold and pleasant voice with a hint of lazy charm came from behind him. 17040b. Grandma Gangtian, judging by your exuberant tone, it seems the monthly food and oil subsidies for the community's needy elderly are more than enough to support your high-intensity exercise. Under the streetlight at the alley entrance, Sakura Yuako appeared there without knowing when. She was carrying a small bag of bread and milk from a convenience store, her wine-red curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a slightly oversized light brown knitted cardigan. The halo of streetlight softened her delicate features, and also made the arc of her mouth, which seemed to be a smile but not a smile, particularly clear. Her eyes swept across the brother and sister, finally landing on the old woman's face, which had turned from pale to blue. Sakura-san, 17040b. The old woman seemed quite afraid of Sakura Yuako, and her arrogance immediately faded when she saw her come out. Sakura Yuko walked over slowly, her voice steady. I remember that last month when the Community Mutual Aid Association was checking the qualifications of the elderly in need, 17040b. The medical certificate you submitted states, lumbar disc herniation, limited mobility, requiring long-term rest? Well. You said, if the officials of the Mutual Aid Association saw you now, so full of energy and agile, especially with that nimble, precise tackle he just did, would they think that the certificate, well, has a slight timeliness issue? 17040b. No, don't. Miss Sakura. I was wrong. I'm leaving right now, 17040b. After all, she has lived for most of her life. If the old woman can't even understand the metaphor of this sentence, then it would be a waste. She seemed to have been completely drained of all her strength by these words. She was as miserable as a stray dog and fled in the opposite direction of Sakura Yuako without looking back. These days, there are more and more people like this. Sakura Yuako shrugged and then winked at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing was slightly startled by the sudden wink. He subconsciously nodded in response and then cast a concerned look at Yuan Sun. Are you okay? The latter shook his head, his expression returning to normal. It's okay. That's good. Yuan Qing breathed a sigh of relief and then thanked Sakura Yuako. Thank you, Miss Yuako. It's a small thing, no need to thank me. Sakura Yuako waved her hand casually, her eyes moving between Yuan Qing and Yuan Sun, finally landing on Yuan Xun's unnaturally tense little face, and the playful smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Yuan King Jun, you are very protective of your sister. The brother-sister relationship is really good. I am really enviable. 17040b. She said this to Yuan Qing, and there seemed to be a hint of deep meaning in her tone. When Yuan Xun heard this, his heart trembled violently. Envy? 17040b. What is she envious of? Is she envious of her brother's protection of her? Or, something else? And that voice of Yuan King Jun, 17040b. Although Sister Yuko has always been very kind to them, she has always addressed them as Yuan Qing and Xiaoxuan, which is the affectionate way that elders address their younger generations. However, the meaningful words Yuan King Jun at this moment directly put his brother into another more ambiguous and dangerous category. She felt as if her chest was blocked by something, and she couldn't help but lower her head and bite her lips. Yuan Qing, who didn't notice anything unusual about her sister, smiled and replied to Yuko, "She's my own sister, of course I have to protect her." "Indeed, my own sister Sakura," Yuko repeated softly, deliberately dragging out the ending tone. "Brother, let's go." Yuan Xun picked up the shoulder bag on the ground, patted the dust on it, then put the large bag of snacks scattered beside it into the bag and stuffed it roughly into Sakura Yuko's hand. 17040b. "Here you go." "Thank you." "Ah." 17040b. Yuko's eyebrows and eyes curved like crescent moons, and her face was full of a cunning smile that showed that her plan had succeeded. Yuan Qing saw the other party's slightly rude way of thanking him and felt helpless. "Xun, why are you? Go home. I'm starving." 17040b. Yuan Xun's voice suddenly rose, interrupting Yuan Qing's sermon. After saying that, she didn't wait for Yuan Qing's reaction. She slung her bag over her shoulder, and hurriedly rushed towards home. Yuan Qing's hands froze in mid-air, and he was a little dazed as he watched his sister's back as she almost fled in panic. All of a sudden, "What happened, 17040b? What are you still standing there for? Go and apologize to your dear sister, haha 17040b. Sakura Yuko, the instigator, picked up some snacks, patted him on the shoulder, and then returned to Café LeBlanc with a smile. It wasn't until the other person's back disappeared from his sight that Yuan Qing realized what was going on. He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. "Hey, Sister Yuko, you are deliberately embarrassing me. When I got home, my sister's shoes, socks, and school bag were scattered around the entrance." Yuan Qing shook his head helplessly, bent down, straightened his sister's shoes, picked up the school bag, dusted off the dust on it, and hung it on the coat rack next to him. After doing all this, he put on his slippers and walked into the living room. Yuan Xun had already put the food on the table and served it to Yuan Qing. "In my previous life in China, when I quarreled with my family, the way for both parties to reconcile was to invite each other to eat. Apparently, it's the same here." Seeing the other party like this, Yuan Qing knew that Yuan Xun had calmed down and was beginning to review and blame himself. As expected, he had just sat down when Yuan Xun, who was sitting opposite him, muttered softly, "Really, I owe Sister Yuko a favor again. If this goes on, I will owe her more and more." "Oh. Oh what? It's all your fault." Okay, it's all my fault. So what do you want to do? After I get my part-time job salary this week, I'm going to buy her some nice jewelry. It's tiring to be too clear." "Humph, what do you know? This is called social etiquette." Yuan Xun glared at him angrily. The latter shrugged and remained non-committal. By the way, Yuan Xun suddenly changed the subject and began to complain with a depressed look on his face, "If you have nothing to do tonight, go to bed early. Don't go crazy in the middle of the night like you did last night, understand?" "I understand. Don't worry, I won't sleepwalk tonight." Yuan Qing replied with a self-deprecating smile, his face expressionless, but alarm bells were already ringing in his heart. He really felt that the scenery he saw last night was not just a dream. Although my sister was accusing and admonishing me, I still felt like there was something fishy going on. It's like saying, I have something important to do tonight, please don't see me. Post views, 13. CH013 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 013. It's late at night. Yuan Qing lay in bed, his consciousness fluctuating between clarity and confusion. The city lights outside the window shine through the gaps in the curtains, casting a blurry spot of light on the wall. All is quiet. Time passed by minute, and sleepiness was like a wave, gradually drowning him. Just as Yuan Qing's consciousness was about to sink completely into the abyss of darkness 17040B. Ding! 17040B. A dull, distant sound, as if from the ancient past, suddenly exploded in the depths of his mind without any warning. Yuan Qing suddenly opened his eyes. Bell. 17040B1. He sat up straight and patted his eardrums. The sound of the bell had a chilling quality that penetrated his soul, making his eardrums buzz. My heart was pounding in my chest, almost breaking my ribs, and an indescribable chill ran down my spine and spread throughout my body. Where did the bell ring? There is no bell tower around Shijianjia. 17040B. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Yuan Qing subconsciously turned on his phone, but no matter how many times he pressed it, the screen would not light up, as if something had gone wrong. He had no choice but to look at the electronic alarm clock on the bedside, but the hands on it also failed and were frozen at midnight. Midnight. 1740. Outside the window, the originally blurry city lights suddenly went out. Absolute, all-consuming darkness poured down like ink, instantly flooding the entire room. There was no light anywhere, even the ever-lit neon lights of the high-rise buildings in the bustling city in the distance had vanished without a trace. Yuan Qing quickly put on his shoes and fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp. Click! The switch clicked crisply. The light is off. Darkness and deathly silence enveloped him like a heavy coffin. Such a familiar feeling made Yuan Qing nervous. He walked carefully to the window, grasped the curtain with his right hand, and took a deep breath. Then, suddenly pull the curtains open. 17040B. Outside the window, the familiar city night scene is no longer there. A heart-poundingly large moon, emitting an unnaturally bright yellow light, hung high in the incomparably dark sky, like solidified amber. It occupied half of the sky, its light was extremely dazzling, and the entire city was shrouded in a thick, greasy, dim halo like low-quality butter. The moon's light not only failed to dispel the darkness, but made all outlines even more blurred and gloomy, as if there was an invisible haze that permeated the world. The most terrifying thing was that in the center of the huge yellow moon, a deep abyss crack appeared. The crack looked like it had been split by a giant axe, its edges jagged and hideous, and it was bottomless. Viscous, crimson blood swirled within the crack, wriggling like a living thing, gurgling continuously from the depths of the crack and flowing along the surface of the moon. Sure enough, 17040B. It's exactly the same scenery as last night. I am now very conscious, this is definitely not a dream. But if this wasn't a dream, how could I explain all this? Wait, Zioxuan. 17040B. Yuan Qing's heart suddenly shrank, and he quickly turned around and rushed to his sister Yuan Xuan's room. Bang! 17040B. He pushed open the door, and the room was empty. The bed is made, but the person is nowhere to be found. Yuan Xuan, disappeared? 17040B. No. That's not right. To be precise, it's not that other people disappeared. But it was me who entered this special world. What on earth is this place? Ding, 17040B. The familiar Feng Ling Yu Ying reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Yuan Qing quickly opened the system, and after seeing the system page, he was stunned. 17040B. Gal Game Love System, Inner Version, 17040B. Player, Yuan Qing. 17040B. Age, 17. Occupation, None. 17040B. Function options, Personal attributes, Abilities, Backpack. 17040B. Inside version, 17040B. Okay, I was wondering why my love system is useless except for the labels. I guess it's just a crappy version, right? 17040B. With the system's testimony, Yuan Qing was now even more certain that what he was experiencing was not a dream. Since this is the only place where you can use the backend system, there must be many features that the castrated version does not have. Let's first see what the difference is from the castrated version we usually use. Yuan Qing's mind moved, and he clicked on the Personal Attribute Interface, 17040B. Player, Yuan Qing. 17040B. Level, 1, Experience, 0/1000. 17040B. HP, 100/100, MP, 8080. 17040B. Strength, 4. 17040B. Stamina, 4. 17040B. Reaction, 6. 17040B. Insight, 6. 17040B. Spirit, 8. 17040B. Lucky, 1. 17040B. Remaining attribute points, 0. 17040B. Lucky 1. 17040B. It's so low, no wonder. 17040B. The system thoughtfully included a manual behind the attribute value, which allowed Yuan Qing to roughly judge the strength of his own attributes. Aside from being lucky, 5 points is the average for an average adult. His strength and stamina are only 4 points, which means he is slightly below the average adult. Considering that he is only a sophomore in high school and does not do any physical training, this attribute is reasonable. The reaction attribute specifically refers to the nerve reflex speed, the time required to respond to surrounding threats. 6 points, stronger than ordinary people, but not fast. It can be used to fight against go and block the middle door, but it is definitely not as good as S1 MPLE. Insight seems to be related to seeing through the enemy's weaknesses, and it can probably increase critical hits and damage in the game. As for Spirit, it is easy to understand. MP limit, sanity value, and skill strength all depend on it. My Spirit is as high as 8 points. It seems that I was born to be a mage. And the luck at the end, 17040B. According to the description, it does not refer to luck as understood by the public, but it is indeed related to the chance of getting good items. Each level up will increase your attribute by 5 points, and you will also get an additional 5 attribute points to distribute freely. However, the only thing that cannot be added is the luck value, which can only be increased as the level increases. 1 point of luck. If this were really a game where monsters would drop equipment, Yuan Qing could bet with his toes that his drop rate would be abysmal. After all, he found 1 pirate silver coin, 2 telescope horns, 4 clocks, 6 big fool daggers and mosaic lamps. Then again, the fact that there are so many extra things in the personal attributes of the game is not a good sign. Just like the protagonist in a horror game will run away. Good news, you can run, bad news, you can run. Isn't there a chase scene? It is said that fear comes from insufficient firepower. When the KP in the cock group really agrees to let you drive a tank or warship, you will be honest. I can't even imagine what this group will face next. Next, Yuan Qing checked the ability and backpack options in turn. The former are some basic skills that require skill points to learn, and high-level skills can only be unlocked after the level is raised. As for the backpack, you can think of it as a storage ring. The initial backpack has only 6 slots, which can hold any item, and the system's judgment logic does not seem to limit the size of the item. If you put a car in, it will take up 1 slot, and if you put a bottle of mineral water in, it will also take up 1 slot. Wow, that's really badass. There are also upgrades to fight monsters here? 17040B. It's worthy of being my love system. 17040B. Ding 17040B. You have a new task, please check 17040B. The prompt sounded again. 17040B. Yuanqing is too lazy to complain. No, what's the matter with this reminder sound that is the same as the one that the Meituan riders use to receive orders? I have never seen a system that requires switching to the backend to trigger a task. Are you the stove, the point mother, or Hakimi? 17040B. Yuanqing secretly complained in his heart, and then opened the task prompt 17040B. Newbie mission, go to the Tower of Delusion and unlock the tower climbing mission. 17040B. Reward, experience 100, gold 100. 17040B. Rusty katana, plus 13, 1, basic armor set 1. 17040B1. Equals. Here it comes, it's a little more complete, gosh NASE. Post views, 12. CH014 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 014. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. No, wait a minute. 17040B. Where to go? 17040B. Tower of Delusion? 17040B. 666, even the Lost City and the Bald Warriors are here. Will there be a Tower of Death, a Tower of Despair, and a Tower of Lament later on? The systems in the world are all different, but this is the first time I've seen an upgrade flow disguised as a love system. Oh, so your idea of love is to single-handedly defeat the entire fucking world, become the strongest human being, and then use that overwhelming power to build a harem, right? Okay, using fists to express love is still love. But even though he complained, the task given by the system was just to go to the Tower of Delusion, but the problem was, he didn't even know where the tower was. 17040B. Boom. The moment doubts arose, the ground beneath my feet began to shake violently without any warning. Japan is a country with many earthquakes. Yuanqing has experienced many earthquakes in the past decade, but none of them was as terrifying as the one we experienced today. The violent tremor, like a landslide, nearly knocked Yuanqing off his feet. He finally managed to regain his balance and looked into the distance. His pupils suddenly shrank. Somewhere far away from the balcony, buildings collapsed one after another, and the ground arched up as if torn apart by a giant hand. Accompanied by a deafening roar and clouds of smoke, dust, and rubble, a massive monster burst forth from the earth, like a spear thrust from the depths of hell into the heavens, rising with unstoppable force. The smoke and dust dissipated and the earthquake subsided. Yuanqing stared at the building nervously and couldn't help but take a deep breath. That is a tower. A tower that defies common sense, ancient and eerie to the extreme. 17040B. The tower was built of an unidentifiable, dark, weathered stone. Thick black fog seeped from the cracks in the stone, shimmering with a cold luster under the dim light of the crescent moon. The tower's shape was also incredibly strange, its body extending upwards with an unnatural twist and tilt, its spire piercing the sky. Layer upon layer, it narrowed as it went up, and each layer was filled with cave-like holes. These holes were completely dark, with no light shining through. There was only darkness and dead silence, as if it could swallow up any prying eyes. Is this the Tower of Delusion? Yuanqing couldn't help but smack his lips. The tower's appearance wasn't exactly the same as what he had imagined, but it was similar. Ding 17040B. You have received invitation from the God of Death *1, please check in your backpack 17040B. The system's prompt brought Yuanqing back to his senses from the shock of seeing the Tower of Delusion. He clicked on the backpack page. Among the 6 slots, the first one quietly contained an invitation letter that looked like an envelope. Item: Invitation from the God of Death 17040B. Humans wandering in the darkness, I have reproduced the delusions in your hearts here. If you wish to transcend yourselves, please come here and take away the most precious gift in your life. 17040B. Note: after use, you can be directly teleported to the lobby of the Tower of Delusion. 17040B. Hiss, 17040B. It feels like playing a network-disconnected game. 17040B. Yuanqing looked at the task page, his heart beating fast. Do you want to go? It's obvious that the tower is not to be trifled with, 17040B. But if I don't go, the novice mission will be stuck. Isn't that a bit too cowardly? And right now, there are no other clues to return to the original world. Perhaps following the system's guidance is the best option. After much deliberation, Yuanqing retrieved the invitation from the God of Death from his backpack. A thin card, hard and cold, with incomprehensible words written on it. He clicked use in the system, and the card instantly dissipated into countless tiny black dots of light, as fine as ash. These points of light were pulled by an invisible gravitational force, rapidly converging and spinning in front of him. Buzz. 17040B. The next second, a pitch-black crack with extremely irregular edges appeared out of thin air. Yuanqing stared at the portal before him. The black mist kept rolling, as if warning him that Gouda, the Judge of Ashes, was behind him. I have a serious problem, man. I have a fog gate, but I don't have blessing or Marika keystone. If I die, where can I revive? Running 365 miles, all the way from Ash Lake to the Royal City? 17040B. Just as Yuanqing was thinking, the fog at the fog gate suddenly accelerated, surging out like a wave and suddenly swallowing him up. When Yuanqing came to his senses, he found himself in an extremely spacious and oppressive lobby. Beneath his feet lay a deep, dark boulder, with several massive stone pillars twisting and tangling. Thick blood vessels snaked down from the pillars, extending all the way to the depths of the hall shrouded in thick fog. The towering dome was lost in the swirling mist, and the moonlight seeping in from nowhere barely illuminated the surroundings. Not far ahead, a circular altar made of broken tombstones surrounded a deep pit. In the pit was a spiral sword, with dim flames wrapped around the blade, swaying continuously. Seeing this scene, Yuanqing finally smiled with relief. See, I told you this system came from soul travel, right? My heart was completely at peace now. The wrinkles in my cerebral cortex were instantly smoothed out and stretched. I felt a momentary sense of relaxation, like strolling in the Norwegian forest. Mission completed 17040B. Tower climbing mission unlocked 17040B. Gain 100 experience points, 100 gold coins, 1 rusty katana, plus 13, and 1 basic armor set 17040B. Yuanqing opened the system page and took a quick look. Experience points increased by 100, and 900 experience points are needed to level up. There is a gold coin balance column in the lower right corner of the page, but the gold coins seem to be virtual. It is not clear how to use them, and there is no store function. Other than that, the rusty katana and the basic armor set are pretty unremarkable. Item name, Rusty Katana, plus 13, 17040B. Description, a rusty Japanese sword is better than nothing. 17040B. Strength plus 2, 17040B. Enhancement plus 13 effect, extra strength plus 2, glowing 17040B. I laughed out loud. The effect of plus 13 is to add 2 extra strength points and then it will glow, right? 17040B2. Yuanqing was too tired to complain and turned to check the attributes of the basic armor, 17040B. Item name, Basic Armor Set 17040B. Stamina plus 217040B. HP limit plus 10 17040B. He took out the items from the backpack space. As the name suggests, the katana is a rusty Japanese sword, and the protective gear is a set of light leather armor with wrist guards and leg guards. Equipment does not require manual operation, just select it in the item interface and you can put it on directly. Moreover, it can automatically hide its appearance after wearing it, and you won't feel the weight, which is very convenient. After putting on his weapons and equipment, Yuan Qing looked at his current attributes. 17040B. Player, Yuan Qing 17040B. Level, 1, Experience, 100/1000 HP, 145/145, plus 10, MP, 80/80 17040B. Strength, 4, plus 4, 17040B. Stamina, 4, plus 2, 17040B. Reaction, 617040B. Insight, 617040B. Spirit, 81740B. Lucky, 117040B. Remaining attribute points, 01740B. Well, strength increased by 4 points, stamina increased by 2 points, and as for HP, 20 points are directly added by armor, and the extra 25 points should be provided by the 2 points of stamina attribute. According to the system, the average strength of an average adult is 5. He is now 8 points. In terms of strength alone, he should have reached the level of a professional fitness coach. A 40 kg barbell bench press is not a problem. Yuan Qing tried to swing the katana a few times. Normally, it would be a bit difficult to swing a blade of this weight, but now it was quite easy. Very good, this attribute bonus is very effective, and my body feels a lot lighter. I have weapons, equipment, and the tower climbing mission is unlocked. Now I should go kill monsters, right? The moment this thought came to mind, a new task popped up on the system page in front of Yuan Qing, 17040B. Mission, climb to the first floor of the Tower of Delusion and kill 10 slimes 17040B. Reward, 200 experience points 200 gold coins, unlock shop function 17040B. Ding 17040B. Get resurrection coin *31740B. Note, resurrection coins can only be used in the Tower of Delusion. You can receive 3 coins for your first entry into the Tower of Delusion each day. 17040B. 17040B. Wait, I just killed a slime, why are you giving me resurrection coins? Post views, 11. CH015 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 015. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Novice tutorial, start the game by beating slime, what a classic game routine. 17040B. It's this resurrection coin that makes me feel a little Kiro, Doki Doki. 17040B1. As an experienced gamer, how could he not know what kind of game would give resurrection coins? The B system looks like a soul, and the lobby of this tower also looks like a soul. With the double buff, it would be a miracle if its core could be separated from the soul element. According to Miyazaki's tricks, such a simple task of killing slimes must have hidden tricks. Maybe the slime on the first floor is completely different from the soft, cute, weak, and cute creature we imagine, but a huge golden guy wearing golden armor. 17040B1. Then the Emperor will show me how to knock down the 3 water drops with pebbles and they will behave themselves. It's like you go to a boxing match and see Tyson standing in the ring. You thought he was your opponent, but he smiled and said he was just the referee and your opponent was Taro. So don't open the champagne at halftime yet, let's see what happens. Yuan Qing gripped the katana, which emitted a faint white light. The touch of the hilt passed through his palm, bringing him a sense of security. His eyes fell on the spiral staircase on the right side of the end of the lobby. The entrance to the first floor of the Tower of Delusion was there. It's just a slime, no big deal, don't worry. He secretly encouraged himself and climbed up the spiral staircase to the first floor. The view on this floor is significantly brighter than the lobby. In addition to the moonlight that seeped in from an unknown source, the candlesticks scattered around the hall also provided a lot of light. Yuanqing looked around, searching for the slime required to be killed in the mission. But please don't let some strong and powerful big guys come out and kill me in seconds. 17040B. Puff 17040B. Just when Yuanqing was worried and nervous, the sound of his feet made his expression freeze. 17040B. He looked down and saw a blob of jelly-like light blue gelatinous substance stuck to the sole of his shoe, swaying elastically. Its translucent body was wrapped in half a blade of grass, and the damage number HP 10 slowly floated above its head. Experience plus 117,040B. Mission objective: destroy 10 slimes. Mission progress 1/10 17040B. 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 No, it's over in seconds. Yuanqing raised his foot and swung it. The slime clump clung to the stone wall with a click and slowly slid down, leaving behind a trail of shiny slime. As Yuanqing kicked the slime to death, more slimes rolled out from the shadows. With the help of candlelight, Yuanqing finally saw the appearance of these little things. They are of different colors, translucent, chewy, and about the size of a sneaker, like jelly. They slowly crawled across the floor towards Yuanqing, making slight puffing sounds along the way. They looked harmless, even a little. 17040B. Cute. 17040B. In order to avoid being cheated, Yuanqing hastily selected slime and checked the other party's details. 17040B. Enemy: Slime 17040B. Level: 117,040B. HP 10/1017,040B. Dropped items: Slime Gel, Gold Coin 17040B. 17040B. I've confirmed it through my eyes, it's a weak chicken. 17040B. Because he accidentally stepped on a slime to death. The remaining slimes obviously triggered the hatred mechanism, and they rushed towards Yuanqing one after another. The slime's attack method is to gather into a ball and crash into the enemy. Yuanqing thought it would hurt a lot if he got hit, but when a slime actually hit him, he realized he didn't feel anything at all. Even the HP 0 that popped up on the system page was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Funny, right? I stub my toe and it takes 90 drops of blood. Happy. Now it's time to pop the champagne. I didn't expect that the slime here is really a roadside one. 17040B. Killing one of these enemies will give you 100 experience points. Okay, watch me kill. Yuanqing grinned, not even bothering to use his samurai sword, and simply stepped forward and rushed in. He was like a loaded 100-ton king on the highway, diving headfirst into the slime pile, like a tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. Destroying the enemy's formations with all my might is like watching the sky break through the clouds. Even if I step on the front lines and tread on the sword, why not die on the horse? Such a remnant army, how easy it is to defeat them. 17040B. What slime? I thought it was a speed bump. 17040B. Come talk to me, the Iron Leg's invincible water floater. 17040B. I've tried so hard, how come you're still alive? 17040B. 3 minutes later, the hall was already a river of jelly. There were 20 slimes in total, all of them died tragically under Yuanqing's feet. After confirming that there were no more defeated soldiers on this floor, Yuanqing restrained his killing intent and sheathed his sword. Humph, they say slimes have copper heads and iron foreheads, terrifying and eye-catching. But today, I see that they are just dirt chickens and clay dogs, like putting their heads and ears up for sale, not worth mentioning. 17040b. These slimes, after being killed, not only can you gain experience, but occasionally you will also drop some gold coins and materials. 20 slimes, in addition to providing Yuanqing with 2000 experience points, also exploded 140 gold coins and some slime gel. This type of material props needs to occupy a backpack grid, but can be stacked. The maximum stacking number is 99, more than this number, the extra will have to occupy another grid. This is in line with the routine of popular game manufacturers. Yuanqing opened the system page and confirmed that the task was completed. 17040b. Reward, experience points 200, gold coins 200. 17040b. Store function unlocked. 17040b. Hoo, here it comes. 17040b. How can a qualified system be without a store? Yuanqing was delighted and clicked on the store function. As the new store page opened, rows of dazzling goods appeared before his eyes. The store is divided into multiple sections, including weapons, equipment, and props, and is also divided into the outer section and the inner section. The table is an object in the real world, such as a fruit knife, a mobile phone, various snacks, and medicines. You can also buy bullets, guns, bulletproof vests, and grenades. Even tanks and self-propelled artillery are included. I can only say that it is a bit too amazing, and it is in line with my imagination of the system store. The inner version sells items from this world, and the weapons and equipment all have magical colors, as do the props. For example, the most basic hemostatic grass and rat fruit are used to restore HP and MP respectively. The former can restore 300 HP, and the latter can restore 60 MP. Both are priced at 50 gold coins. Considering that I have sold all the gel dropped by the slime, I currently only have 490 gold coins. 17040b. Well, it's still a little expensive. By the way, you don't need to use props manually, just click on the system page to use them. Yuanqing was also worried that he would have to crush items like the hemostatic grass and apply them to the wound himself. If that were the case, he would basically be unable to use items to recover during a fight. He then browsed the weapons and equipment in the store. The same rusty katana sold for 200 gold coins, and the fine katana of a higher grade was even more expensive, a full 500 gold coins, and the bonus was only 5 points of strength, which was not worth it at all. Therefore, Yuanqing decisively gave up the idea of buying equipment. According to this strength, the novice equipment given by the system can be used for at least 3 or 4 levels, right? Thinking of this, Yuanqing closed the store and opened his personal attributes. 17040b. Player, Yuanqing 17040b. Level, 2, Experience, 1300/2000. 17040b. HP, 170/170, plus 10, MP, 90/90. 17040b. Strength, 6, plus 4, 17040b. Stamina, 5, plus 2, 17040b. Reaction, 717040b. Insight 717040b. Spirit, 81740b. Lucky, 21740b. Remaining attribute points, 51740b. Well, let me see where the random attribute points after upgrading are added. 17040b. Strength 2 points, physical strength, reaction, and insight 1 point each. Well, not bad. If you haven't mastered magic and skills yet, increasing strength is the best choice. After thinking about it, he added all the 5 points he had freely allocated to strength. My amazing wisdom tells me that only amazing power is the most useful. JPG 17040b. In addition to the basic attributes, the luck value is also increased by 1 point. However, these are not randomly assigned attribute points, but fixed increases after upgrading. So it seems that the luck value only increases by 1 point per level. I just don't know how much the explosion rate can be increased by 1 point, 17040B. Forget it, don't think about these, I still have a skill column to check. Yuanqing opens the skill page. You can gain 1 skill point for each level up, which can be used to learn your favorite skills. Currently, most skills have not been unlocked yet. There are only a few basic skills that can be learned, 17040B. Cold weapon skills, nimble steps, fireball, stun eskin. 17040B. Judging from Yuanqing's current rough skill allocation method, he should learn cold weapon techniques to maximize his strength advantage. But as an ordinary person, who can resist the urge to throw a fireball at the enemy's head? Therefore, he decisively used his only skill point to learn fireball. Anyway, you will get skill points when you level up, and you can basically learn all the early skills, so there is no need to be stingy. Skill, Fireball, LV.1, 17040B. Consumption, 30MP 17040B. Description, releases a fireball, dealing fire damage to the enemy. The size and damage value depend on the spirit attribute. 17040B. Post views, 14. CH016 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Wow, a fireball actually consumes 30 MP? He currently only has 90 MP points, which means that if he doesn't replenish his mana, he will run out of mana after casting fireball 3 times. But it's not a big problem, HP and MP will recover slowly. With my current mana recovery speed, 90 mana, it will be fully recovered in about 10 minutes. As for the power, 17040B. Yuanqing looked around, his gaze fixed on a stone pillar in the corner of the hall, covered with greasy, dark yellow moss. He took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and followed the spell casting method instilled into his mind by the system, concentrating his mind and mobilizing the magic power in his body. A faint warmth flowed from his body, flowing into his arms and palms. He could feel the energy gathering and compressing in his palm. As the energy accumulated, he aimed at the stone pillar and pushed forward with his palm. Swoosh! A basketball-sized, incomparably blazing orange-red fireball suddenly formed, sending up a scorching wave of air as it roared towards the stone pillar. Boom! 17040B. The fireball accurately hit the moss-covered part of the stone pillar, making a dull explosion. The orange-red flames exploded instantly, forming a fireball about half a meter in diameter, completely engulfing the area. The blazing flames burned the dark yellow moss fiercely, causing it to curl, carbonize, and turn into ash under the high temperature. The flames continued to burn for about 2 seconds before gradually dying out. Yuanqing quickly stepped forward and carefully examined the effect. The area directly hit by the fireball revealed the dark rock beneath. The surface of the rock was scorched black by the high temperature, and even showed fine cracks. It's okay, the overall power is not much different from what I imagined, and the damage is obviously greater than that of physical slashing. The only trouble is that you need to concentrate on calling the magic power when casting the magic, and there is a gap of about 2 or 3 seconds between them. It seems that this fireball technique is only good for long-range attacks, but the main means of output still depends on the knife. By the way, can the damage of fireball really exceed that of physical slash? With the bonus of the samurai sword, my strength has now reached 15 points. The system description mentioned that the average strength of an average adult male is 5 points. Professional weightlifters or strongmen have a strength attribute of approximately 10 to 12 points. This means that his pure power attribute has now surpassed the physiological limits of humans. He could feel an unprecedented sense of power surging through his body and limbs. Let's test it. With 15 points of strength, how much damage can you cause with a full strength swing? Yuanqing's gaze once again locked onto the stone pillar used to test the fireball technique. He spread his legs slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and tightened his back like a bowstring. The inconspicuous muscles in his arms bulged slightly, transferring the power layer by layer to his hands that gripped the hilt of the knife. Ha! Yuanqing let out a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward. His movements were swift, far exceeding his previous speed. Buzz! The samurai sword drew a sharp white arc in the air, and the blade tore through the air, making a sharp sound. Bang! 17040B. The moment the blade touched the stone pillar, there was a clang of metal and iron. Sparks flew everywhere. A huge recoil force was transmitted along the blade, causing Yuanqing's palms to go numb and his arms to tremble slightly. But his powerful strength allowed him to withstand the impact steadily, without moving his feet at all. Looking at the stone pillar again, a shockingly huge gap appeared where the blade had struck it. The gap was several inches deep, and the edges of the gap showed a tragic state of being torn and shattered by a huge force. Countless spider-web-like cracks spread out from the gap, almost covering the entire upper part of the stone pier. Yuanqing looked at the horrific wound on the stone pillar and was deeply shocked. The power of this knife is completely different from the previous one. If the previous chop was like hitting a stone with a hammer, then the full-strength slash now was like using a hydraulic press to punch. The destructive power was completely on a different level. So, he had become a rare and powerful being whose power surpassed the limits of human beings? Just 5 minutes ago, he was just an ordinary person. This experience of rapid rise to prominence made Yuanqing feel like he was walking on clouds. But this feeling was quickly diluted by joy. I have a system, so rising to prominence is the normal path, okay? Talent? Hard work? 17040B. What era is that? Now our style is to become a god by lying flat. 17040B. Compared to the opening gift package across the fireplace, we have already put in enough effort and sweat. Now that you have the system, don't be afraid, be arrogant. 17040B. Speaking of which, this rusty katana is truly impressive. Even after all this slashing, it didn't even leave a single chip. It seems like it's no ordinary sword. 17040B. As Yuanqing spoke, he couldn't help but touch the katana, which emitted a faint white light and had an intact blade, with his fingers. He had a new understanding of the junk reward for this novice mission. Although this thing may not look good, it is really hard. 17040B. Such astonishing power, coupled with astonishing weapons, 17040B. I can only say, look at me, I want to announce something 17040B. I'm taking off. 17040B. Yuanqing's mouth curled up wildly, and he couldn't wait to open the task page. Don't worry about these things, I still have plenty of energy, let's see what the next task is. But it's obvious that it must be the second level, right? Let me guess, the first layer is slimes, and if nothing unexpected happens, the second layer will probably be goblins. 17040B. Quest: climb to the second floor of the Tower of Delusion and defeat 2 goblins. 17040B. Reward: 1000 experience points, 1000 gold coins. 17040B. Reward title: Goblin Slayer. 17040B. Goblin Slayer, all attributes +2, damage against goblins increased by 50%. 17040B. Okay, Brother Slayer, right? Although the goblins in the Goblin Slayer world are brutal and powerful, with my incredible power that can shatter rocks with one sword, killing them is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. What's more, you only need to kill 2 to complete the task, which is easy and fun. This Tower of Delusion is well designed, the difficulty curve is so gentle and friendly. It seems that although my dog system has collected a lot of soul elements, its core is still quite easygoing. I just like the feeling of reaching the pinnacle of life with just a little effort. Oh no, it would be best if you didn't have to make any effort at all, just like a furnace, you could just start the game and get a big gift pack, and then you would be invincible. The scene on the second floor is no different from that on the first floor. In the center of the hall, two hunched figures sat on the ground around a bonfire. One of them noticed Yuan Qing's arrival and immediately picked up a wooden stick placed beside him and rushed towards him. Seeing this old goblin, less than half a meter tall, with a funny expression and a white beard, Yuan Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his katana and stabbed it casually. 17040B. Puff. 17040B. The goblin's body was instantly pierced. HP 301740B. A prompt popped up, and Yuan Qing shook off the green liquid on the samurai sword. Damage 30 does not mean that my damage is only 30, but that the opponent's health limit is only 30. Seeing the goblin fall, Yuan Qing's confidence swelled again. So cool. 17040B. Punching slimes and kicking goblins feels so good. I feel so strong. 17040B. Hey, please, you are so weak. 17040B. He glanced at the fallen goblin, picked up his katana, and was about to walk towards the goblin next to the campfire. Surprisingly, the goblin, whose life was reduced to 0 after being stabbed by him, still had a breath. It struggled and made a series of strange noises. These calls sounded like the barking of wild animals, but Yuan Qing was surprised to find that he could actually understand them. I have to admit that you are stronger now. I have no chance of defeating you. 17040B. So, next, I invite my master, the calamity entrenched in the Tower of Delusion, the Lord who controls thunder, the commander of the demonic army, 17040B. Yuan Qing, 17040B. The thundering Duke of the End, the bloodthirsty executioner of the Thousand Skull Throne, the eternal commander of the Abyss Demons. The Great Goblin King. Be your opponent. 17040B1. Yuan Qing. 17040B. Tiny humans, turn to ashes before the wrath of my king. Haha. 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 17040B. After laughing, the goblin tilted his head and died suddenly. Gain 200 experience points. 17040B. Quest, defeat 2 goblins, progress 1/2. 17040B. The next second. 17040B. Bang, 17040B. A burst of powerful music sounded. 17040B. Post views, 11. CH017 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 017. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Quest, defeat 2 goblins, progress 1/2. 17040B1. Seeing the task prompt pop up, Yuan Qing not only did not feel relieved, but couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wait, why do I vaguely hear the background music of the boss? 17040B. He turned his gaze towards the goblin sitting by the campfire. In his horrified eyes, the old goblin beside the campfire raised his head very slowly. Puff. 17040B. A sound like leather tearing was heard. The old goblin's hunched back suddenly straightened up, and with a series of teeth-grinding crackling sounds, his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Beneath the dark green skin, the gnarled, rock-like muscles bulged and swelled like a living thing. His height instantly soared from less than half a meter to 2, 3, and 4 meters. Its head almost touched the low dome. Its muscles were tangled and twisted. The tattered leather armor was stretched to pieces, and the stratum corneum that grew from beneath the skin quickly covered the entire body, constantly twisting and shaping, and finally solidified into a set of thick, dark golden plate armor covered in hideous barbs and twisted runes. In the gaps between the armor, dark red lava flowed and pulsated like blood, emitting a scorching heat. Then, the other party's mountain-like figure slowly turned around. Beneath the dark gold visor, a pair of lava-like red eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the system warning in front of Yuan Qing burst into a dazzling red light. 17040B. Warning. Encountering a Lord-level monster. Recommended level, 30 plus. 17040B. Lord, Goblin King, Thunder Duke Caesar v. 17040B1. LV.301704OB. HP 25000/250001704OB. MP 48000/480001704OB. Passive 1, Thunder Lord's Decree, deploys a thunderstorm field, crushing enemies with high-frequency lightning strikes. Passive 2, Goblin Demon Body, for every 10% HP lost, strength increases by 10%, 17040B. Passive 3, Bloodthirsty Demon, when HP drops below 50%, enters a berserk state, all attributes increased by 100%, defense reduced by 100%, 17040B. Yuan Qing. 17040B. I really like the words of Earth Online players, 17040B. Ah. 17040B. The Goblin King, Grand Duke of Thunder Caesar V, was looking down at Yuan Qing, who was as tiny as an ant, with his lava-like red eyes. The dim light within the tower was dissipated by the lava flowing from it, casting a huge and twisted shadow that completely enveloped Yuan Qing. Warning! Warning! 17040B. Red named enemy detected. 17040B. Warning! Warning! 17040B. Stop swiping my screen, I saw it. 17040B. Yuan Qing looked at the health bar below the enemy's attributes that popped up in the system, which was longer than his own life, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. 25k HP, forget it, but 48k mana. 17040B. He looks like a real melee fighter, but he's actually a master of both magic and martial arts. Is that what you mean? 17040B. Ants. 17040B. How dare you kill my people? This king will chop you up, slice you open, and chop you into pieces. 17040B. Yo. 17040B. Or a darken. 17040B. Yuan Qing stared at the bucket-thick, purple python-like skeleton staff in the other person's hand, and remained completely unmoved. You thought he was calm, but he had actually been gone for a while. Boom! 17040B. A deafening roar suddenly exploded. Yuan Qing's feet shook violently, and he was blown away by the violent gust of air. He rolled around on the ground in a panic for several times before stopping. Looking up, he saw a huge, charred pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters and a bottomless depth where he had just stood. Dazzling sparks flashed on the edge of the pit, and the air was filled with a strong smell of burning. HP 150. 17040B. The health deduction notice popped up in front of him, making his mouth twitch violently. It didn't even hit me directly, but the aftershocks from the lightning almost killed me. What the hell am I playing with this? 17040B. Designer. Take a look at how you make the game. 17040B. Is the level design just a filler? Putting a level 30 lord on the second floor? I'm still fighting slimes on the previous floor. 17040B. Boom, boom. 17040B. The goblin slammed the skeletal staff wrapped with purple electric snakes into the ground like a scepter. Bang! 17040B. A loud bang, dull enough to shatter one's internal organs, exploded. The moment the end of the skeleton staff touched the black stone ground, a shockwave of dark red lava and purple lightning erupted, spreading rapidly like ripples, instantly sweeping across the entire second-floor hall. The entire second-floor dome was replaced by a gloomy, dense cloud layer swirling with purple lightning. Countless bolts of lightning as thick as buckets shuttled madly through it, exploding like a twisting and tumbling python. Lightning illuminated the entire space with a pale white, and the deafening thunder became a never-ending sonata of destruction. No matter what, I'm going to bite you even if I die. Yuanqing raised his right palm, and a blazing flame quickly gathered in his palm. He pushed forward with all his strength, and the fireball brought with it a scorching wave of air that tore through the air along the way and flew towards the Goblin Lord. Puff! Accurate hit. 17040B. HP 1, 17040B. 1 point of damage. 174B. Yuanqing was immediately amused. Play your mother, a stupid game, the balance is a mess, the novice village has not yet been opened and the numerical shit monster has been encountered. 17040B. I don't play anymore, I'm quitting the game. Yuanqing's fireball technique does not do much damage, but is extremely insulting. He clearly felt that after being hit by his fireball, the Goblin Lord, whose fingers were thicker than his thighs, became even more angry. The opponent's massive body stood in the center of the lava pool, the lava light flowing from the dark gold armor entangled with the thunderstorm, making it look like a world-destroying demon crawling out of hell. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds have completely accumulated. The next second, several purple lightning pillars, as thick as water jars, condensed into a solid substance and struck directly towards Yuanqing 17040B. Boom! 17040B. The lightning column hit instantly, and the dazzling purple light swallowed everything. HP 9999, 17040B. Yuanqing felt his body being torn apart and disintegrated in an instant, and darkness engulfed him like a flood. Then, the world fell into a dead silence. 17040B. Ding 17040B. Resurrection coin 11740B. I don't know how long it took, but a faint warmth, like a spark in the cold winter, lit up in the endless darkness. Yuanqing was like a drowning person in the deep sea, his consciousness slowly rising to the surface under the pull of this warmth. 17040B. He uttered a hoarse groan and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the eerie and depressing lobby on the bottom floor of the Tower of Delusion. The dome was still shrouded in thick, swirling fog, the dim light from the crumbling moon barely illuminating the surroundings. He lay in the deep pit surrounded by a circular altar made of broken tombstones, with the spiral sword in the pit in front of him. A dim flame wrapped around the sword, swaying in the breeze. Resurrection. So this spiral sword is really the resurrection point? He stood up and walked over to the spiral sword that burned with a dim flame. The flame seemed to brighten slightly as he approached. Can I take this sword out and use it myself? Oh, forget it, the temperature is too high, I can't touch it at all, and if I really take it away, I won't have a resurrection point. Post views, 10. CH018 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuanqing glanced at the system bar and saw that there were only 2 resurrection coins left. This item doesn't take up any space in your backpack. It will be used automatically after you die. You can get 3 of them every day. It's a mercy from the Tower of Delusion. 17040B. What the hell? 17040B. With that damn thing blocking the 2nd floor, even if I have countless lives, I can't reach the 3rd floor. What? You say you can imitate the 486, start over countless times, and defeat the enemy by relying on operational skills? Operate your mother. 17040B. How do you deal with pure numerical monsters on the opposite side? I touch him and he loses 1 HP. Even if I scrape him for 10,000 years, he won't recover that much in 1 second. How much did he hit me with? 17040B. 9999. Touch it and you'll die. 17040B. Not to mention that bastard has a bunch of messed up skills. You're right, but this is the Goblin Lord. 25,000 HP, 48,000 mana, a 0-frame starter shockwave, a lava shield, high armor, health recovery, acceleration, and dominance, and can also summon a full-screen thunderbolt. 17040B. The lower the HP, the higher the strength. When HP is below half HP, it will go into a frenzy and double the damage. It is very tanky and has high damage. Then, once the thunderstorm area opens, it will be AA. Come on, it's not just about operations, isn't it about looking at things dialectically? Come and debate. 17040B. It's really annoying. Yuanqing opened the system page and looked at the task progress, 1/2. He felt his head was sharp and he was about to grow a brain. How to play this? I can't be stuck here forever, right? Also, we still haven't figured out how to escape from the Tower of Delusion. The invitation from the God of Death can send you here, but it can't send you back. The main door to the ground floor hall was tightly closed, and a visible white mist was lingering above it. Yuanqing has tried, but there is no way out. As long as you enter the white fog, you will be forced back to the lobby. Ding, 17040B. Moon etching end countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds 17040B. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up on the system. Yuanqing couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the 3 words moon etching. This was the first time he had seen this term. Moon etching? 17040B. Combined with the strange moon in the sky, could this be the name of the world I'm currently in? So that's how it is. It seems that this strange world has a similar setting to the shadow time in P3. Shadow time is a special time period set in Persona 3, which appears in the full hour after 2400 hours every day and before midnight the next day. During this period, only those with awakened personality masks can move normally and use extraordinary powers. The user of a non-personality mask will turn into a coffin, unable to move during the period, and will not remember anything that happened during the shadow time when waking up. Therefore, ordinary people are not aware of its existence. If his guess was correct, once the countdown for the moon etching was over, he should be able to return to the real world. But there was a question. He was now in the Tower of Delusion. After the moon etching was over, would he be sent directly home, or would he stay in this place in reality? After thinking for a while without any results, Yuanqing shook his head and decided not to think about it for the time being. Anyway, when the time comes, there will be an answer, just be prepared. Continue to think about how to conquer this tower. Currently, I have neither level nor enough gold to upgrade my equipment. To gain experience and gold coins, you must climb higher. But the paradox is this: if you want to defeat the enemy, you have to become stronger, and if you want to become stronger, you have to upgrade and change your equipment, but if you want to upgrade and change your equipment, you need to defeat the enemy. Isn't this a dead end? I am not a poor fresh graduate who can't find a job without experience, and can't find a job because I have no experience. It's disgusting that Pada did this to him. After thinking for a moment, Yuanqing decided to go to the first floor to take a look. Most games have a mechanism to respawn monsters after switching scenes. If this tower has the same mechanism, there is still a glimmer of hope. 17040B. He carried his samurai sword and quickly climbed up the spiral staircase to the first floor. Soon, he saw a scene that made him happy enough. 17040B. In the center of the first floor hall, a large pile of colorful slimes were wriggling and squirming. This pile of cute little things is much more crowded than the first time I came. Don't get excited yet, check if it's a scam. 17040B. Yuanqing restrained his excitement and randomly clicked on the attributes of a few slimes. 17040B. Enemy, Slime 17040B. LV.117040B. HP 10/101740B. Good, very good. 17040B. The champagne can continue to open. Ha, ha ha ha, 17040B. Level designer, although your decision to place a level 30 overlord on the second floor was definitely due to the old lady's sniping when blocking the bridge, your monster spawning mechanism makes up for it. Well done, you did a great job. 17040B. As the saying goes, there's always a way out. In this close combat, I'll make sure you're left with nothing. 17040B. Yuan Qing's hope was instantly ignited by the screen full of slime experience packs. Although killing slimes gives less experience, there are more of them. He gripped his katana tightly, grinned, and transformed into Konoha's azure beast, kicking it high and lunging in. Lightly armed, strike quickly and defeat the enemy thousands of miles away. Strong troops break through the enemy's formation and kill the general in an instant. 17040B. Puff. 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 17040B. Compared to the last time, this time the combat efficiency is completely different. The increase in strength allowed him to greatly increase his sword swinging speed. The sword light turned into a blurry white shadow, flashing wildly among the colorful slimes. With a flick of his hand, 2 or 3 slimes would turn into a pool of jelly, and sometimes Yuan Qing would get some materials and gold coins. The system will occasionally pop up a HP 1 health loss message, but compared to the 9,999 damage dealt by the Goblin Lord on the second floor, this little health loss is completely negligible. Gain 300 experience 17040B. Gain experience 400 17040B. Gain experience 17040B. Upgrade 17040B. The upgraded white light enveloped his entire body, and a faint warm current strengthened his body. Although the improvement was slightly weak, the real feeling of becoming stronger made Yuan Qing feel refreshed. He swung his katana even faster. And he quickly shuttled through the slime group with his sword, taking advantage of their slow speed and limited attack methods to constantly pull them away, creating opportunities to attack multiple targets at the same time. The sound of the blade tearing through the sticky body continued, and occasionally the clinking of gold coins could be heard. As the battle continued, sweat soaked his forehead, his arms became sore and numb from the continuous swinging of the sword, and his lungs began to burn with pain from the high-intensity exercise. Puff. 17040B. The last slime was destroyed, and Yuan Qing's level just rose to level 5. Player, Yuan Qing 17040B. Level, 5, Experience, 0/4500 17040B. HP, 310/310, plus 10, MP, 130/130 17040B. Strength, 15, plus 4, 17040B. Stamina, 8, plus 2, 17040B. Reaction, 101740B. Insight, 917040B. Spirit, 101740B. Lucky, 517040B. Remaining attribute points, 151740B. Compared to before, his attributes can be described as skyrocketing. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching the level of the Lord, progress is always good, and it is better than seeing no hope at all. Post views, 11. CH019 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Moon etching end countdown, 14 minutes and 55 seconds 17040B. Yuan Qing glanced at the system prompt, adjusted his breathing, and began to think about the next step. The slimes on this floor have been spawned and will not be refreshed for a while. Considering the time it took me to finish brushing the slime last time, run upstairs and get killed instantly, and then return to the first floor, the refresh interval of the slime should not exceed 3 minutes. Well, that's not right, since it doesn't take into account the duration of resurrection. But under normal circumstances, resurrection happens within a few seconds, right? It just feels like a long time has passed for the person involved. Anyway, let's sort out the current attributes and materials. Yuanqing returned to the lobby and switched back to the attribute interface. He still had 15 attribute points to allocate freely. This time he planned to balance it out, allocating 5 points to strength and 5 points to stamina. The battle just now made him realize that physical strength not only determines the upper limit of health, but also determines whether he can carry out high-intensity activities for a long time. If you increase your strength but don't increase your stamina, you won't be able to fight for long before you get tired. As for the remaining 5 points, add them all to spirit. His most formidable opponent right now is the Goblin Lord. His reaction and insight attributes are completely useless in the early stages, but they become dominant in the later stages, requiring a lot of investment to be effective. If we quantify the reaction properties, the average untrained person's reaction time is generally 0.2 to 0.3 seconds, while athletes or esports players can shorten it to 0.15 to 0.18 seconds through professional training. If the reaction attribute is increased to 15 points, Yuanqing may have a reaction time of 0.15 seconds. With a reaction speed of 0.05 seconds, it is of no use in the current battle. The reason is simple: his body movements can't keep up. If you take the Goblin Lord as your opponent, and he strikes you with lightning, the outcome will be the same if you react in 0.15 seconds or 0.3 seconds, both will result in death. And the attribute of insight, the ability to see through weaknesses, is indeed important, but that Goblin Lord is not afraid of him seeing through weaknesses at all. 17040b. Because even if its weakness is seen through, what can I do to it with my current strength? I can't even get close to it. The opponent has thick skin and armor, so the fireball won't even leave a mark. The most important thing is, if you want to see through that guy's weakness, your insight must be increased to at least 50 points. Attribute points are already precious in the early stages. How can I have so many points to improve insight? Money should be spent wisely, and the ones that can bring quick returns are the first choice in the early stage. Level 5, Experience 0/4517-040B. HP 385/385, plus 10, MP 180/180-17-040B. Strength 20, plus 4, 17-040B. Stamina 13, plus 2, 17-040B. Reaction 1017-040B. Insight 917040B. Spirit 1517-040B. Lucky 517040B. Remaining attribute points 017-040B. After adding the attributes, Yuanqing opened the skill list again. Now he has 3 skill points and can learn several other basic skills. Out of his belief in the order of the balance and the philosophy of mastering all skills, mastering all abilities, Yuanqing gave the remaining 3 skills an equal amount of power. Learned: Cold Weapon Skills, LV.1, Nimble Footwork, LV.1, Stone Skin, LV.1, 17040B. Cold Weapon Skills, increases cold weapon damage by 5%, attack range by 10%, and mastering the basic skills of using related weapons 17040B. Nimble Steps, increases movement speed by 5%, consumes MP to increase movement speed by an additional 5% 17040B. Stone Skin, gain a layer of stone skin covering the body surface. The stone skin has a durability of 20% of the maximum health. If not attacked within 10 seconds, the stone skin will reset. 17040B2. After reading the introduction of these basic skills, Yuanqing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Although they are all basic low-level skills, their actual effects are much stronger than imagined. Especially the cold weapon skills. After learning them, a lot of cold weapon-related moves will automatically appear in my head. It takes more than 10 or 20 years of hard training for others to become a master of Kendo, but I only need to add a little bit. Alas, the system. 1704 OB. But even so, facing the guy occupying the second floor, I am still helpless. After closing the skill panel, Yuan Qing noticed that there were only 9 minutes left before the countdown for moon etching ended. He quickly climbed back up to the first floor, but the slime had not been refreshed. Hey? Logically speaking, I was just in the lobby, and now I'm back on the first floor, so that should count as a scene change, right? Why didn't it refresh? Is it because I misjudged the refresh time? Or, 1704 OB? Yuan Qing had a bold guess in his mind. As we all know, once Soul Wanderer dies or sits on fire, all enemies except the Lord and elite monsters will be refreshed. The fire in the lobby of the Tower of Delusion cannot be set on, so the only way to refresh monsters is to resurrect them. 1704 OB. Tisk, this is trouble. If you want to become stronger, you have to keep killing monsters. If you want to kill monsters, you have to give them up first to let them refresh. I still have 2 resurrection coins, which means I can send them twice today. Hiss, 1704 OB. When did I become so open-minded? How could I casually say something like going to die? When people are happy, there is no good thing. When dogs are happy, they are looking for shit. Once they know that they have more than one life, it becomes quite reasonable to seek death. No matter what, I'll die. To become stronger, what does a little bit of wind and frost matter? With this thought in mind, Yuan Qing mustered up his courage, picked up his knife, and rushed up to the second floor of the Tower of Delusion. 10 seconds later, he resurrected next to the spiral sword in the lobby. Very good, another instant kill. 1704 OB. You know what? Fortunately that Goblin Lord was so brutal that he didn't feel any pain at all when he killed me instantly. This made Yuan Qing more open-minded about committing suicide. This death, he also figured out 2 things. 1. After death, it only takes about 3 seconds to resurrect. He determined this based on the countdown to the end of the moon etching before his death. 2. The monsters in the boss room will not refresh, even if they are just small monsters. He had just rushed to the second floor. And his first thought was to kill the other goblin before the boss launched an attack, complete the mission, and get the title first. Unfortunately, that weak goblin didn't refresh. The Tower of Delusion stopped him from taking shortcuts. It seemed that if he wanted to complete the mission, he had to kill the boss. No matter what, let's go to the first floor and kill all the slimes that appear. I can't beat the boss, can I beat the slime? He 1704 OB. Yuan Qing rushed up to the first floor, knife in hand. As he expected, a large number of colorful slimes had reappeared in the center of the hall. Experience pack, my experience pack. 1704 OB. Puff. 1704 OB. A slime was cut in half and turned into a pool of goo. Then, the experience plus 75 prompt popped up. Hey? Why only 75? Isn't it 100? 1704 OB. Yuan Qing was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. 1704 OB. Level penalty. 1704 OB. When the level difference between the player and the monster is too large, the experience points gained from killing the monster will be significantly reduced. This is also a classic setting in the game to limit the expansion of combat power and balance the player's numerical value. Realizing this, Yuan Qing's heart tightened. Fortunately, according to the system description, the minimum experience value of the Tower of Delusion is guaranteed. Even if your level is much higher than the monster, you can still get a minimum of 25% of the experience value. This is much better than most games where you can only get 1 experience point. To some extent, this can be considered as the mercy of this broken tower and the system, right? A slime with 100 experience points can only provide 25 experience points in the end. 1704 OB. Oh, it's okay. 25 is 25. 1704 OB. As long as I have experience, I, the sword god of Shilipo, can grind forever. 1704 OB. I'll get 3 resurrection coins every day for half a year. I don't believe I can't kill that idiot on the second floor. 1704 OB. Post views, 10. CH020 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Now that Yuanqing is at level 5, he is very efficient in clearing these slimes. In less than 5 minutes, he had cleaned up the blood of dozens of slimes on this floor like a whirlwind. This time he killed about 60 slimes, each giving him 75 experience points, just enough for him to reach level 6. After level 6, the slime's experience is only 50 points. Yuanqing glanced at the countdown, only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. It's definitely too late to brush it again in this short time, so it's better to save the resurrection coins for tomorrow. Anyway, there is no limit on the number of resurrection coins. If you can't use them all today, just save them up. Yuanqing opened the attribute panel and distributed all the attribute points according to the method of strength +3 and physical strength +2. With the addition of the katana, his strength has now reached 27 points. Very good. After breaking through 25 in strength, I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. With 1 skill point left, Yuanqing thought for a moment and chose to upgrade Nimble Steps to level 2. Level 2's Nimble Steps can increase your movement speed by 10%, consumes mana, and can increase it by an additional 5%. Facing the Goblin Lord who could kill instantly with 1 strike, stacking up defense and improving cold weapon skills was obviously useless. The risks of close combat are too high and the benefits are lagging. If you want to defeat it, you can only start from other places. High mobility is the basis for survival and the only means he can currently use to mediate with the opponent. Only by trying to live longer can you have more time to observe the opponent's attack methods and skill mechanisms. After clicking on the skills, Yuanqing began to sort out today's spoils. It's called loot, but it's actually just a bunch of slime gel. This thing has no other use except selling it to stores, and it is easy to obtain, so Yuanqing sold all the gel without any worries. Adding the gold coins that the slimes had dropped, Yuanqing's deposit reached 1,600. By the way, perhaps because of the increase in luck, Yuanqing also got a piece of blue armor from the slime. Item name, Excellent Armor 1704 OB. Description, metal armor found everywhere. Low defense, but better than nothing. 1704 OB. Attributes, Strength +2, Stamina +5, HP +50 1704 OB. Price, 200 gold coins 1704 OB. Wow, there are also equipment explosions here. 1704 OB. As for why a basketball-sized slime can explode into such a large piece of metal armor, don't worry about it. Asking is magic. Yuanqing opened the weapon page of the store and scanned the page. 1,600 gold coins, you can buy a better weapon. Weapons and equipment are divided into 5 qualities, from low to high. They are white common, blue fine, purple rare, pink artifact and gold legendary. Most equipment can be purchased in stores, but rare gold legendary equipment can only be obtained by dropping monsters or completing tasks. Very reasonable. It is not easy to choose a weapon that is both handy and affordable from a large number of colorful weapons, but Yuanqing quickly found his favorite one, 1704 OB. Item name, Frost Scar Longsword 1704 OB3. Use level, 5 1704 OB. Description, a one-handed sword imbued with a frosty aura, capable of ice attribute attacks, highly practical 1704 OB. Attributes, Strength +5, Insight +3, Spirit +3. Ice attack 1704 OB. Price, 1,500 gold coins 1704 OB. Among weapons of the same price and level, there are many with better attributes than the Frostscar Longsword. But it is the only one with attribute attack. The characteristic of ice attribute attacks is that they can slow down the enemy's movements and even freeze them, which is very suitable for Yuanqing to use in the early stage. With this feature, if you have the opportunity to fight the Goblin Lord in close combat later, it might produce miraculous results. The most important thing is that when you reach level 8, you can unlock a skill called Sword Chi. According to Yuanqing's rich gaming experience, this thing is usually linked to weapon attributes. In other words, the ice attribute attack of this Frostscar Longsword is very likely to transform the sword energy it emits into Frost Sword energy after unlocking the Sword Chi skill. In this way, he can get a magic skill similar to Ice Cone for free. Thinking of this, Yuanqing's mind moved and he directly chose to buy and equip it. With a flash of light, a bright blue-white one-handed sword appeared in his hand. The sword is slender, about 1 meter long with the hilt, and the blade is covered with frost cracks, which produce tiny ice crystals falling when swung. Although it doesn't glow like a +13 katana, it still exudes a chilling brilliance. If it were to be found in the real world, it would definitely be a rare artifact. Such a beautiful and useful sword, only 1,500 gold coins, really cheap. Yuanqing weighed it in his hand, waved it twice, and showed satisfaction. Then he called up the attribute column and checked it, 17040B. Level, 6, Experience, 150/60 317/040B. HP, 475/475, plus 50, MP, 225/225 17/040B. Strength, 24, plus 7, 17/040B. Stamina, 16, plus 5, 17/040B. Reaction, 1017/040B. Insight, 11, plus 3, 17/040B. Spirit, 16, plus 3, 17/040B. Lucky, 517/040B. Remaining attribute points, 017/040B. Compared to level 1, my strength has increased several times. Even if he couldn't defeat the boss, it still didn't affect Yuanqing's joy of a good harvest. Take your time, don't rush. As long as I can gain experience, sooner or later, I can reach level 30 by using slimes. By then, we'll see who will avoid whom. Moon etching end countdown, 0 minutes and 5 seconds 17/040B. The system pop-up prompt interrupted Yuanqing's thoughts. He quickly collected his thoughts and prepared to return to reality. Where will I return to? Will I be teleported back home, or to the place where the Tower of Delusion is in reality? 3, 2, 1, 17040B. The moment the countdown reached 0, the world before Yuanqing's eyes suddenly twisted. Darkness crept out from the corners of his eyes, spreading across his entire field of vision. Then came a strong feeling of dizziness. The whole process only takes a short moment. Puff. 17/040B. A muffled sound, followed by a soft touch. Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling came into view, and beneath me was a soft but somewhat sagging old sofa. The living room furniture was shrouded in the shadows of the night, the clock on the wall pointed to 12:05, and the air was filled with a faint smell of air freshener. This is a rental apartment, and it is his home. He's back, straight back home from the Tower of Delusion. I originally thought I would have to run all the way back from the real coordinates corresponding to the Tower of Delusion. But I didn't expect the system to be so considerate and teleport me directly back home. Without going into too much detail, let's make sure that what I just experienced is not a dream. With this thought in mind, Yuanqing opened his right hand, and with a thought, his magic power quickly flowed, condensing into a ball of flame in his palm. Good, very good. 17/040B. I hope it's not a dream. Dude, now I can really live a peaceful life with my superpowers. 17/040B. When Yuan Qing thought about his ability to carry cement, 5 bags at a time, and earn 5 times the salary of an average person, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Snap! At this moment, the light in the living room was turned on. Yuan Sun stood at the door of the bedroom, wearing pajamas, looking at Yuan Qing with a look of disgust. 17040b. Are you sleepwalking again? Post views, 12. Ch021 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 021. Sure enough, as soon as the moon etching ended, the people who had disappeared reappeared. To be precise, I have returned from that world, so I can naturally see people in reality. Of course, Yuan Qing couldn't possibly say something like he went to another world to practice. He chuckled and said perfunctorily, I just got up to go to the bathroom. It's okay. Go back to sleep. 17040b. Sun stared at him suspiciously for a few seconds, then warned him, don't stay up late, go to bed quickly, you have to go to school tomorrow. Yeah, you're talking about me. You too, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? 17040b. I drink water. Yuan Sun curled his lips, walked to the refrigerator, took out the lemonade, and drank several sips. Drinking ice water late at night is bad for your stomach, idiot. 17040b. But it's really cool. Ah, you, 17040b. Yuan Qing shook his head helplessly. Back in the bedroom, he lay back on the bed and reviewed his experience tonight in his mind. The stronger ones got stronger, but that damned goblin lord could only hope to win by becoming the sword god of Shilapo and leveling up. How long do we have to wait for this day? Oh, and there are Yuan Sun, Go Yueshan, and the president and others. Cut the Cloud Snow Owl, Bend the Mirror Danju, Mirror Flow White Phoenix, 17040b. A guess emerged in Yuan Qing's mind. 17040b. Since we can't understand these titles in reality, is there a possibility that their titles are related to this moon etching? Perhaps, I can start from this speculation and investigate in the moon etching. I'm sleepy. The battle in the Tower of Delusion is really exhausting. I have classes tomorrow, so I should go to sleep. Yuan Qing exhaled, extinguished the myriad thoughts in his mind, and soon fell asleep. On the other side, Yuan Sun lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. When she thought about her experience tonight, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. 17040b. Time goes back to before the moon etching. 17040b. Yuan Sun woke up from the bed and looked at his phone. It was 23:30. Well, this time is just right. She got up, put on her clothes, left the bedroom, tiptoed to the door of Yuan Qing's bedroom, and put her ear to the door. The breathing sound is very even, it seems that he is sleeping soundly. She breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully left the apartment and went downstairs. A distinguished and majestic Maybach was parked on the side of the road outside. The car door slowly opened, and the person sitting in the right rear seat was Xiaomi Shiori. Yuan Sun got into the car and the electric door closed. She breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her forehead tiredly. Are you tired? Shiori's calm voice came, if you are not feeling well, have a good rest tonight. No, that's not it. Yuan Sun shook his head, I just think it's a bit troublesome to have to scheme against that idiot every night. Yuan Qing? Pay close attention to the magic mark you left on him. If he enters the moon etching, the mark will immediately give you feedback. Yeah, I know. Is everyone else here? We're all here. Zhongtang, where is Senior Qingluan? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows but did not answer. Yuan Sun shook his head slightly, somewhat helplessly, it seems that he didn't come. Really, he is a senior after all. Can't he take care of us juniors a little more? Even fledglings have to learn to fly on their own, especially since we have Redbird leading this mission. Red Sparrow Senior? Well, that old man is usually quite greasy, but he's surprisingly reliable in this place. 17040b. After all, he and Qingluan are both experienced combatants. They have been active in moon etching for a long time. 17040b. 17040b. What's wrong? Is there anything you want to ask? Yuan Sun met Shiori Shiomi's usually calm eyes, thought for a moment and asked, I've said before that the magic power of magical girls is divided into S to D levels from high to low. The strength of magic power depends on the aptitude at the time of awakening. The aptitude will directly determine the strength of the magical girl. Once awakened, it can no longer be improved. 17040b. Not bad. This means that S class will always be S class, and D class will always be D class. 17040b. Yuan Sun's fingers unconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt, and a look of loss appeared in her eyes. Her rank is C17040b. Although this level is quite good among magical girls, deep down in her heart, there is always a flame of unwillingness burning. She lowered her head, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, this kind of thing is too cruel. It was like fate had sentenced me to death. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through the bottleneck called talent. 17040b. Shiori Shiomi always looked at her calmly, her deep eyes seemed to be able to see through her loss and reach the depths of her heart. After about 10 seconds, she slowly spoke, I told you, you don't have to underestimate yourself. The qualifications and strength of a C-level magical girl are already quite impressive. Moreover, it is not unprecedented for a low-level magical girl to advance to a higher level. Red Sparrow is a living example. At the beginning, she was also only C rank, but now, she has successfully broken through the shackles and joined the ranks of A-rank magical girls, and is one of the best in the A rank. I believe that as long as you have perseverance, you will be able to break through yourself like her. 17040b. 17040b. Shiomi Shiori's comfort flowed into her heart like a warm current, sweeping away Yuan Sun's depressed mood. She smiled slightly and thanked him gently, Thank you, President. I will definitely work hard. Don't push yourself too hard, just do your best. 17040b. Yet. 17040b. The Maybach slid silently to a stop outside the closed gates of Gekuken no Mori Academy, its lights off, like a black beast lurking in the shadows. The car door slid open, and Shiomi Shiori got out first. Her long, snow-white hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, and her ember eyes looked particularly deep in the dim light. Following closely behind was Gen Kaoru. She came to Shiomi Shiori and took a deep breath of the cool air to dispel the boredom in her heart. Hey, the young ladies are finally here. A slightly hoarse, calm voice sounded. Yuan Sun turned around and saw the second-year civics teacher, the dean of students, a middle-aged, portly uncle named Kimura Tsukasa, standing at the school gate, holding a thermos cup filled with goji berries. He grinned and greeted the two of them with a smile. Ajizan. 17040b. Yuan Sun greeted him with a hint of helplessness in his tone. This old man. Why does he have to bring a cup of wolfberry tea even at this time? 17040b. I've told you so many times, you can call me teacher, or senior, but calling me uncle is too rude. I'm only 40 years old this year. Kimura Tsukasa laughed and joked. At this moment, another charming figure jumped down from the shadow of the teaching building. She landed lightly, making almost no sound. This is a pretty girl who is as beautiful as a fairy. She wore a short dress that was a mixture of light blue and scarlet. The hem of the dress flowed gracefully, like the shimmering autumn water. Her smooth, shoulder-length silver hair danced slightly, with a few strands of bright scarlet dyed on the ends. The hem and cuffs of her dress were clearly patterned, resembling a broken mirror. White and red gemstones dotted her chest, and the two ribbons tied around her waist rippled like water in the breeze. Are you all here? Then all we have to do is wait for the moon etching to arrive. The girl's eyes quickly swept over everyone, and finally fell on Shiori Shiomi, 17040B. President, Hungjing Senpai, I sorted out some information after returning home. I speculate that the location where Mr. Suya disappeared is in the buffer zone between the academy and the artificial island shopping mall. We can focus on investigating that area tonight. Thank you for your hard work, Dansu. Shiomi Shiori nodded slightly. Yuan-sun stared at the other person with a strange expression. Folding mirror Dansu. 17040B. Perhaps to outsiders, this is just an ordinary, stunningly beautiful girl. But Yuan-sun knew very well that this girl had another name. That is her real name, Yukitsuki Shiro. That's right, her true identity is her stupid brother's best friend, a like-minded bastard. When Yuan-sun first obtained this power, he had this doubt: why in the world there is a setting that can turn men into magical girls? Unfortunately, there is no point in doubting. She only needs to know one thing. Yukitsuki Shiro is a magical girl like herself. It's hard to stretch. Post views, 14. CH022 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 022. Ohayo, Schoolgirl 17040B1. Yukitsuki Shiro greeted Minamoto-sun with a smile. Did you sneak out again without telling your brother? This is not right. As a senior, I suggest, 17040B. Senior Dansu, we haven't even reached the moon etching yet you're brazenly transforming into a magical girl in the real world. Is that really okay? 17040B. If ordinary people saw you, how would you explain it? Have you ever considered how others would feel? Don't do something that would cause them headaches. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro wanted to act like a senior and tease Minamoto Kaoru, but instead he was beaten down by her. She couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. 17040B. Ahaha, don't worry. I've checked and there's no living creature around except us. Besides, it's easier to move around in this form. 17040B. It's not a transformer. 17040B. Yuan-sun curled his lips and stopped pursuing this topic. After awakening, the magical girl can move freely in the moon etching and use extraordinary magical powers. But in the real world outside of the moon etching, its magic power will be greatly weakened. The lower the aptitude, the greater the weakening. Take herself as an example. As a C-rank magical girl, if she transforms in the real world, she can only use less than 20% of her power. A level can exert about 30% of its power. As for S level, she is not sure. After all, she still hasn't seen with her own eyes how powerful the S-class is. However, according to theory, an S-class magical girl should be able to exert half of her power in the real world. Of course, even half of it is already quite terrifying. Even an A-rank magical girl has the ability to destroy a city with a population of 100,000, not to mention an S-rank that is several times, or even 10 times, the size of an A-rank. According to Shiori Shiomi, there is currently only one S-class magical girl in the Tokyo area. That person is the vice principal of Gekuken no Mori Private School and the physics teacher of the 2nd grade, Nakatago, codename, 17040B. Blue Sky Blue Luan 17040B. Yuan-sun could count the number of times he had interacted with the other party on one hand, so he didn't know much about his personality. However, we can quote Kimura Tsukasa's sharp review 17040B. That guy is just a gloomy, slovenly, unkempt Kansai guy. 17040B. Yuan-sun thought what he said made a lot of sense. Despite being the strongest fighter in the Tokyo area, I only saw him once, when I accidentally entered the moon etching and awakened the Flower of Heart. I haven't seen him here since then. Really, this doesn't look like a senior at all. In comparison, Kimura Tsukasa, the senior, is much more reliable. Not only will he lead the team to carry out investigation missions, but he will also guide them in combat techniques and teach them how to become stronger step by step. Even if one's aptitude cannot be improved, combat skills, combat experience, and the use of magic can be cultivated. Currently in the team, Kimura Tsukasa and Shiomi Shiori are both A-level magical girls. I am C-level, and Tsuki Shiro Yuki, this abstract monster, is actually B-level. I really can't accept it. 17040b. A man who becomes a magical girl is not only so beautiful, but also has a higher level than me. I'm so unwilling. 17040b. As he thought about it, Yuan Sun couldn't help but puff up his cheeks, complaining in his heart that God was unfair. It's almost time. Shiomi Shiori's voice came from the side, bringing Minamoto Kaoru back to his senses. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and looked at the time on her watch, 1740b. 2359571740b. 3, 2, 1, 17040b. Ding! 17040b. A dull and distant sound, as if penetrating time and space, rang out without warning deep in everyone's mind. Midnight has arrived. Moon etching, followed by the arrival of 17040b. The world was instantly shrouded in a strange shadow. The streetlights suddenly went out, and a huge, cracked moon appeared out of thin air, hanging in the sky. The blood-red cracks emanated a terrifying light. Yuan Sun placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and followed the warmth flowing from the bottom of his heart, guiding the magic power to spread throughout his body. 17040b. Transform. 17040b. Buzz. 17040b. A light like cold air and mist instantly enveloped her body. Ice and snow intertwined with clouds, and the cold magic danced wantonly. But in the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and Yuan Sun's appearance was completely changed. Her long ice blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, with tiny ice crystals flowing through her hair, like condensed morning dew. She was wearing a fluffy short skirt with ice blue and pure white as the main colors. The hem of the skirt was like layers of clouds, and the edges were decorated with crystal ice ridges. The shoulders are decorated with fluffy snow owl feather epaulets, and the arms and legs are covered with translucent tulle, floating like snow in the wind. Not far in front of her, Kimura Tsukasa threw the thermos high into the sky. A raging crimson flame shot up into the sky like a phoenix rising from the ashes, instantly enveloping him. The flames dissipated, and a tall, fiery-looking woman appeared where he had been standing. The long red hair that reaches her waist is as eye-catching and dazzling as a flame, and the ends of her hair move automatically without wind, as if sparks are jumping. The crimson corset-skirted combat suit tightly wrapped around her slender figure. Her shoulder and arm armor resembled burning feathers, and her knee-length red boots with golden and red stripes made her plump, fair thighs appear incredibly slender. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this tall, beautiful, mature, and sexy girl was the middle-aged and overweight dean who always spoke with the leadership habit of tisk, right. Shiomi Shiori saw that the three had completed their transformations, and she opened her red lips and said in a cold voice, 17040b. According to Danzu's investigation, Mr. Suya disappeared in the buffer zone between the academy and the artificial island shopping center, which coincides with my guess 17040b. The boundary between moon etching and reality there has always been unstable, and the energy residue is the most concentrated. Our search tonight will focus on that area. Redbird, you and Danzu will be in charge of the east side, and Swexiao and I will be in charge of the west side. Keep in touch. Report any abnormalities immediately. Do not act on your own. Also, any electronic items will become ineffective within the moon etching. The Echo Stone is our only means of communication, so be sure to keep it safe. 17040b. I understand. The three responded in unison. Then, let's get started. Shiori Shiomi gave a low cry, her voice particularly clear in the dead silence of the moon. Just as the four of them were about to disperse and move towards the designated area 17040B. Boom! 17040B. The ground beneath my feet began to shake violently without any warning. Its intensity far exceeded that of an ordinary earthquake, as if the entire artificial island was being violently shaken by an invisible giant hand. Be careful! With her experience, Hunkei quickly dodged to the side of Yuan Sun and grabbed her as she was about to fall. Danzu asked in confusion, "What's going on? An earthquake? Can earthquakes also occur in the moon edging?" Redbird raised his voice and explained, "There are indeed shadow beasts in the moon edging that are powerful enough to cause natural disasters, but to create an earthquake of this magnitude, the reaction energy must be at least A level, 17040B. The strange thing is, I haven't sensed any energy fluctuations from the shadow beast yet, 17040B. So what's going on? Don't worry, let's see first." While the two were talking, Shiomi Shiori was looking towards the direction of the earthquake with a cold gaze. The earthquake sources clearly pointed to the back of the Harbor Island shopping center. 17040B. Boom! 17040B. A loud noise, more terrifying than all the previous tremors combined, erupted suddenly from the vast open space behind the shopping mall, as if the sky were shattering. Under the astonished gazes of the four, an ancient and eerie tower, beyond common sense, rose from the ground with a terrifying power that crushed everything. It occupied most of the vision of several people, and the huge shadow it cast instantly swallowed them and the surrounding buildings completely. The light from the crescent moon seemed to be distorted and absorbed by it, and the tower was surrounded by a thick, impenetrable darkness, making it difficult to see through. The moment he saw the tower, a shudder from the depths of his soul, like a cold venomous snake, wrapped around Yuan Sun's heart. "Oh my god, 17040B! What the hell is that thing?" Post views, 11. CH023 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 023. Shiori Shiomi frowned, her eyes fixed on the towering tower in the distance that stretched across the sky and soared into the clouds. The tower's shape is bizarre, extending upward with an extremely uncomfortable tilt and twist, layer upon layer, becoming narrower as it goes up. Each floor outside the tower is covered with dense, bottomless black holes, as if countless greedy eyes are spying in the darkness. Thick black mist, as thick as ink, flowed through the cracks in the boulders, gleaming with a cold, sinister black light under the dim light of the crescent moon, making it difficult to look directly at it. Yuan Sun stared at the mysterious tower of unknown origin and couldn't help swallowing. She had never seen such a huge, evil, and terrifying creature. The entire dark tower is terrifying and horrifying, it looks like a devil's den crawling out of hell. Redbird rubbed his chin and murmured softly, "I've never seen that thing before. Is it the latest shadow beast lair?" No, the energy reaction is completely different. This thing is too large, but the aura is very strange. It can make people feel very strong, but it is very different from those powerful shadow beasts, 17040B. Danzu clenched her right hand, and a red and blue magic wand about 1 meter long appeared out of thin air in her hand, 17040B. "Senior Redbird, President, should we take a closer look? You two follow us and don't act rashly before I give the order." Shiori Shiomi raised her hand and waved it lightly, and an invisible barrier enveloped everyone. The four of them cautiously approached the outer perimeter of the Black Tower, about 100 meters away. The scene before them made them gasp. The once bustling artificial island shopping center now resembled a ruin ravaged by a giant beast, appearing particularly desolate under the dim light of the crescent moon. The main circular building of the shopping center was torn apart and crushed, and the parking lot and green belt area completely disappeared, replaced by a huge, bottomless circular pit. The edges of the pit are jagged, and uneven soil and rocks hang over the edge of the pit, ready to collapse again at any time. "Don't move!" The scorching flames suddenly dissipated, and Redbird blocked everyone behind him and took a few steps forward. Her long red hair flowed behind her shoulders like a stream of fire, making her furrowed brows look even more fiery. 17040b. Sure enough, that ghost thing is definitely not the lair of the shadow beast. Its energy reaction is very strange. It is strong, but it is not in the same league as those big guys with thick skin and flesh. Yuan Sun also took out an ice blue staff, and his long ice blue hair almost blended into the pure white lingering clouds. Her eyes were fixed on the tall tower 100 meters away, and she asked, "What should we do next?" "Don't worry, wait for the president to analyze it first," Red Sparrow replied. Hearing this, Yuan Sun turned his gaze to Shiomi Shiori, who was not far away. The latter's red eyes swept across the ruins before him, then fixed their gaze firmly on the pitch-black tower. The tower was twisted beyond all physical control, its layers shrinking upwards. Its eye-like holes emanated pure malevolence in the dim moonlight. After a while, she said without turning her head, "Red Sparrow." The latter immediately understood, "I see. Let me explore the way." As she spoke, she clenched her right hand, and a long spear, as red as molten iron, exquisite and gorgeous, appeared in her hand. Her long red hair fluttered in the wind, and the blazing light from the spear tip pushed back the surrounding darkness a bit, illuminating her solemn, iron-like face. As the magic power was fully accumulated, the red cardinal turned into an arrow, instantly flying 100 meters away. The flames rising from the tip of the spear were like a scorching ray that pierced through the darkness and fiercely stabbed at the dark and cold tower 17040b. Buzz! 17040b. Just as Redbird's flaming spear, carrying the might of a city incinerator, was within 50 meters of the tower, an invisible barrier, completely unnoticed by the crowd, suddenly appeared. Boom! 17040b. The burning flames gathered at the tip of the Red Sparrow's spear seemed to have collided with an eternal iceberg. Countless dazzling white-hot sparks flew everywhere at the moment of impact. Redbird felt a bone-chilling, absolutely crushing, terrifying force rushing back through the gun like a tidal wave. She uttered a muffled groan as she was violently flung away by the overwhelming force. Like a kite with its string cut, she tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily into the invisible barrier held open by Shiomi Shiori and sliding to the ground in a heap. "Aji-san. Senior Redbird, are you okay?" Shuexiao and Dan Zhu surrounded him at the same time with concern. Redbird knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The light on the flaming spear had dimmed, and the spear still hummed and trembled. "I'm fine, I'm just a little numb from my own power." She gave the two juniors a reassuring smile, then looked at Shiomi Shiori, who was still gazing at the tower not far away, and said, "Young guild master, it seems my attack isn't working. What are you going to do?" "Don't worry, someone's here. It's really lively tonight. Even the mysterious and gloomy man has been attracted here." 17040b. Shiomi Shiori said with a sarcastic look on her face. 17040b. Mysterious and gloomy man? 17040b. Just as Yuan Sun was puzzled by this, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared at the street corner not far in front of them. The man had an unshaven beard and messy hair that half covered his eyes, giving him a rather decadent look. The person who came was Zhongtang Wu. He was wearing the same wrinkled suit he wore during the day, with dark circles under his eyes as if from smoke, and he even walked with a limpness, as if he would fall asleep at any moment. "Go to the back, stay away from that evil thing." Zhongtang Wu raised his hand and waved it casually in the direction of Hunkei and the others, as if to drive away animals. Redbird's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what this guy was planning. "Stand back, you two, follow me." She put away her flame spear, raised her right arm slightly, and a light red light instantly swept up Minamoto Kaoru and Tsuki Shiroyuki, carrying them backward at a rapid speed. The wind howled, the scenery blurred, and in the blink of an eye the three of them had landed on another relatively intact rooftop platform 500 meters away. Yuan-sun steadied his breath, which had become disordered due to the high-speed movement, and looked at the outline of the huge tower in the distance, which had shrunk into a blurry black dot. He couldn't help but say, 17040B. Senior, we are too far away, and the president is not with us. It really doesn't matter, 17040B. Hey, 17040B. Before he finished speaking, a very light, very soothing breath, like a thawed stream in early spring, sounded from the edge of the platform. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhong Tangwu, with a dejected look on his face, had already appeared on the edge of the platform not far from them. The dim light of the crescent moon fell on him, making him look unfathomable and mysterious. The next second, Yuan-sun's eyes suddenly widened. She felt an extremely powerful magical power erupting from the other person's body. The pure and flawless breath of life, containing the lush greenery of spring, envelops each other. A lush green light, symbolizing rebirth, suddenly bloomed. When the light faded, a girl like the goddess of spring descended. She has bright blue eyes and beautiful features. Her waist-length hair is like new leaves sprouting in early spring, showing a vibrant dark green. Several emerald-shaped leaf hair ornaments are pinned diagonally in her hair, and strands of light shimmer in them. The green waist skirt, like tender leaves, clung to her slender waist, covered with exquisite armor leaves woven from jade pieces. The skirt is made of several layers of gradient green tulle, and the train extending from the middle is like the tail feathers of a delphinium, swaying gracefully without wind. If all mortals are ink spots left behind by the gods, she is the only drop of ink washed clean by the breeze, an elf who is not affected by the mundane world. Finally saw it again, 17040B. Blue Sky Blue Luan 17040B. Even though she has been a magical girl for half a year, this is only the second time that Yuan-sun has seen her. Known as Tokyo's strongest magical girl. 17040B. If it was her, would she be able to deal with this mysteriously appearing magic tower? Equals. Please give me some money and blades as a reward, I kowtow to you, dong dong dong. A dead silence in the thread. If I hadn't asked for follow-up reading, I would have thought no one had read it. QQ12. Post views, 10. CH024 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 024. While Yuan-sun was thinking, Qingluan had already made the next move. Magical power flowed like a thread, and a bow of light outlined by green light appeared in her hand. She gently raised her slender, jade-like finger and placed it on the emerald green bowstring. Without any fancy movements, her index finger and thumb moved lightly, as if brushing off dewdrops, gently plucking the bowstring. 17040B. Zheng, 17040B. A clear and melodious sound, powerful enough to penetrate the heavens and earth, instantly resounded throughout the world. The azure arrow, condensed with supreme sharpness, suddenly disappeared the moment it left the bowstring. No, it's not disappearing, it's just too fast, so fast that even a magical girl like Yuan-sun has difficulty catching it with her eyes. 17040B. She only saw the place where Qingluan snapped her fingers, and the space was extremely brief and distorted very slightly. Before she could react, a turquoise meteor, streaking across the sky and earth with pure destructive force, had already torn through the darkness, streaking across the dying night sky, with a terrifying force strong enough to pierce through the stars, and shot straight towards the magic tower. The might of this arrow made the crescent moon pale in comparison, and the stars withered. Wherever it passed, even space was left with tear-like cyan cracks. The next moment, the sharp arrows had reached the invisible barrier outside the magic tower. The moment the light arrow made contact with the barrier, a blue dot resembling a black hole suddenly appeared. The space seemed to collapse suddenly as if a huge rock had been thrown into a lake. A destructive suction force erupted from nowhere, pulling in the rubble, smoke, and even the pervasive black fog, forming a visible, swirling vortex in space. The earth cracked silently, and the broken walls in the distance groaned under the heavy burden. Even though he was over 500 meters away, Yuan Sun could feel his heart being tightened by an invisible force. She desperately tried to control herself from being affected. The feeling of weightlessness made her feel like the whole world was collapsing towards that blue dot. The green dots spread wildly, leaving behind a twisting spatial rift hundreds of meters long on the invisible barrier that could penetrate the heavens and earth. It worked. Seeing this scene, Yuan Sun's heart was lifted. Is this the power of an S-class magical girl, 17040B? If this power were to be applied to reality, the entire artificial island would be torn into pieces in an instant. Yuan Sun sighed in his heart. But the next second, her expression suddenly froze. The devastating blue scar lasted only briefly before silently merging into the invisible barrier surrounding the magic tower. There was no explosion, no shock wave, and space did not continue to tear. Like ice and snow melting into water, silently and without a trace. The crack that was devouring everything just a second ago suddenly disappeared without a trace. The gravel, smoke, and black mist that had just been sucked in and swallowed up reappeared out of thin air and scattered all over the ground. King Luan's attack couldn't even create a crack in the barrier. The astonishing arrow that had just been fired, powerful enough to blow up a city, left no trace at all, as if it were just a dream witnessed by everyone. The green aura quickly dissipated. When the last bit of light faded, King Luan's unrivaled and graceful figure had already dissipated. At the edge of the platform, only Zhong Tangwu's dejected figure remained. He was still wearing the same wrinkled grey suit, with messy hair and huge dark circles under his eyes, completely different from the spring-like elf from before. Trouble. Zhong Tangwu glanced at the still-standing magic tower, and these hoarse words rolled out of his throat. Then, as if his bones had been pulled out, he sat down on the ground, took out a pack of cigarettes from his wrinkled suit pocket, and without paying attention to the crowd's reaction, lit a cigarette and started smoking. Seeing this scene, Yuan Sun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Thinking of the noble elf who had just shot the arrow of destruction, it seemed as if that memory was just an illusion in her mind. Shiori Shiomi held her cheek in her hand, her head bowed in thought. After a brief silence of a few seconds, she nodded and said, "I understand. Let's put this matter aside for now. I will contact the Tarot Association and find a way to investigate the origin of this tower and the reason for its appearance. Let's go, search for Mr. Suya and the other missing persons, and take care of any shadow beasts we encounter." 17040B. She issued the order decisively, so decisive that even Yuan Sun found it unbelievable. But Yuan Sun would not ask such an idiotic question as is that all. Even King Luan's attack was ineffective. Continuing to waste time would only be a waste of time. It would be better to do more within one's ability. The president is really decisive. Yukitsuki Shiro came to Zheng Sun's side without knowing when. She looked at Shiori Shiomi leading the team away and smiled at Yuan Sun. "Shall we go too?" The latter nodded slightly. By the way, don't you think the president is quite mysterious? What's wrong? She's clearly an A-rank magical girl, but both Qingluan and Hunkei seem to obey her orders, and we've never seen her transform since we joined the team. Ah, is there a possibility that the president looks like this after transformation? 17040B. You mean, she keeps the form of a magical girl and moves around in reality? That would consume a lot of magic power, right? 17040B. Well, I'm just guessing. Even though I came here a few months earlier than you, I'm still completely confused about the ins and outs of this. 17040B. In short, we must be careful in everything we do. Don't be too nervous. We should just hold on to the thighs of our seniors. If the sky falls, there will always be tall people to hold it up. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro patted her shoulder comfortingly, then followed Shiori Shiomi and the others as they left. I don't want to be a fledgling that needs protection all the time. 17040B. Yuan-sun murmured softly and couldn't help but sigh. Subsequent search operations still yielded no results. In fact, they knew very well that ordinary humans who entered the moon etching would basically die, and their search and rescue efforts were just a gamble of what if we can save them. It sounds cruel, but that is the reality. If the moon etching doesn't disappear, there will be more and more disappearances like this. But now, they don't even know the cause and origin of the moon etching, let alone how to shut it down. Soon, the moon etching will be over. Although Yuan-sun was disappointed with the result of getting nothing, the matter had come to an end and tonight's operation could only come to an end. The magic mark left on her brother did not show any abnormal feedback, so she quickly returned home before the moon etching ended. After that, I started bickering with my old man who was sitting on the sofa and acting crazy late at night. 17040B. The next day, during the break, Yuan-ching looked out the window. The classic seat by the window in the back row provided him with a good view. The sunlight streams through the window lattice, dyeing the window frame golden. Below, the angular geometric buildings of the artificial island spread out into the distance like an exquisite model. The vast blue sea, with silver-like spots of light dancing on the waves. A pure white ferry slowly drew an elegant arc where the sea and sky met, splitting the almost integrated blue of the horizon and ultimately becoming a small white shadow. Suddenly, he asked, "You said, I can marry a woman with a body made of steel and a heart made of silicon. Its eyes can shoot lasers, its wrists can be opened to reveal a lightsaber, and it can instantly transform into a giant robot. Is this the wife who lets me sit in it and drive it?" 17040B. Post views, 10. CH025 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 025. Sitting next to me, Yukitsuki Shiro was humming a little tune while picking through a pile of colorful envelopes. Hearing this, he couldn't help but twitched his lips, then put the back of his hand on Yuan-ching's forehead. 17040B. That's weird. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense so early in the morning? It's almost summer, are you having aphrodisiac thoughts? 17040B. I mean. Yuan-ching sighed helplessly, stood up, walked to Yuesh and Yuki, and then grabbed the other's neck and shook it hard. 17040B. Why the hell did you get so many love letters again? Do you know that I'm really stressed out sitting next to you and watching you, a piece of shit, pick through your love letters? 17040B. Cough, cough, cough. Let go, let go. You're suffocating, bastard. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro was shaken until she was dizzy, and the love letters in her hand were scattered all over the floor like flowers from heaven, covering the ground under the desk with colorful flowers. Seeing the other party raise his hands in surrender, Yuan-ching finally let go and returned to his seat. Damn it, you prodigal son. After all, I worked so hard to write this. How embarrassing it would be if you ruined it without even reading it. Yukitsuki Shiro's fair face flushed slightly from the brief fight, but this little torture didn't affect the way he looked at Yuan-ching with his usual cunning and sarcastic eyes. 17040B. Why, what does that expression mean? Are you jealous? Fuck, I'm jealous of you? After all, I'm a man who can run horses on his forehead and hold a boat in his belly. My eldest son is 9 years old and has a clear complexion. He's as handsome as autumn water and as beautiful as jade. Isn't it easy for him to find a few sisters? Ha, and you still envy me, 17040B. Does that mean you don't need me to introduce you to someone? Dad? Dad, I'm just kidding you. It's all a misunderstanding. Look, our relationship with singleness. Call me dad when you should. A true man can bend and stretch, and this saying is well embodied in Yuan-ching. Get lost. You bastard, Where's your backbone? Where's your integrity? Didn't you say that if two rabbits walk side by side, whoever falls in love is a dog? 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro raised his middle finger towards Yuanqing, then without turning back, he picked up the love letters, read them one by one, and wrote them one by one. Yuanqing, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smack his lips. Even if it's a rejection, do you have to write a serious reply to the other party? Hakaiji, you guy, 17040b. You know shit. This is called having a plan for everything, responding to every word. When someone bravely slips you a love letter, whether you reject or agree, you have to reply to make them give up, right? 17040b. Tisk tisk tisk, such a sense of responsibility. Now I understand why no one secretly slips love letters into my shoe cabinet even though I'm not bad looking. 17040b. Is it possible that you have smelly feet, and people who want to give you love letters are all suffocated by your foot odor? 17040b. Bullshit, wouldn't that be even more stylish? Damn, get out of here. 17040b. Yuanqing stopped talking and silently watched him write back letters to the girls who had confessed their love to him. After so many years together. It's not the first time that Yuanqing has seen Yukitsuki Shiro accumulate a lot of emotions and then collectively write a rejection letter. Moreover, the grandson's reasons for refusal are quite abstract. Some say he wants to concentrate on his studies, while others say his fate is not compatible. If I wanted to be perfunctory, I would even say, you are Yamata no Orakai, I am Suzanu, and if we are together, I must defeat you. I really don't know what this brat likes, he's so picky. While thinking, Yuanqing suddenly noticed that Ueshin Yuki was staring at a letter and was in hesitation. It was the first time he saw this expression when the other party wrote a letter rejecting his confession. Masaka, this guy met a girl he likes. 17040b. No. 17040b. How could you, a bitch, get out of being single before me? 17040b. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop writing? Yuanqing stretched his neck to get closer, but unexpectedly, Ueshin Yuki quickly hid the remaining love letters. Hey! You're still hiding, kid. I've seen everything you've done. Go away, privacy is important, don't you understand? Your father is quite satisfied with the remaining letters, so I must carefully select them. I told you you're fat and you're out of breath, right? Okay, then after you pick, remember to leave one for me, or 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. I'll take them all. 17040b. Fuck you, Nayuniu, you're so arrogant. You have a few hooks, do you have the ability? 17040b. Don't worry about it. I was born in Shaolin, and I have a lot of unique skills. I hold a woman in my arms and recite Buddhist scriptures. I will not let down the Tathagata or you, 17040b2. Get lost. Yukitsuki Shiro was too lazy to respond and quickly sorted out the love letters, intending to reply to them one by one. Suddenly, Yuanqing asked in a serious tone, are you really planning to get out of being single? Yuanqing's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in Yukitsuki Shiro's heart. Something deep inside him suddenly lit up because of these words. Although Yuanqing's words were full of sarcasm, as if he was afraid of being single, they took on a completely different meaning when they fell into Yukitsuki Shiro's ears. Why is he so nervous? Is he really worried about me getting a girlfriend? That is to say. 17040b. Does he care about me? Yes, he cares about me. He cares about me. 17040b. He is afraid that I will be with others, he does not want me to be with others as a partner, so he likes me. 17040b4. The moment this thought came to mind, Yuki Tsukishiro's mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. No, no, I can't laugh now, I have to hold it in. 17040B2. I have to wait 40 seconds, no, 35 seconds, and then I will laugh after I leave the classroom. Yuki Tsukishiro suppressed a smile and casually waved at Yuanqing, quoting his abstract Bible, 17040B. Forget it, dating in this version is like giving up a tower when the wind is against you, understand? I don't want to wake up one day and trigger a discount, with a 50% discount on every 100 assets. The house will become someone else's, and the child will still be black. 17040B. Ha, I'm going to get wet first. If a female classmate hits me later, I'll be the first to run away. 17040B. You son of a bitch, your father is ready to fight to the death, and you surrender? I won't introduce you to any beautiful JKS now. You bastard. 17040B. Yuki Tsukishiro happily raised her middle finger and left the classroom holding the love letter. He walked into the corridor, lowered his head, and finally couldn't help but smile. He walked all the way to the corner outside the teaching building. Seeing that there was no one around, his expression turned cold and he took out a small stack of unanswered love letters. With a slight movement of his fingers, a blue flame suddenly rose up, burning the love letters to ashes. Humph, a bunch of little devils, how dare you sneak a love letter into Ah Ching's shoe cabinet during the morning class break? Do you really think I'm just here for work? Ah Ching can only have one woman by his side in this life, and that woman is me. Yuki Tsukishiro threw the ashes into the trash can and closed the lid. He lowered his head, his thoughts drifting away with the lingering smoke. Yuki Tsukishiro, female, 17 years old. 17040B. From the moment she was born, she was viewed as a burden by the distorted family concept. His father, Kenichi Tsukishiro, is a feudal remnant who firmly believes that his family has a throne to inherit. His bones are full of contempt for women and utilitarianism. Under his constant and violent pressure, even his own mother would grab his shoulders in pain and ask, "Why are you a daughter? Why can't you be a son?" The death of his mother did not awaken any warmth in his father, but instead caused this already twisted family to sink into complete depravity. Tsukishiro Kenichi vented all his frustration and violence on his only daughter, the evidence that proved his incompetence. "You're a money loser, useless thing, why didn't you have a penis in the first place?" 17040B. These vicious curses were the ones that had been lingering in Yuki Tsukishiro's ears since he could remember. To Tsukishiro Kenichi, she is an indelible shame and an asset that is constantly depreciating in value. The clearest image in my memory is often that greasy dining table. My father would drunkenly slam the table, spitting and boasting about his imaginary glorious male succession of the Ueshin family, and then his eyes, like a venomous snake, would fix on the little girl quietly eating in the corner, and instantly turn into deep disgust. "What are you looking at? It's bad luck. It's all because of you, a jinx. You killed your mother and cut off my family line." 17040B. He slammed his chopsticks onto the table, the sound of the porcelain bowl breaking mixed with the girl's suppressed sobs. Cold and hungry, Yuki Tsukishiro could only huddle under the table, using the dim light to secretly lick the dusty rice grains she picked up from the ground. However, Tsukishiro Kenichi's distortion goes far beyond this. He could not accept the shame of no descendants, so he wanted to make use of this money-losing waste and transform it into a son. Her father forcefully gave her a temporary, made-up male name, Tsukishiro Yuzuki. Whether at home or in any occasion where her father needs her, she must refer to herself as Yuzuki and respond as son. All the girl's clothes were shredded or sold cheaply by her father. Her only clothes were the grey men's clothes that her father bought from street vendors. Her father used the most vulgar male standards to discipline her, requiring her to walk with big strides, speak in a rough voice, sit with her legs apart, and if she dared to cry, He would beat her with his fists. The most terrifying thing is that when she reached school age, in order to carry out this twisted performance to the end, Tsukishiro Kenichi used some untold means to bribe a minor official and forcibly tampered with Tsukishiro Yuki's household registration information. On the household registration that determined her legal status, the gender column was written as male like as shame. The name Tsukishiro Yuzuki and the wrong gender were etched into her soul like a brand. The turning point of fate occurred 3 years ago. The man was heavily in debt and was stealing things everywhere. He was caught. The evidence was irrefutable and the amount involved was not small, so he was sentenced to 5 years. After her father was captured, Yuki Tsukishiro did not feel the relief or ecstasy she had expected. Instead, there was a huge, suffocating void and confusion. She is free. But what is freedom? She doesn't know. She only knew that the person who had forced her into the cold outer shell of Tsukishiro Yuzuki was gone, but this outer shell seemed to have grown into her flesh and blood, tightly encircling her soul. The sun is warm, the world is vast, but there is no corner that belongs to Yuki Tsukishiro. A few days later, like a lost ghost, she wandered onto the overpass that spanned the busy highway. The traffic below merged into a noisy river of light. The wind was so strong that her frail body was shaking. She stood on the cold railing, looking at the speeding cars below, flashing death-tempting lights, her consciousness a little hazy. Jump down, and you won't be confused anymore. The body unconsciously leans outward little by little. Just when the center of gravity is about to slide out of the railing 17040B. Boom! 17040B. A powerful elbow hit her waist without warning. Then she felt dizzy and fell to the ground with the guy who elbowed her. It hurts like hell. Especially when she saw the other person pressing on her, her deepest defense mechanism still made her unable to help but slap him. But the man did not mind, instead he felt happy and relieved because his suicide attempt failed. The other person stood up and extended his hand to him. This was the first time someone reached out to her. Even though the hand was scraped, covered in dust and blood. But, it is cleaner than anything else. What happened later was just like a TV drama. Not only did they go to the same school, they also happened to be working illegally in the same restaurant. Because they were destined to be together, the other party kept pestering her and chatted for a few more words. One evening, after work, he gave himself a handful of candy. The candy wrappers gleamed cheaply but dazzlingly under the streetlights. She carefully peeled an orange and put it in her mouth. So sweet! It was a pure, explosive sweetness that she had never tasted before. Fructose spread in her dry mouth, rushing straight to her brain along her taste buds. Tears welled up without warning, and she bit her lips hard, trying not to let them fall. She lowered her head, quickly stuffed the remaining candy into the pocket of her old coat, and covered it tightly. It was like holding a handful of freshly stolen, hot stars. She secretly hid the orange candy wrapper and kept it in the deepest part of her pocket no matter what clothes she changed into. Yuan Qing, 17040B. He was the first person to reach out to her. He was the first person who gave her the taste of sweetness. He was the first person who didn't treat her as a money loser but as a friend. So, from that moment on, Yuan Qing became the only light in her dark world. This beam of light is so dazzling, bright enough to illuminate her soul that is stuck in the quagmire. She began to cautiously and clumsily try to get closer to the light using the identity of best friend. She worked, studied, and tried to survive, just to be closer to him. Once the soul is loved, flesh and blood will grow wildly. The sweetness of the candy that was stuffed into my mouth had already penetrated deep into my bones and become a poison that seeped into my blood. Ah Qing, 17040B. I finally have enough strength now. So, I will definitely, always protect you and love you. 17040B. Even if I die for you, I am willing. 17040B5. Because until now, you are still my only light. Equals 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 equals. Equals 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 equals. 7K words updated today, please vote. Post views, 11. CH026 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 026. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Criticism. The game of picking up girls by relying on gender opposition is not advisable. 17040b. Emotional anti-fraud game was blocked. Who is anxious? Who is making the effort? 17040b. Shocked, is Zifenglai still waiting for an apology at the age of over 80? 17040b1. Yuan Qing was bored and scrolling through his phone, looking at the dazzling amount of shitty news on it, and couldn't help but sigh. 17040b. Alas! Why are the men always the ones getting hit hard? Is there no such girl in this world who has a curvy figure, a slim waist, a nice butt, is rich and has the leisure time to love only me, is willing to spend money to support me, cook for me, and even die for me? 17040b. Oh, forget about the last one. If there really is a girl like that who likes me, I don't know how serious it would be. If I dare to break up with her, I'm afraid I'd be chopped to death with a hatchet. 17040b1. He turned off his phone and opened the system page that only he could see. 17040b. Player, Yuan Qing. 17040b. Level, 6, Experience, 150/60 17040b. HP, 475/475, plus 50, MP, 225/225 17040b. Strength, 24, plus 7, 17040b. Stamina, 16, plus 5, 17040b. Reaction, 1017040b. Insight, 11, plus 3, 17040b. Spirit, 16, plus 3, 17040b. Lucky, 517040b. Remaining attribute points, 01740b. Looking at this attribute bar, Yuan Qing felt at ease. But his focus is not on his own attributes. After activating the virtual version of the system, some of its functions can also be used in the real world. This includes the backpack function. Since weapons and equipment will not occupy the backpack grid after wearing them, my backpack is now empty. But this did not prevent Yuan Qing from discovering that he could take the contents out. He had just tried it in the retreat cubicle, and on a sudden thought, he pulled out the Frostscar longsword from his crotch. Although he didn't feel anything in the Tower of Delusion, after bringing this thing into reality, Yuan Qing realized that it was freezing cold. In the summer, you can put it in your room and not have to turn on the air conditioner, which can save electricity. Speaking of electricity bills, since we just restocked our depleted electricity supply, the 50,000 yen my sister gave me is almost gone. My savings just paid off the rent a while ago, and I haven't been working part-time these days, so there's not much left. Oh, it seems I have to go to work. Sister Yu's coffee shop has been doing poorly recently and is not short of staff. There is no way to get her to work for free. No, I have to work for her in exchange for her wages. Plus, if my little jealous kid knew that I was working part-time at Yuko's place, he would definitely cry and make a fuss, and be extremely jealous. I'll ask Yuki later if he's found a good job with good pay and little work. He's worked part-time at Yanhude and the Artificial Island before, and he's known as the king of the academy part-time jobs. He must know a lot of part-time jobs. The last class in the morning is over and it is finally lunchtime. Since he didn't bring a lunch box, Yuan Qing could only go to the cafeteria with Yu Cheng Yuki to eat. By the way, didn't you bring a lunch box? Why did you go to the cafeteria to eat? Yuan Qing asked. Yuki Tsukishiro patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I have to save a seat for you, my son. Get lost, you bastard! You can't talk unless you take advantage of others, right? 17040b. Bite me if you don't agree. Hey, bite you? Wait until I come of age, and I'll beat you. 17040b. You made Dad laugh. You're just a weakling who can only talk big. Who knows who will be beaten by whom in the end? 17040b. Forget it. I won't talk to a 5cm guy who's so self-conscious he can't even use a urinal. Yuan Qing glared at him, unleashing his highest level of taunting skill. As expected, once the taunting started, Yukitsuki Shiro, who had been so aggressive just now, immediately snorted and stopped talking. Boys will often joke about the length of their penises. Even if it's only 5 centimeters, they will proudly say, "I'm 18, I'm taller when I'm lying down than when I'm standing." However, no matter how much Yukitsuki Shiro talked to herself, she never told a joke at the length of a bullfight. Every time I go to the toilet with him, this guy won't wait until a single room is available. He would rather hold it in and never use the urinal. It turns out he has mysophobia. Damn, when I met you, you were ragged like a beggar, and you had a mysophobia. Didn't we even eat the cake with flowers and packaging that was thrown into the trash on Valentine's Day? To be honest, Yuan Qing is a little worried. 17040b. Is this guy really only 5 centimeters? What about my brother's lifelong event? Just as Yuan Qing was worried about his good brother's sexual happiness in the second half of his life, Yu Cheng Yuki also lamented in his heart. Supermarket me. 17040b. Is it such a good thing? Forget it, she knows what kind of person Yuan Qing is. He is definitely a bunch of bastards. He talks big online all day, but when he really lets him get the best of him, he loses his temper faster than anyone else. Alas! I want to buy him. Want to tie him up and take him to the basement. When he finally comes of age, exposing himself won't be enough. I'm afraid I'll have to tie him up, give him drugs, and inject him with injections, then use some enchantments and enhancements, and use all the tricks I can to force him to submit. When we arrived at the cafeteria, the students coming and going had already crowded the food window. Fortunately, students generally like to eat outside, so there are still many empty seats. The two found a seat by the window. Yukitsuki Shiro was in charge of taking the seat while Yuan Qing went to the window to get the food. He touched his pocket and his raised eyebrows froze. Oh my god, where's my meal card? Where's my wallet? I must have forgotten because I was in a hurry to leave this morning. I was exhausted from the previous night. If Yuangsun hadn't woken me up, I would definitely be late. There's no other way. Let's ask Yukitsuki Shiro for help. He returned to the other person and held out his hand. Father, I forgot my wallet. Please give me your meal card. Waste, what use do I have for you? Yukitsuki Shiro swears while handing over her meal card. Thank you, father. Yuan Qing was so excited that he immediately followed the crowd to the food window. The colorful pictures of the dishes on the electronic menu looked very tempting. He glanced at the meal card in his hand, which was worn and white, and his eyes fixed on the slightly shabby words at the bottom, 17040b. Value for money gold set 680 yen 17040b. The main course is salted young horse mackerel, the side dish is stir-fried bean sprouts and shredded cabbage. The soup is kelp sprout clear soup, and the rice is a standard portion. Refills are 100 yen more. It's not easy for this dog to be alone. Please save some money for him, but don't let him starve to death. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing smiled brightly at the aunt serving the meal. Auntie, please give me a poor guy's set meal. The name poor guy meal doesn't sound very decent, but as it becomes more and more popular, the lunch auntie and the students naturally reach a consensus. Auntie deftly picked up the slightly skinny salt-grilled horse mackerel and placed it on the plate. She then scooped a spoonful of bland bean sprouts and shredded cabbage, piled a large spoonful of rice on top, and finished with a spoonful of clear soup that was so light it was almost invisible. This thing costs 680 yen, what a steal! Yuanqing muttered to himself as he swiped his card. Carrying this plate of pure and simple food back to his seat, Yuanqing returned the meal card to Yueshin Yuki. "Thank you for your grace." The latter looked at the other's pitiful plate and couldn't help but frown slightly. "No appetite today? Eating such a vegetarian meal? Green diet, low-carbon life. Do you understand health preservation?" 17040b. Come on, you're still talking about health preservation? Do you think you're that bald old man with goji berries, Kimura Tsukasa? Stop talking nonsense. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. You are such a big bastard, how dare you? 17040b. Just as Yuanqing clasped his hands together, ready to follow local customs and express gratitude before the meal, he suddenly noticed Yueshin Yuki reaching towards the only bit of meat in his bowl with a chopstick. He shouted, grabbed his chopsticks and blocked it. Amidst the clanging and crashing sounds, the only small horse mackerel was snatched away by the thieves. Hateful. 17040b. Post views, 10. Ch027 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 027. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hehe 17040b. Yuki Tsuki Shiro proudly dangled the horse mackerel in the man's face, then unceremoniously shoved it into her mouth, chewing it quickly. As the saying goes, one who eats someone's food is soft-hearted, and one who receives someone's money is short-handed. Considering that this set meal was a charity from the other party, Yuanqing could only return and lean on his cane to sigh. "I only regret that I am not skilled enough to kill you. As a Chinese, I actually lost to neon gold in the use of chopsticks." 17040b. It's a shame. It's a bit of food, my son. Tisk. You're just being unethical and attacking me by surprise. If I had used all my strength, would you have been a match for me? Yuanqing is quite stubborn. As the saying goes, even if you lose the battle, you still have to win it back in other ways. Alas, that's all I can do. I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Thank you for giving me a treat, my prince. 17040b. Yuki Tsuki Shiro grinned and opened her lunchbox. Inside were several golden, juicy pieces of fried chicken, 2 small rice balls, and a few pickled radishes. "You bastard, you robbed a bank, didn't you? You eat so well? And you come to steal my food." 17040b. Yuanqing had to admit that he was anxious. Seeing the shiny fried chicken nuggets, he immediately became completely anxious. The soft stool he was sitting on made him feel very uncomfortable. His hands were shaking and sweating, and he even bit his tongue until it bled. "Hehe, don't be impatient. Even though you can't eat it, you can watch me eat it." Yuki Tsukishiro's smile was quite mean, making Yuanqing want to punch him. "Forget it, now that things have come to this, let's eat first." He picked up some bean sprouts, stuffed them into his mouth, and then took 2 big mouthfuls of rice. Grass, the canteen in the ditch, bean sprouts are more bland than the weeds outside, adding 2 spoonfuls of salt is like killing them. After taking a gulp of soup and swallowing the chewed rice, Yuanqing couldn't help but curse, "This lousy cafeteria has been getting worse and worse since the contractor changed a few months ago. Not only has the price increased by 30 to 40%, but the taste is not as good as before, and the portion size has also been reduced. Look at this rice, it's half-cooked. If the convenience store hadn't sold out of fried noodles and bread, who would eat this?" 17040b. Convenience store? Forget it. Forget that the last time we bought a bag of instant noodles, they were expired. After the store changed owners, I even suspected that the fried noodles were made from leftover food. Yuki Tsuki Shiro chewed her rice ball slowly and complained along with Genking, it can't be helped. After all, this is a private upper-class school 17040B. Aside from Nakajo, all other senior executives, including the school's chairman, are from the Shiomi family and their partners, and the school mostly recruits children from well-off middle-class families. They are not short of money, so the price increase in the cafeteria is not a big deal to them. Instead, it provides them with many high-end choices. Specially recruited students and civilian students like us only make up less than half of the school population, and our feedback is ignored. Our voices are so insignificant 17040B. I didn't expect you, a bitch, to be so good at finding conflicts. By the way, why didn't you react to the little female ghost? 17040B. President? What's the point of complaining to her? She's just a student. Does she have the ability to bear the responsibility of our lives? 17040B. I asked you to give me feedback on the cafeteria. Does that have anything to do with the burden of life? Yuan Qing almost laughed out of anger. But what the other party said is not without reason. Although Shiori Shiomi is the daughter of the Shiomi family and an outstanding student council president, she will definitely not be able to get involved in business matters until she reaches adulthood. Yukitsuki Shiro drank a glass of water, burped, and pushed the lunch box towards Yuan Qing, 17040B. Son of a bitch, I can't eat any more, so I'll give you these remaining chicken nuggets as a snack. Looking at the half of the chicken nuggets in the other person's lunch box that hadn't been touched at all, Yuan Qing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ah! This is not good, right? You don't seem to have eaten much. I had too many fried dough sticks working at a convenience store, and the boss gave them to me as a gift. I've been eating too many lately and I'm almost vomiting. If you don't eat them, I'll just have to throw them away. It's a steal for you, you dog. 17040B. Yukitsuka Shiro's tone was as calm as if she was discussing the weather, but Yuan Qing knew that this was a deliberate snack left for her. I grabbed a small fish and got a few chicken nuggets in return. It was worth it. Your Majesty, Your Grace. I bow in gratitude. 17040B. Yuan Qing grinned, rubbed his hands vigorously, picked up the chicken nugget without hesitation, and took a bite. The aroma of oil instantly exploded in his mouth, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Meat is still delicious. Is this what money tastes like? I've gotten so low that I feel grateful for chicken nuggets. Oh, it's nice to have money. Yuan Qing closed his eyes and enjoyed it, completely unaware that Yukitsuki Shiro, who was sitting opposite him, saw him like this and her lips curled up in an extremely gentle arc. Suddenly, Yuan Qing said, "Hey, Hakaiji, you don't have to be like this." Yukitsuki Shiro panicked, thinking the other party had discovered something. Unexpectedly, Yuan Qing then added, "Given our relationship, you don't have to worry about my pride or face. Just give me the money directly." 17040B. Go to hell, I'm really fed to the dog. 17040B. Just kidding, but I'm really short of money lately. My previous store closed down, and I need to find a new job. You're the top worker on the artificial island, do you have any good places to recommend? 17040B. Really? Do you know the Blue Bai building? The Shiomi family has invested in real estate, shopping malls, high-end 5-star hotels, and luxurious office clubs. Everything you need. 17040B1. Are you talking about the 66-story skyscraper in Yanhutai? Yes, the newly opened Royal Hotel inside is hiring toilet cleaners. You can go and try. Sweep the toilet. Yuan Qing immediately screamed, "Fuck, who do you think I am? I am the son of Destiny and the Emperor, and you actually want me to sweep the toilet? No. Even a dog wouldn't." 17040B. 5,000 yen per hour. Yukitsuki Shiro said calmly. Do it. Do it. If the dog doesn't do it, I will. 17040b. Tisk, look at you, you look so miserable. Let's go tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have to go to the club this afternoon. I'll take you there. Do you have connections there? Of course, I'm a senior waiter in the hotel. A waiter is a waiter, and a senior waiter? Forget it. 17040b. 17040b. After school, Yuan Qing went to the student union as usual to see if he needed help today. I had originally planned to just show up and have the president send me away as usual, but I didn't expect that today he was actually moved by my hardworking and responsible behavior and asked me to help move the books. Damn! Miscalculated. 17040b. There are 3 boxes of books in total, all of which are the school's latest safety education extracurricular reading materials. Yuan Qing holds 2 boxes, and the president holds 1 box. Although his strength has now exceeded the limit of human beings, he still believes that he will never work hard if he can slack off. After just a few steps, Yuan Qing began to pant heavily. 17040b. President, is there a shot put in here? It's so heavy. Tisk, trash. 17040b. Shiori Shiomi cast a contemptuous look at him, then gave herself a box of books that the other person was carrying. This resulted in her being small but holding books that didn't reach her head, and the weight was much heavier than Yuan Qing's. Damn, where does this girl get so much strength? Not only is he small but he's also incredibly strong. Even though she couldn't see the road ahead, she could still walk steadily. 17040b. Not sisters, are you the reincarnation of a forklift? 17040b1. The 2 of them carried the books back to the student union activity room. As soon as the door closed, Yuan Qing threw the books to the ground and sat down on the chair, crying out in pain. 17040b. Ouch, it's so heavy. I'm so tired. Shiori Shiomi passed by him and glanced at him with cold disgust. You're tired after such a small portion. Didn't you have lunch? Hey, you're right. Yuan Qing raised his finger and took this opportunity to complain. I say, Mr. President, can you please take care of this shabby school cafeteria? The food tastes terrible, is expensive, the rice is half-cooked, the portions are small, and even adding a little more salt is like killing them. 17040b. Shiomi Shiori replied without even looking up, why would you ask me for this? Isn't there a suggestion box for the school board? Oh, suggestion box. 17040b. Although this school is not as bad as installing surveillance cameras on the suggestion box, it can still be said to be useless. Instead of relying on suggestion boxes to work, it's better to rely on a magical girl to descend from the sky and strike for justice. Seeing that Yuan Qing didn't say anything else, Zijian Shizi looked up at him, then lowered her head and said lightly, I'll go and see when I'm free. There's no work for the student union. You can go back. 17040b. Okay. Yuan Qing curled his lips, stood up and left the activity room. Tisk, perfunctory. If you have time to look at it, then you will never have time. Forget it, they don't control the financial power anyway, not to mention that the people who run the cafeteria are all from their family, so how can family members fight against each other? Alas, capital. Post views, 11. CH028 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 028. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. It was almost midnight again. In the past, Yuan Qing would always be sound asleep during this time. He would only stay up this late when he was occasionally caught up in a TV series or playing games, or when he couldn't find satisfactory spell materials for a long time. And now, midnight has become the time he looks forward to most in the day. I glanced at the time on my phone, 23:59. Coming soon. Today I can kill the slime army on the first floor again. 1704 Yuan Qing felt like a young man who had taught himself martial arts for 2 years and wanted to challenge a martial arts master but was kicked to death like a roadside stray dog. He had no choice but to run back to the nursing home and kindergarten to act like a boss. There's no way, the game is designed this way. I don't want to be the sword god of Shilapo either, I have no choice. If the difficulty of this broken tower was balanced better, I wouldn't have to kill a level 1 slime. Who doesn't want to have a fierce battle with an equally strong opponent? But I need to add one thing, if the experience is not much more than the slime, and there is a possibility of dying, then I would rather kill the slime. I like the feeling of getting something without having to work hard. Ding! 1704 The mysterious bell rang from the depths of his soul on time. The next second, the phone screen suddenly went dark. A strange, cracked moon hung high in the sky, and darkness flooded the entire city like a tide. Almost at the same time, Yuan Qing received a system prompt, 1704 Obtain invitation from the god of death *1 1704 After use, you can directly teleport to the lobby of the Tower of Delusion 1704 Since he had been there once before, Yuan Qing was naturally familiar with the process this time. He selected the invitation letter on the system page and clicked Use. As the light points transformed from the cards dissipated and condensed, a dark crack with extremely irregular edges appeared out of thin air before him. Enter the portal and arrive at the familiar Fire Link Shrine. Ding 1704 Get Resurrection Coin *3 1704 Note: Resurrection coins can only be used in the Tower of Delusion. You can receive 3 coins for your first entry into the Tower of Delusion each day. 1704 Current Resurrection Coin, 4 1704 Very good, the resurrection coins that can support my own spending have also arrived. This place is no different from when I came here yesterday, empty, deserted, and lonely. I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like something has changed since yesterday. I feel like there's something more. 1704 Yuan Qing looked around the empty hall, his eyes subconsciously sweeping over the quietly burning bonfire with the spiral sword inserted in it. There seemed to be an indescribable sense of cold gaze in the air. As he wondered, trying to find the source of that strange feeling 1704 There she is. She was a tall woman with white hair that fell to her heels. She wears a crown made of broken white porcelain, holds a bunch of white flowers in her right arm, and holds a strangely shaped scale in her left hand. The black robe fell naturally, and the fabric that was close to her waist outlined her slender waistline. Her eyes were covered by a black veil, but even so, one could still imagine her stunning beauty from the white cheeks below her eyes, her straight nose, and her small red lips. Of course, compared to her appearance was what Yuan Qing cared least about. No footsteps, no breath, not even breathing. The other party seemed to have emerged directly from the shadows of this space. Without any warning, it blended in naturally with the flickering light and shadow of the flames. It was invisible the second before, but now it is like a painting that has always been hanging on the wall. When the canvas falls, it naturally exists. Seeing him, Yuan Qing felt his breathing stagnate for a moment. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since the other party appeared in this safe house on this floor, it means that they are not enemies and will not pose a threat to me. Could it be an NPC from the Tower of Delusion? By the way, her image always makes me feel familiar. Could it be 1704 Yuan Qing had a guess in his mind and used the system to check the other party's information. 1704 Name: Mysterious Libra Woman 1704 Level: 1 1704 HP: 100/100 MP, 0/0 1704 Description: A mysterious woman of unknown origin stood silently, as if she had been one with this bonfire and this darkness for eternity. 1704 Seems to be able to provide some kind of help to players 17040B. Don't pretend. Just confirm it for me. 17040B. What the hell is this mysterious Libra woman? You even gave her a nickname, right? Yuan Qing complained in his heart. However, thanks to the system's evidence, he can now confirm the other party's identity 17040B. No mistake, it's the Firekeeper. 17040B. The spiral sword and the bonfire already had a lot of flavor, and now it's even more direct and not even acted. So this broken tower was really designed by Hayao Miyazaki? I really want to thank him for putting a level 30 lord on the second floor of the novice village. What? You said you opened the door and met Gouda without memorizing the Dark Souls 3 buttons? 17040B. That's fine, that's definitely his style. Bullshit, how dare Xiao Gao throw such a stat monster into the novice village? Gouda can be killed with a stick, and the tree guard can be leveled up and then challenged again. Why don't you use a stick to beat the Goblin King to death? There is a decree from the Thunder Lord. Why don't you try to go around it? 17040B. Otherwise, I'll split your shit out, and you'll be considered clean. 17040B. Yuan Qing gathered his thoughts and walked step by step to the front of the Firekeeper. The other person remained motionless, his eyes covered by black veil staring straight ahead, as if he could not see Yuan Qing's presence. Alas, classic blind man. 17040B. Barefoot, blind, disabled, if you don't meet the conditions, you have no soul. At the border, Lonnie was burned into a prison. Yuan Qing sighed inwardly, then composed himself and mustered up the courage to greet the other party, 17040B. Hello, who are you? 17040B. Excuse me, can you hear me? 17040B. Very good, the silent riddle man of the classics. 17040B. She's going to talk, I'm not used to it. I should figure out how to manipulate her myself. If she really applies the Firekeeper setting, then her role should be to provide self-enhancement services. How to trigger it? Offer your soul? 17040B1. This scale does look like a tool for weighing souls. But where is the soul in me? After much thought, Yuan Qing couldn't figure it out. So he decided to just follow his intuition. Kill the monster first. After killing the monster, you might get a soul fragment. He went up the spiral staircase and came to the first floor. A colorful army of slimes was waiting for him like a virtuous wife in an anime. So happy. Seeing them, Yuan Qing's tears fell from the corners of his mouth. He pulled out the Frostscar longsword from his inventory and charged in with one swift step. In just 2 minutes, he had slain dozens of slimes. I looked at the experience, 3300/6300. 17040B. It's about halfway to upgrading. Each slime can only provide 50 experience points, which means he needs to kill at least 60 slimes to reach level 7. By level 7, each slime has only 25 experience points left. It's difficult. But compared to these, 17040B. Yuan Qing spread out his right hand, and a faint white light naturally emanated from his palm. The light spots floated in distinct spots, like fireflies. A new column has been added to the system main page, 17040B. Number of souls, 170. 17040B. You see, playing games more really has its benefits, right? As I expected, a new currency system has indeed emerged. Post views, 11. CH029 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 029. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuan Qing couldn't wait to return to the lobby of the Tower of Delusion and came before the mysterious Libra woman. As soon as he approached, the faint white light in his hand seemed to be guided and floated to the side of the scale in the other person's hand. It's like putting your soul on it to be weighed. Yuan Qing's system page also popped up a reminder of soul -100. As the souls gathered on the tray, the mysterious Libra woman, who was frozen like a sculpture, finally responded. She lifted the hand holding the scales slightly, and the added weight of her soul gradually brought the originally tilted scales back to balance. When the scales were completely balanced, the woman gently extended the hand holding the white flowers toward Yuan Qing's location. Oh? 17040B. Come on, we can hold hands now. 17040B. I said that Soul 3 is also a love-raising game. With the idea of giving it a try, Yuan Qingjiang held the other person's fair hand. The skin is very good, a little cool, and very comfortable to hold. Yuan Qing commented in his heart. Soon, a warm feeling spread from the other person's palm, along Yuan Qing's arm, and gradually spread to his whole body. Throwing tiles, 17040B. Throwing tiles, the power surges out. 17040B. HP plus 100, MP plus 50, all attributes plus 1 17040B. The system prompt made Yuan Qing's eyes light up. Sacrificing 100 souls can enhance so many attributes? There is such a good thing in the world. 17040B. In the moment of joy, the Libra woman who was thought to be mute actually spoke. 17040B. Lost son, 17040B. Offer more souls, and I will bless you and give you more strength to fly towards freedom. 17040B. Okay, you're a lost child, right? Still going, still going. 17040B. Let me see what's going on. As soon as the other party finished speaking, a brand new system page popped up in front of Yuan Qing. 17040B. Name, Mysterious Libra Woman 17040B. Attribute Enhancement, sacrifice a certain amount of souls to increase 200 HP, 100 MP and all attributes by 2 points. Required this time, 500-17040B. Soul Furnace, sacrifice souls and special materials to strengthen weapons and equipment 17040B. Experience Blessing, you will be exempt from level penalties for the next period of time, and you will gain double experience from killing monsters. Required this time, 600-17040B. Blessing of Strength, increase all attributes by 20% for the next period of time. Required for this time, 500-17040B. Lucky Blessing, increases monster drop rate for the next period of time, and increases gold drop by 50%. Required this time, 500-17040B. After reading this pile of information, Yuan Qing had only one thought about this mysterious Libra woman 17040B. Damn, you are not a fire keeper. You are my dad. 17040B. You are the one who can be my mother. You can become stronger by sacrificing your soul, and that's not all, you can also get various blessings. Especially the blessing of experience. 17040B. Double experience and no level penalty. 17040B. What does this mean? This meant that he no longer had to endure the increasingly miserable experience of being the sword god of Shilapo. This means that he can upgrade rapidly in a short period of time. Level penalty? See you later. 17040B. Now even if you kill a slime, you can get a full 200 experience points. This efficiency is more than doubled compared to before. It's like going from walking to driving a supercar. Just before, he thought reaching level 7 was a long way off. But now, just kill 15 of them and you can achieve your goal. And as his attributes improve, he will kill monsters faster and gain experience faster. It's like a pillow delivered to you when you're dozing off, or a windfall when you're broke. Buy it. I must buy it. I'll buy it even if it costs me everything. Yuan Qing screamed madly in his heart. Unfortunately, reality doesn't play along with him. His trouser pockets are cleaner than his face. After activating the Libra woman, he only has 70 souls left, which is not enough to even upgrade an attribute, let alone exchange for experience blessings. Yuan Qing stared at the experience blessing option, like a zero Krypton party who can only rely on the grind tasks to collect materials to draw cards, leaving behind a look of reluctance to see his wife who has not yet married. Wait, when I have enough raw stones /star jade /star voice /film /synthetic jade /supply cards, I will come back to marry you. 17040B. He closed the system page and turned to walk towards the second floor. There is another equally powerful opponent waiting for him there. A hero can't escape from the battlefield, 17040B. Stepping onto the last step, Yuan Qing once again saw the Goblin King, who was as huge as a hill. This time he didn't rush to give up. The opponent's level is 30, while I am only level 6. The difference is not small, it is just like a chasm. But are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different races? He, Dong Zhou, was nothing more than a usurper and traitor. He poisoned the young emperor, defiled the palace, and murdered loyal officials. The people suffered misery, and the bones of the common people blocked the roads. People all over the world wished they could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. 17040B. And the Yuan family of Runan has 3 dukes in 4 generations, and there are countless students and former officials. Half of the world's talents come from the Yuan family. If this is not destiny, then what is destiny? He can sit on this throne, but I can't? His sword is sharp, so my sword is not weak either. Yuan Qing drew out the Frost Scar longsword, assumed a standard sword-holding stance, and aimed it at the Goblin King. Activate Stone Eskin, activate Nimble Steps, and activate all the skills that can be opened. 1 library away. 17040B. This time, even if I die, I will accumulate enough experience to chop off its head in the future. 17040B. Boom. 17040B. Thunder rumbled, Yuan Qing's eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. 17040B. Ding 17040B. Resurrection coin 11740B. Yuan Qing slapped his head and sat up from the campfire, feeling as if he had just finished an all-nighter chasing Ave Mujica, with nothing to say. There really is no difference between level 1 and level 6. After all, he is only level 6, so it is normal for him to be killed by a thunderbolt from a level 30 boss. Oh, it's okay. 17040B. Blanche. 17040B. Yuan Qing patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Never mind, it doesn't matter, there are still 3 resurrection coins left today, and 3 more chances. Currently, each of these slimes only has a few souls. At this rate, to accumulate 600 souls, you need to kill them in at least 3 waves. If nothing unexpected happens, the last life today can be redeemed once. If this buff lasts for a long time and is only enough to spawn a slime once, it feels a bit uneconomical. Well, no matter what, if it really doesn't work, just save it first and redeem the buff tomorrow. He gathered his thoughts and took a step forward. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a small ball of faint light floating in the air where he was resurrected. What is this? It looks familiar, 17040B. Could it be? 17040B. Yuan Qing's heart moved, and he quickly stretched out his hand, and the ball of light was immediately sucked into his palm. Ding 17040B. Picked up the ascetic's unyielding will * 17040B1. Description: a fragment of will dropped by an ascetic who sharpens himself through repeated suffering. After use, you can gain 500 souls. 17040B. Oh, it turns out to be the wallet system that makes even wolves smile. 17040B. Wait, since there are such items, there won't be a drop penalty mechanism when I just die, right? Yuan Qing quickly opened the system tray and saw the 70 souls lying quietly in the corner, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no penalty mechanism for dropping items after death. So, every time I die, I can get 500 souls for free. It's a bit hellish, but since I'm dead, I left some firewood for my resurrection, so I can continue to make use of my remaining energy. Very good. 17040B. Post views, 10. CH030 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuan Qing has always been heartless, so he quickly accepted this hellish setting. Using the fragments of wool, he gained 500 souls, and his deposit suddenly reached 570. He quickly ran to the first floor and killed a few newly refreshed slimes. Then he returned to the lobby without stopping, found the Libra woman, and used the 600 souls he had saved to exchange for the blessing of experience. Almost at the moment he made the thought, the soul light points that he had absorbed and integrated into his body were peeled off as if guided, gathering into a trickle and drifting towards the scale tray held in the Libra woman's left hand. When the scales reached equilibrium, she extended her white right hand to Yuan Qing again. A nearly divine, holy light poured down like a substance, enveloping Yuan Qing's body. Yuan Qing, who was immersed in the light, felt extremely relaxed, as if he had slept soundly all night until dawn. Ding 17040B. The system suddenly issued a prompt. He opened the status bar page, and a small golden hourglass icon appeared in the upper right corner. The hourglass was filled with golden sand that shone brightly like liquid gold. At the narrow neck connecting the upper and lower parts, the first grain of shining golden sand has begun to fall. Experience blessing remaining time, 09 minutes 59 seconds 17040B. Can it only last 10 minutes at a time? Well, not long, but enough. After confirming that his buff had taken effect, Yuan Qing could not wait to rush up to the first floor with his sword. Killing one of the remaining slimes gives you 200 experience points. Time is running out, he must quickly kill all the slimes and send them to the tower for refresh. At this moment, the newly refreshed slimes looked like piles of mobile experience gift packs emitting a golden glow in Yuan Qing's eyes. With a deft step, Yuan Qing pierced into the tightly packed slime army like a sharp blade. The frost scar sword was unsheathed with a biting chill, and the ice crystal cracks covering the blade gleamed coldly in the dim light. Puff! 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 17040B. The sword flashed like a streak of silk, and Yuan Qing's figure shuttled through the slime army at high speed. The sword blade kept swinging, and with a flick of his hand, the slimes one after another turned into gel. The ice attribute attack of the frost scar longsword even slows down the movements of the slimes it hits, making it easier for him to harvest them. The sound of the sword tearing through the sticky body was continuous, with almost no pause. At the edge of my vision, a golden hourglass continuously poured out golden sand, and the system prompts that popped up crazily along with it were like dense drum beats. 17040B. Experience plus 200 17040B. Experience plus 200 17040B. Experience plus 200 17040B. 17040B. The experience bar rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the improvement in all attributes after the upgrade was fully demonstrated at this moment. He was a ruthless slime harvester, his footsteps never stopping, the sword light sweeping across the entire first floor hall like a violent storm. Wherever it passes, jelly flows into rivers, and slime and gel splash everywhere. Ding! Level up. 17040B. Level 7, Experience 0/8500 17040B. 17040B. Ding! Level up. 17040B. Level 8, Experience 0/11000 17040B. 17040B. Puff! 1704 OB. With the sound of the sword blade tearing through jelly, he quickly dealt with the last few slimes as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. The entire first floor hall fell into dead silence again, leaving only the messy remains of jelly scattered on the ground. Experience blessing remaining time, 7 minutes and 21 seconds 1704 OB. Yuan Qing didn't dare to rest for even a second. He still had 3 resurrection coins left, so he had to finish the remaining 3 rounds of slimes before the buff ended. He glanced at the eerie spiral staircase leading to the second floor, took a deep breath, and without a word, rushed towards the entrance, holding up the frost scar longsword that was still dripping with blue slime. For Yuan Qing, his act of sending the tower away was not to die, but to refresh the monsters. He had just reached the second floor, barely even finding his feet when he threw a pre-rolled fireball at the massive figure emitting a terrifying aura. Tian Wenjing, am I going to scorch you? Come, chop me to death. Strike me to death with your most powerful lightning. Yuan Qing taunted the darkness, enveloped by thunderclouds and filled with a destructive aura, with the taunt even fiercer than a warrior's provocation skill. As if in response to his request, deep within the second floor, in the center of the lava pond, those lava-like red eyes suddenly lit up, and a devastating pressure instantly locked onto him. Yuan Qing could even see the huge skeleton staff raised, and thunderclouds rolled across the sky. Boom! A purple lightning column, as thick as a water tank and condensed into a solid substance, tore through the air and struck Yuan Qing head-on with incredible precision, carrying the power to annihilate everything. The blinding purple light instantly engulfed everything, and the vision was covered in a pale white. HP 9999, 1704 OB. 1704 OB. Ding 1704 OB. Resurrection coin 11704 OB. Resurrected again, Yuan Qing didn't even bother to check his status. The tingling sensation of being struck by lightning still lingered in his head, but his body instinctively sprang to its feet. He grabbed the frost scar longsword beside him and charged towards the first floor again. Resurrection rushed to the first floor with the double experience blessing. Frantically harvest slimes experience skyrocketed rush to the second floor to die refresh monsters resurrection again. This process is almost etched into our DNA. It's just like being a working ox from the moment we open our eyes. In this way, the cycle repeated 2 more times, and Yuan Qing finally caught up with the last few seconds of the buff and cleared the last wave of slimes. The golden light dissipated, and the hourglass icon disappeared completely. Yuan Qing leaned on his sword, his body slightly tired, but his face was filled with indescribable excitement. He couldn't wait to open the system status bar, 1704 OB. Player, Yuan Qing 1704 OB. Level, 11, Experience, 4300/13500 1704 OB. HP, 1050/1050, MP, 380/380 1704 OB. Strength, 35, plus 7, 1704 OB. Stamina, 24, plus 5, 1704 OB. Reaction, 141704 OB. Insight, 151704 OB. Spirit, 20, plus 3, 1704 OB. Lucky, 111704 OB. Remaining attribute points, 25 1704 OB. From level 6 to level 11. Jump 5 levels in a row. 1704 OB. Strength increased by nearly half, stamina also increased significantly, and HP even exceeded 1000 points. 1704 OB. It's clear that attribute points are randomly increased when leveling up. There are 25 attribute points in total at level 5, but I didn't expect the system to allocate 10 points to strength and 7 points to stamina at once. Are you planning to train me into a muscular warrior with a pointy head? But it's not a big problem. He has seen the skill panel and knows that high-level skills can only be learned at level 20. Moreover, the skills after level 20 are still locked for the time being, so you can't even see them. There is no need to worry about them now. Now my strength is far ahead of other attributes, and I have 25 points left to distribute freely, which can balance it out. 17040B. Balanced shit, strength, give me another 10 points. 17040B. Then add 5 points to spirit, 5 points to physical strength, and the rest to reaction and insight. After allocating the attribute points, Yuan Qing tried to clench his fists and could feel the abundant power rushing through his arms. Fortunately, adding points will not affect the physiological structure. Otherwise, with Yuan Qing's current strength far exceeding that of humans, his muscle development level is estimated to be at the 4th level of the basic head again. If you add more, it might become Hanma Yujiro's otherworldly branch. Can adding some more give you sculpted muscles? No. 17040B. But having strength is enough. 17040B3. Post views, 11. CH031 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although Genking has great respect for the burly giants among the Baki, he himself is still unwilling to become a giant with muscles that are as ferocious as a monster. That's too scary, it might scare the little girl. After adding points, Yuan Qing focused on the skill bar. Now he has reached level 11 and can unlock more skills. First of all, the sword energy that can only be learned at level 8. Skill, Sword Chi, LV.1, 17040B1. Description, slashes out a stream of sword energy, with destructive power comparable to a slash, and also carries weapon attribute attacks 17040B. As I guessed, the attributes of the weapon are the same as the attributes of the sword energy. With this skill, combined with the Frost Scar Longsword, it is almost like having an ice cone skill. Although the skill bars are arranged in a fancy way and there are many of them, they can be divided into 3 categories: physics, magic, and auxiliary. There is nothing much to say about the physics department. Cold weapon proficiency and sword energy are typical examples. For magic, it is a skill like fireball that uses magic to attack the enemy. As for the auxiliary system, it is easier to understand. Nimble steps and stone skin are all auxiliary systems. At level 11, there are many more options than before, but Yuan Qing looked around and found that there were not many that he could use. After some thought, he learned Earth-Splitting Wave Sword, Pyroblast, and God's Movement. Including the sword energy, a total of 4 skill points are consumed, and 1 point is left, which can be saved for upgrading more powerful skills later. He finally understood that the strength of these skills in the early stage was very average, and the real big moves were in the later stage, so he could save some skill points. Earth-Shattering Wave Sword. This thing is probably inspired by the earth-shattering wave sword of the Ghost Swordsman. It is to draw the sword to the ground, and then set off a shock wave, with a knockdown effect, which can be regarded as a small control skill. Pyroblast is an advanced version of Fireball. You must master Fireball before learning it. The attack method is to summon a burst of flames from the ground. It has a wide range and is one of the few AoE damage skills in the early stage. As for the God of Changes, 17040B. 666, Jin Yang also did it. 17040B. This thing is a higher level of Qinggong than Nimble Steps, which can directly provide Yuan Qing with 15% movement speed and 5% dodge chance. If you consume mana, you can also gain an additional 5% movement speed and 5% dodge. It should be noted that the effects of speed-related auxiliary skills do not stack. This is also reasonable. Otherwise, why would those peerless masters practice so hard? They could just learn a secret method, hide in the deep mountains and old forests, and use Soul Drain to attack Cuckoo and stack Q. After stacking tens of millions of times and then coming out, they would be invincible. The main reason for learning this skill is to gamble on the 10% dodge chance. According to the system description, the dodge rate can be regarded as a concept skill. As long as the dodge is successfully triggered, even the instant kill skills released by the lords far above your own level can be avoided. However, it should be noted that the dodge rate will be adjusted according to the level difference between the two sides. The higher the opponent's level, the lower your dodge rate will be. Take the Goblin King as an example. Given the current level difference between the two, if the opponent attacks, your chance of dodging is only 3%. Shockingly low. 17040B. But what if? What if I have to rely on this little probability in the future? I can only say that gamblers are like this. After learning the skills, Yuan Qing sold all the materials dropped from the slime, and with the gold coins dropped from monsters, his savings reached 1,700. As for souls, since I can produce and sell them myself, I have accumulated 2,200. It looks like a lot, but it doesn't last long. After all, the cost of strengthening and blessing the Libra woman will increase with her level. He now needs 1,000 to use a strengthening, and blessing is more expensive, 1,200. Fortunately, the higher the cost of the enhancement, the higher the attribute will be. For example, now, strengthening once can increase 500 health, 250 mana, and all attributes by 5 points. I think it's a good deal. My soul balance is just enough to strengthen once and redeem a blessing. I don't have any resurrection coins today, but I dare not go and die again. I'll save the blessings for tomorrow. Yuan Qing walked up to the Libra woman, sacrificed 1,000 souls to her, and shook her outstretched hand with ease. After the strengthening was completed, Yuan Qing clearly felt that his strength had been greatly increased. He quickly checked the status and confirmed again, 17040B. Level, 11, Experience, 4300/13500-17040B. HP, 1650/1650, plus 50, MP, 680/680-17040B. Strength, 50, plus 7, 17040B. Stamina, 34, plus 5, 17040B. Reaction, 211740B. Insight, 231740B. Spirit, 30, plus 3, 17040B. Lucky, 111740B. My health has tripled compared to when I first arrived, and all other attributes have also been greatly improved. I have also learned more powerful skills. Very good, another fruitful day. Yuan Qing closed the attribute panel with satisfaction, and looking at the lifeless lobby around him, he couldn't help but fall into thought. The countdown to the end of the lunar etching has not yet been released, which means it will take a long time before returning to reality. What can I do with this little time? Can I just sit there and watch? Wait a minute. 17040B. When did a red dot appear on the system page? Yuan Qing showed doubt on his face, and with a thought, he opened the red dot that looked like a message prompt, 17040B. Congratulations on reaching level 10. 17040B. Training subjugation mission has been triggered, clear the Shadow Beast Lair 17040B. Description: within the moon etching, a large number of highly threatening shadow beasts will continuously emerge, and the nests are the breeding grounds for shadow beasts. To reduce the number of shadow beasts, please immediately destroy the shadow beast nests and defeat the nest leaders. 17040B. Mission difficulty, Sea level, minimum level, LV.10, recommended level, LV.20. 17040B. Reward, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 experience points, 5 primary recovery potions/mana potions, 1 bone ring, 1 fatigue recovery potion. 17040B. Note: after accepting the mission, you will be teleported to the mission location. If the mission fails or is completed, you will return to the Tower of Delusion. 17040B. Note: novice protection has been activated. Before reaching level 30, if you suffer a critical hit during a crusade mission, you will be automatically teleported back to the Tower of Delusion and restored to full health, but the mission will fail and you will be demoted. 17040B. So that's it, it's a subjugation mission outside the Tower of Delusion. Not only are there rich rewards, but also newbie protection is provided. The problem is that the recommended level for this copy is level 20. I am only level 11, just above the minimum level. Is it a bit too risky to challenge at this level? Yuan Qing held his chin, his face thoughtful. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. What's the tangled thing? The novice protection can escort me to level 30. During this period, no matter how much I play, there is always a system to support me. The correct approach is to take this opportunity to practice my own strength and improve my skills. I'm almost tired of killing so many slimes inside. If I don't have experience blessings, I may not be able to reach level 11 even if I kill them for another week. No matter how many low-level monsters you kill, you will never know your limits. The current subjugation mission is just the right opportunity to hone your own strength. Plus there is protection for novices, it is a good place to level up. I was originally thinking about how to leave the Tower of Delusion and go out to see the outside world before the moon etching ended. Now it's convenient for me to go out. Opportunity not to be missed, of course. 17040B. 17040B. Moon etching, Minato-ku, Tokyo. 17040B. The dim light was like solidified grease, smeared on the abandoned dock warehouses in the port area. The air was filled with the unique stench of the sea, rust, and shadow beasts. Deep in the warehouse, the darkness was wriggling and tumbling like a living thing, with faint sounds of sticky wriggling and the splatter of dripping liquid coming from it. Yuan Sun stood in the shadow of the warehouse entrance, her long ice-blue hair slightly blown by the dirty, fishy wind. She gripped the staff tightly, and the biting cold air lingering around it dispelled the approaching filth like clouds and mist. She stared ahead, her cold and sharp gaze fixed firmly on the silhouette hidden in the darkness deep within the warehouse, emitting a strong sense of oppression. 17040B. C-rank Shadow Beast Boss, Rotten Giant Beast. 17040B. This is the opponent she is going to defeat this time. Post views, 11. CH032 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Are you okay? Dan Zhu stood beside Yuan Sun, looking at her with concern. As for the sister of the man she loves, she naturally loves her family as well. I'm a little nervous. Yuan Sun is not the kind of girl who would hide things in such occasions and make people worry, so she would speak directly when she felt uncomfortable. Dan Zhu comforted him, I understand. After all, this is your first time leading the attack and semi-independently defeating a C-rank Shadow Beast boss. It's normal to be nervous. No, Yuan Sun shook his head slightly, his expression complicated. Actually, it's not right to say I'm nervous, I just feel a little nauseous. 17040B. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant creature deep in the warehouse began to wriggle forward. The dim moonlight fell on it through the window, revealing its full appearance. It was a pure mountain of flesh. Its massive body almost filled up half the warehouse, reaching a height of nearly 2 stories, and its skin was a sickening dark red. Large areas of sticky, moist, and oily muscle fibers were exposed as if their skin had been peeled off alive. 17040B. The fat covering the outer layer slowly flowed and drooped like melted wax, constantly dripping a sticky, disgusting, and fishy-smelling yellow-brown pus. And in the center of its massive body, a huge crack, almost occupying the entire front of the torso, gaped hideously. That's its big mouth. The mouth parts are made of circles of dark red muscle that turn outward like rotting petals. The crack was bottomless, and the flesh walls were densely packed with layers of pale fangs. Seeing this thing, Yuan Sun felt his stomach begin to churn. Keep calm, Little girl. You'll be battling even more disgusting shadow beasts in the future. This isn't enough. The soft and flirtatious voice of Redbird came from the shelf not far away. She leaned lazily, holding the thermos cup of goji berries in her hand, slurped a big sip, gargled it in her mouth several times before swallowing, and then let out a comfortable sigh from her throat. This action cannot be imitated without 20 years of experience as a village cotter. Watch out, this thing is called the Rotten Beast, a C-rank boss shadow beast. It looks disgusting, and it's even more disgusting to fight. 17040b. Its weakness lies in the largest, pulsating rotten core in the middle of its body. The outer layer of pus-filled armor is alive, flowing and regenerating, making it less effective against physical attacks. Snow Owl, your ice magic is its nemesis. Be careful not to get it stained with the pus on its body, it is corrosive. It is best to freeze its ventral feet with cold air to make it unable to move, and then attack the connection point of the pustules to make the rotten meat become brittle and stiff. As for those little fleshy worms that fall from it and spit acid, 17040b. Redbird glanced at the dark red tumors on the warehouse floor that were constantly squirming and trying to get closer to everyone. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. After saying that, she casually raised her hand, and the blazing flames immediately engulfed it. Understood, Senior Redbird. Yuan Sun suppressed the discomfort in his stomach, took a deep breath, and the cold light in his eyes became even stronger. She no longer hesitated, and swung her staff forward violently. A stream of icy blue cold air, like a living snake, darted along the ground towards the foot of the giant humus mouth. Wherever the cold air passed, the ground condensed into ice, freezing and crushing the dark red flesh worms that tried to rush over. The rotten beast seemed to sense the threat, and its huge body trembled violently. The dark yellow armor covering the entire body, like a giant pustules, suddenly began to wriggle violently. Several cracks on the sides of its body suddenly opened, spewing out a large amount of thick acidic poisonous mist. At the same time, the flesh on its back cracked with a pop sound, and several fleshy, tendril-like nozzles burst out of its body, aiming at Yuan Sun and shooting out several arrows of corrosive acid with a fishy smell. Yuan Sun was quick-witted and swift-handed. With a wave of her ice staff, an ice wall as thick as a city wall rose from the ground beneath her feet, firmly blocking the opponent's attack. The ice wall then melted, and the broken ice fragments condensed into extremely sharp ice cones in mid-air. At Yuan Sun's command, they immediately rushed towards the opponent like a rain of arrows. Puff, puff, puff. 17040b. One after another, ice spikes pierced through the cracks in the decaying beast's armor, releasing blood and flesh. A large amount of rotten flesh and mucus splattered everywhere, and the stench was overwhelming. Crack! Crack! 17040b. A teeth-grinding sound of freezing occurred. The humus mouth's massive body suddenly stiffened, its movements instantly becoming sluggish. A layer of white frost covered the surface of the wriggling pustules, and the sticky pus flowing from the joints began to coagulate. Roar! 17040b. The beast's bloody mouth roared furiously. The flesh and blood in the middle of its mouth suddenly surged, and a huge, bloodshot eye suddenly emerged. It turned fiercely towards Yuan Sun, and a destructive light condensed in the depths of its pupil. Be careful! The main eye is attacking. Redbird's warning came in time. 17040b. Yuan Sun's eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Danzu, cover me! She let out a low cry, and the light at the tip of her staff surged again. A chill swirled around her, freezing any poisonous mist and acid that tried to approach. As she spoke, she had already moved forward several meters. This idiot is so messy. 17040b. Danju didn't bother to call her back. He swung the staff in his hand, and a huge shield like a prism appeared out of thin air, shining with light, protecting Yuan Sun behind him. The giant eye of the humus mouth suddenly lit up. A condensed, dark red light of death, carrying a breath of destruction, burst out. It was aimed directly at Yuan Sun. 17040B. Boom. 17040B. The dark red death light fiercely bombarded the prismatic shield, causing it to violently fluctuate and emit a humming sound as it could not bear the heavy burden. Danzu's body trembled violently, and she felt the pressure doubled. She had no time to adjust her posture in the hasty formation of the giant shield, and she almost dropped her staff. She gritted her teeth and stared, using the cracked shield to forcibly deflect the terrifying death light, hitting the side of the warehouse wall, blasting a huge hole. As the death ray dissipated, Yuan Sun, holding his shield, used the path created by the cold air to rush to the front of the shadow beast's huge body, only 1 meter away from the half-frozen, violently pulsating core. The shadow beast sensed the deadly threat and struggled frantically, trying to break free from the ice. The unfrozen pustules on its body and its mouth tried to spit venom to attack Yuan Sun, who was close at hand. Yuan Sun's eyes were icy cold, and he gripped his staff tightly, transforming all the magic power in his body into extreme coldness. A faint blue light shot up into the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to below freezing, even the air seemed to freeze. Freeze it for me. 17040B. Following Yuan Sun's gentle shout, cold air suddenly condensed from the pulsating core of the rotten beast, freezing it. Snap! Snap! 17040B. Dark blue ice spread from its core, instantly freezing all of its flesh and blood from the inside out. The cold air madly eroded the sticky flesh and internal organs, and the beast's angry roar turned into a mournful whimper, and its huge body completely stiffened. The frigid ice completely sealed the giant beast inside, and from a distance, it looked like a hideous ice coffin. Now, break it! The red linnet's voice was full of approval. Yuan Sun's eyes glared, and his staff trembled slightly. 17040B. Bang! 17040B. The huge ice coffin, along with the huge mountain of frozen flesh inside, exploded with a loud bang. Frozen into countless tiny shards of ice, bloody and fleshy fragments like bloody smoothie suddenly flew all over the sky, and the strong, sweet and greasy smell was completely dispelled by the cold air. The next second, the flames from the cardinal burned everything to ashes. Post views, 10. CH033 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 033. The battle is over. Yuan Sun leaned on his staff, looking at the evaporating water vapor in front of him. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. But more of it is the joy of relief. Finally got rid of this disgusting thing. I did pretty well in this battle. 17040B. She felt a little secretly happy. However, before she could catch her breath, a figure filled with anxiety and anger rushed in front of her. Yuan Sun. Danzu's face was irritated, and his silver eyes stared at her intently. Are you crazy? Why did you rush so close just now? 17040B. Did you see how destructive that thing is? What if my prism fails to block it? What if your freezing is delayed for a moment? Have you considered the consequences? 17040B. Danzu's voice had changed from its usual calmness to one of intense excitement. It was obvious that Yuan Sun's reckless rush to engage in close combat had frightened her greatly. She was so anxious that she didn't even bother to call out the code name. As Yuan Sun's partner, she is not only a junior who needs his care, but also a sister of the one he cherishes. She couldn't imagine how she would be able to face Yuanqing in the future if Yuan Sun was swallowed by the giant mouth or seriously injured by the venom. Yuan Sun was stunned by Danzu's excitement, then lowered his head with a guilty conscience. I didn't think too much at the time, I just thought about not letting it fire that cannon. 17040B. Didn't you think that much? Danzu's voice couldn't help but rise. Fighting doesn't rely on passion alone. 17040B. We are partners. Before you charge forward, at least give me a signal so I can prepare to fully support you. instead of letting me watch you rush into that monster's mouth in fear. 1704 OB. All right, Danzu, calm down. Redbird came over with a thermos cup in hand, a helpless smile on his face. She first patted Danzu's shoulder, signaling her to calm down, and then turned to Yungsuan, her sharp eyes carrying the concern and severity of a senior. 1704 OB. Xiaoxuan, that move you made just now was truly beautiful, ruthless, and decisive. You froze its mouth and sealed its cannon, instantly thwarting its subsequent counterattack. It was a clean and neat move. I have to praise you for that. 1704 OB. She said, giving Yuansun a thumbs up. But then, she changed the subject and her tone became serious, but, although she is beautiful, she is also very reckless. 1704 OB. Especially with a poisonous creature like the rotten beast, close combat is the worst option. It's good that you have confidence in your freezing ability, but the battlefield is changing rapidly. What if it freezes faster than you think? What if its venom sac explodes before it dies? What if some parasite hidden within it takes the opportunity to slip through the cracks in your defenses? 1704 OB. Redbird tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her gun, making a soft clang sound, as if to emphasize the weight of her words. 1704 OB. Remember, survival is paramount. Your ice magic has an absolute advantage in mid-range and long-range situations. Controlling the field, weakening the opponent, and finding opportunities to kill with one strike is the best strategy. Throwing yourself into a monster's face like a berserker is reckless behavior, something for roughnecks like us. Don't do that again. Understand? 1704 OB. Yuansun's cheeks turned slightly red after hearing what the two of them said. She knew that she had been impulsive just now, and that she had been a little overwhelmed by the disgusting monster, and she just wanted to get rid of it quickly. Now that she has calmed down, she also realizes the risks involved. She looked at Danzu, who looked frightened, and Hunke, who was criticizing but caring, and felt warm in her heart. She spoke a little embarrassedly. 1704 OB. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Seeing Yuansun admitting his mistake with a good attitude, Danju's tense expression finally relaxed. He reminded him, remember what you said. Don't forget, you are not alone. There are people waiting for you to go home. Well, thank you, Yukienii, Danzu-senpai. 1704 OB. Redbird returned to his lazy demeanor and said with a smile, admitting one's mistakes is the best way to improve. Let's go. There's another Sirang shadow beast nest we need to eliminate. It's at the Takeshiba wharf on the other side of the harbor. You two don't have to do anything this time, just watch me perform. After all, you are my seniors, so you still have to contribute. 1704 OB. 1704 OB. Takeshiba Pier, Minato-ku, Tokyo. 1740 p.m. Yuanqing felt his eyes blur, and when he came to his senses, he was already in the outside world. The ground beneath my feet was cold and damp, and the surrounding area was filled with towering, rusty containers. Dim moonlight filtered through the cracks in the container, casting distorted spots of light on the ground. Besides the smell of sea and rust, the air was also filled with a faint, unsettling smell of decay. Dock? Container yard. 1704 OB. Yuanqing looked around and immediately recognized his surroundings. This looks like the Takeshiba wharf in the port area. He had wandered around here a few times before when looking for a part-time job, but he was too young and couldn't lift or carry anything, so the other party didn't want him at all. Arrived at Shadow Beast Lair, minimum level, LV.10, recommended level, LV.20, 1704 OB. A pop-up window popped up on the system reminding him that he had entered the danger zone. He observed his surroundings warily. The container yard was unusually quiet, with only the dull sound of waves crashing against the shore in the distance and the whimpering of wind blowing through the gaps between the containers. Although he couldn't see, he could feel a cold, creepy aura emanating from an open space not far ahead that was half surrounded by containers. Calm down, Yuan Qing, it's not like you haven't died before. Anyway, you have the newbies to protect you, so what are you afraid of? 17040b1. Yuan Qing suppressed his instinctive trembling, gripped the frost scar longsword tightly, and activated his stone skin. A barely perceptible rock-like sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. He then actively unleashed his divine movement, increasing his speed while his body clung to the shadow of the container like a cheetah, cautiously moving towards the direction where the cold aura was most intense. However, just when he was only about 100 meters away from the clearing, something strange happened. Crack! Crack! 17040b. The teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out from all directions like popping beans. In the cracks of the containers, in the shadows on the ground, and even in the mezzanine of the container above. More than a dozen pale skeletons struggled to crawl out like awakened ghosts. These skeletons held blood-stained bone daggers in their hands, their hollow eye sockets flickering with a faint green light, jumping like will-o'-the-wisp. Yuan Qing frowned and quickly used the system to check the properties. 17040b. Hostile unit, skeleton blade, orange, 17040b. Level 12 17040b. HP, 900/900 MP, 0/0 17040b. Well, it's okay, it's just an orange enemy. The system will divide enemies of different strengths into 3 stages, 17040b. Those with a lower level than their own are green, and those with a level equal to or slightly higher than their own are orange. Those who are several levels ahead of you, like the Goblin King, and who are completely unbeatable, are red names. Of course, even if they are orange enemies, if they appear in groups of more than a dozen at once, it would be very difficult to deal with them. You must be careful and cautious. Post views, 10. CH034 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 034. As soon as the thought came to mind, the dozen or so skeleton soldiers, like hyenas smelling blood, brandished their bone-bladed daggers and surrounded him from all directions. Although these things seemed to have no intelligence, they moved swiftly and in a coordinated manner, and were actually forming a siege on Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing didn't dare to delay and took the initiative to attack. Frostscar's long sword was filled with cold air, and it slashed at the skeleton soldier closest to him. Crack! The skeleton soldier's body was shattered into pieces, and the HP 500 prompt popped up in front of Yuan Qing. These guys looked so fragile, I didn't expect that my sword, which could even split a car in half, couldn't kill them with one strike. Yuan Qing was startled and was about to draw his sword and retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. On either side, 2 pale figures approached like ghosts. 2 bone blades, gleaming with a faint green light, screamed and pierced the air. One on the left, the other on the right, piercing his ribs and kidneys with a cunning stab. The angle is fierce and the timing is perfect. 17040b. Yuan Qing's pupils shrank. He had just thrust with all his strength, his old strength was exhausted, and his new strength had not yet been generated. It was impossible for him to dodge completely. 17040b. As a last resort, he loosened the hilt and twisted his body forcefully, narrowly avoiding one of the stabs, but the other bone blade grazed his waist, leaving a trail of sparks and a shallow mark of blood. The stone skin resisted most of the damage, but the sharp bone blade still cut through the epidermis, and a faint chill spread along the wound. This was Yuan Qing's first real injury. When fighting against the Goblin King, the opponent is killed instantly. They die before they can react at all. There is no pain at all. On the contrary, now, Yuan Qing felt for the first time that he was truly fighting a monster to the death. He adjusted his stance, dodging the attack while fiercely kicking the frozen skeletal soldier away. He then drew his sword and chopped it down again. HP 580. 17040B. Kill the skeleton blade soldier and gain 500 experience points. The experience blessing takes effect, giving you an additional 500 experience points. Soul gain, 30-17040B. Very good. 17040B. One skeleton soldier gives 500 experience points plus experience blessings. You can directly gain 1000 experience points for every one you kill. Fortunately, I was careful and exchanged experience blessings with the Libra woman before teleporting out of the tower. There are currently 8 minutes left for the blessing to take effect. Try to kill as many enemies as possible during this time. Sword Chi. 17040B. Yuan Qing didn't dare to save MP at all, and several icy blue sword energies swept out in a fan shape. Crack! Crack! 17040B. The two skeletal sword soldiers in front were cut in half by the successive sword energies, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Although the effect is excellent, Yuan Qing's sword-wielding speed is not fast and the damage radius is limited. The soldiers on his left, right, and back were only affected by the cold air, their movements slowing slightly, but they still charged towards him fearlessly. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, Yuan Qing was forced to retreat step by more than a dozen skeletal sword soldiers. He could only use the acceleration provided by the divine movement to maneuver through the narrow container passages. He kept swinging his sword to block, chop, and thrust. With the left, he parried a bone blade aimed at his face, and with the right, he shattered the arm of a swordsman who attacked from the side. But his defense is not impenetrable. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from my back. While he was blocking the attack from the front, a skeleton soldier slashed his shoulder blade fiercely with a bone blade. The stone skin's light flickered violently. Although the bones were not split, a bloody wound deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared. The intense pain suddenly made his eyes go black. The faint green light attached to the bone blade seemed to have a corrosive effect, and the wound felt a burning sensation and an even stronger numbness. Ugh! Yuan Qing groaned and staggered. With a whoosh, a bone blade took the opportunity to pierce his back. Get out of here! Yuan Qing roared angrily, twisted his body forcefully, and swung back with his long sword. Ding! 17040B. The bone blade was swept away, but the immense force caused his wound to burst, and blood instantly dyed his back red. The tacit cooperation of this group of skeleton sword soldiers was like a thorn in the flesh, tightly entangling him. Every time he tried to rush to the open space, he would be blocked back by several fearless sword soldiers. The stone skin had been completely broken, and the wounds on his body were increasing. New blood stains appeared on his arms, thighs, and back. This is not a solution. Yuan Qing's gaze swept across the slowly approaching skeleton soldiers, finally landing on the passageway leading to the open space behind them. Damn it, let's fight! 17040B. Adrenaline, give me a helping hand. 17040B. Yuan Qing's face flushed red, and his adrenaline began to kick in. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he ignored the stinging pain from his wound. He aimed at a direction where the skeleton soldiers were relatively densely packed, and slashed out 3 sword energies in succession. Crack! 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 17040B. Wherever the sword energy passed, the 3 skeleton sword soldiers were instantly shredded. A gap was torn in the encirclement. 17040B. Now! 17040B. Yuan Qing endured the pain and burst into extreme speed. Like an arrow from a bow, he rushed towards the gap and finally broke through the blockade of the bone soldiers and reached the open space. A large group of bone soldiers followed closely behind, and their bone blades emitted a cold and gloomy light in the moonlight. Yuan Qing calmed himself, gripped the frost sword tightly, and leaped back into the center of the clearing, creating some distance between them. The moment he landed, he thrust his sword into the ground, gathered his strength, and swung it forward fiercely. Earth-shattering wave sword. 1704 OB. The sword's icy blue light surged, and a terrifying shockwave of energy madly poured into the earth along the sword. Boom! 1704 OB. A dull thunderous bang exploded. The next second, with the sword as the center, the concrete floor in the fan-shaped area ahead seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand and lifted up. The hard cement blocks instantly shattered and rolled over. A visible grey-white shockwave, mixed with gravel and frost, carried a brutal momentum that crushed everything. It clung to the ground and rapidly swept towards the fan-shaped area ahead. Wherever the shock wave passed, the ground shook violently, cracked, and arched. The air was squeezed and made a sharp explosion. 1704 OB. The skeletal sword soldiers who were about to pounce were instantly blown away by the shockwave, their skeletons groaning under the heavy weight, and they fell to the ground in pieces, their joints dislocated and their bones broken. Although I failed to kill them, I succeeded in making them lose their balance for a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuan Qing quickly mobilized his magic power and launched a further attack. 1704 OB. Pyroblast. 1704 OB. He clenched his right palm, and a crimson magic circle over 5 meters in diameter, composed of burning runes, appeared out of thin air beneath the struggling skeletons. Boom! 1704 OB. In the blink of an eye, the ground at the center of the magic circle suddenly exploded upwards like a ignited gunpowder barrel. A torrent of extremely violent, blood-red flames shot up from the shattered ground, instantly engulfing all the skeletal sword soldiers within the magic circle. Crack! Snap! 1704 OB. A sharp crackling sound and the crisp sound of bones being instantly shattered by flames resounded. The skeleton swordsman twitched violently in the flames and was burned to ashes in a moment. In just a few seconds, the torrent of flames dissipated, leaving only a charred, smoking pit. Kill the skeleton blade soldier and gain 1000 experience points. Kill the skeleton blade soldiers and obtain 1704 OB. Level up, 1704 OB. Lines of prompts popped up, accompanied by the golden light of upgrading. Yuan Qing felt the power in his body surge again. The injuries he had suffered before and the magic power he had consumed were completely healed at this moment. Phew, luckily, it's finally over. The first person to come up with the idea of restoring full health after upgrading is a genius. However, I thought that the same level of soldiers wouldn't be that difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect that group of guys could actually coordinate their tactics, which was quite troublesome. I can't be so careless next time, I have to buy some recovery medicine. Yuan Qing opened the mall and bought some recovery potions with 1000 gold coins. Just when he confirmed that the recovery potion had been put into the backpack system and could be used at any time. 1704 OB. Crack, crack. 1704 OB. A sound of bones rubbing against each other, far heavier and more heart-pounding than the sound of skeletal weapons, suddenly rang out. Without warning, the ground beneath my feet began to shake violently, and the entire container yard was shaking with it. The rusty containers collided with each other, making a metallic roar that made your teeth ache. Yuan Qing stood firm, looking at the open space in front of him, his face becoming extremely gloomy. Is it coming? 1704 OB. The pale earth beneath the moonlight suddenly cracked open, rising like a boiling sea, and countless pale bones were thrown into the air. The next second, a gigantic silhouette made of bones emerged from deep underground with the power to crush everything. Warning! Warning! 1704 OB. Encounter a Lord-level monster. Recommended level, 1704 OB. Lord, Skeleton Undead, Red Name. 1704 OB. LV.201704 OB. HP 15000/150001704 OB. MP 6000/60001704 OB. equals 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 equals. Because it is an upgrade and daily routine, there must be a combat part. Some people like to watch it and some don't. In this dilemma, I can only choose to add more QVQ8. Post views, 9. CH035 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 035. Crack. Crack. 17040b. The piercing sounds of bones rubbing and breaking rang out, like the wailing of thousands of ghosts. Two enormous skeletal hands, composed entirely of ferocious bone claws, broke through the ground, digging deep into the concrete before violently tearing it apart. Boom! A huge gap was torn open in the ground. Mud and broken bones shot up into the sky like a fountain. Then, a suffocatingly large skeleton slowly crawled out of the crack. Its skeleton was as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree, and its pale surface was covered with a layer of dark green substance resembling a highly toxic copper rust, emitting a metallic, cold luster and a pungent, fishy odor. The tattered black canvas cloak, like the sails of a sunken ship forgotten on the seabed for 1,000 years, tightly wrapped around its shoulders and part of its torso, fluttering as it rose. Countless dirt and broken bones fell from its body, revealing its huge, hideous skull. In those empty eye sockets, two dark green soul flames as deep as the abyss burst into flames with a puff sound. The flames are cold and spiteful, capable of freezing the soul. Its terrifying height of nearly 5 meters made it appear to Yuanqing to be completely obstructing the sky and the sun. Yuanqing frowned, and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Now he finally understood why the recommended level for this quest was 20. In astonishment, the undead skeleton in front of him slowly raised his right hand, and a giant bone sickle made from some unknown animal bone as black as ink was pulled out from the crack. The bone sickle was wrapped in a black death aura that was as thick as pitch and emitted a pungent smell. The sickle blade sliced through the air, making a corrosive sound, even the light seemed to be swallowed by it. Its massive head, blazing with dark green soul fire, slowly turned. Two cold, murderous eyes pierced through the dense smoke and dust, locking onto Yuanqing, who was standing at the edge of the clearing. Just by being stared at by this gaze, Yuanqing felt a chill running from the solace of his feet straight up to the top of his head. My heart felt as if it were being gripped by a cold bone claw. The air around me suddenly cooled, and even my breathing became rapid. This feeling of oppression, to him, was no less than facing death itself. The gap is too big. 17040b. Whether it was the size, strength, or the almost condensed death pressure, it was all declaring to him that the other party was not in the same league as him. But, 17040b. Yuanqing swallowed his saliva, and an unprecedented, hot, almost crazy emotion erupted in his chest like a volcano. Tension, fear, creepiness, 17040b. There is also excitement, and trembling pores. 17040b. His body was shaking, but not out of pure fear. Extreme tension and excitement caused his adrenaline to surge. The blood is boiling, the desire is boiling, every cell in the body seems to be roaring 17040b. I can't lose. 17040b. The level gap was obvious, but Yuanqing couldn't imagine himself losing. This thought inexplicably exploded in his mind, making no sense, almost arrogant. But he is confident that he can beat the opponent. After killing the group of miscellaneous soldiers, my level has been raised from level 11 to level 13. With only a 7-level difference, he didn't believe he would lose. What's more, the oppressive feeling of this thing is much weaker than that of the Goblin King in the Tower of Delusion. Even if you are defeated, there are still newbies to protect you. It's just a penalty for losing level. At worst, you can just go back to the tower and practice again. But, what if I win? 17040b. Yuanqing stared intently at the gigantic undead skeleton before him. The fear in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an extreme excitement and fanaticism. There is no point in talking more. 17040b. Fight. 17040b. He gripped the frost scar sword tightly with both hands, and with a sudden change of movements, he slashed forward several times with sword energy. Buzz buzz buzz. The azure frost sword energy surged towards the skeleton undead in a triangular shape. The latter raised his huge bone sickle, looked up at the sky, and let out a sharp scream. 17040b. Roar. 17040b. Instantly, a sound wave nearly visible to the naked eye rolled in, not only shattering Yuan Qing's sword energy, but also shaking his soul with the shrill scream. Yuan Qing's movements suddenly froze, stars flashed before his eyes, his ears' tinnitus continued, and a cold numbness spread along his nerves. Damn, this move is actually a control skill. 17040b. In this brief delay, the skeleton spirit suddenly moved. Its massive body displayed a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with its size. As if teleporting, it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in one step and arrived in front of Yuan Qing. The giant bone-bladed sickle wrapped in sticky death energy was swung up with one arm. The pitch-black sickle blade tore through the air and slashed down towards Yuan Qing with a piercing scream. Before the sickle blade even reached him, the terrifying gust of wind had already blown Yuan Qing's hair wildly back, scratching his cheeks painfully. Get out of the way, 17040b. His heart was filled with alarm, and he exerted force with his legs. His body was like a willow leaf blown by a strong wind, and he flew sideways narrowly, avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! 17040b. The giant sickle struck the spot where Yuan Qing had just stood, and the hard concrete floor was instantly cut open like tofu, leaving a bottomless gully. The rubble mixed with the blackened soil corroded by the death energy shot out in all directions like cannonballs. Puff, puff, puff. 17040b. Several sharp pieces of gravel slammed heavily onto Yuan Qing's open stone skin, making a dull thud. Although his defense was not broken, the huge impact still made his blood boil. That was a close call. This power is too terrifying. Taking it head-on will definitely lead to death. The skeleton undead's attack missed, but without the slightest delay, he twisted his wrist and swung the huge bone sickle horizontally, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. Yuan Qing quickly jumped away, and at the same time slashed several sword energies in mid-air. Ding ding ding! 17040b. The sword energy collided with the sickle blade, making a series of crisp sounds. The power of frost spread instantly, covering the pitch-black sickle blade with a thin layer of frost, and the speed of the giant sickle's sweeping movement also visibly slowed down. Now! 17040b. Yuan Qing seized this crucial opportunity, and with his swift and versatile skills, he pushed forward at full speed, his body almost touching the ground as he slid under the slowing giant scythe. Narrowly missing it. The cold breath of death brushed against his back, sending chills down his spine. The moment he passed through the giant sickle, a cold light flashed in Yuan Qing's eyes. He twisted his body suddenly, and with all his strength and biting coldness, the frost scar sword fiercely stabbed the right knee joint of the skeleton undead that supported its body. That area is covered with a dark green copper rust substance, which seems to be a weak point. As long as its joints are destroyed and its movement speed is lost, it will be easy to deal with. Crack! The sword tip hits accurately, and the power of frost bursts out instantly. 17040b. However, the expected joint fragmentation did not occur. That layer of dark green copper rust was extremely tough, and the frost scar sword only penetrated an inch before it got stuck. Roar! 17040b. The skeleton seemed to be completely enraged. It roared, and its right leg shook violently, sending a huge recoil force along the sword. Boom! 17040b. Yuan Qing felt like he was struck by lightning. His chest felt tight, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was violently sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Bang! 17040B. The stone skin shattered instantly. 17040B. He crashed heavily into a container behind him, causing the metal wall of the container to cave in on the spot. Yuan Qing felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. His HP dropped by a third in an instant, and the intense pain made him black out. Damn, I just got kicked so close, and I lost so much blood? The undead skeleton took a step forward, its huge bony feet stomping on the ground with a dull thud. Its empty eye sockets locked onto Yuan Qing, the dark green soul fire symbolizing its pupils pulsating violently. It approached the opponent and raised its bone sickle again. This time, the deathly aura entwined with the sickle blade was even more intense, like a swirling black mist, clearly about to deliver a fatal blow. Yuan Qing endured the severe pain and stared at the knee joint of its right leg. The dark green copper rust where the sword had just pierced was now covered with a layer of dark blue ice crystals that had not yet melted. Moreover, in the area covered by ice crystals, extremely fine cracks seemed to appear on the surface of the copper rust. Obviously, frost can restrain the opponent and make its defense fragile. There was no time to hesitate, the bone sickle slashed down with a breath of destruction. Take a gamble. 17040B. A fierce and resolute light flashed in Yuan Qing's eyes. He took a deep breath, ignoring the severe pain all over his body, and rolled to the side. Boom! 17040B. The bone sickle struck the dent he had just made, tearing the container apart like paper, sending metal fragments mixed with deathly energy flying everywhere. Although Yuan Qing avoided the direct attack, he was blown away again by the shockwave of the explosion, falling heavily to the ground and spitting out another mouthful of blood. His HP plummeted again. 17040B. Before the enemy arrived, he used 3 bottles of recovery potions in succession to replenish his health, which had already lost half of its value. The skeleton undead's attack missed, and it seemed to become even more furious. It turned quickly and swept the bone sickle again. This time, the speed is faster. The range is larger. 17040B. Yuan Qing only had eyes for the other person's right knee joint covered in ice crystals. Instead of retreating, he advanced, desperately mobilizing all his strength, along with his almost insane will, and poured it all into the frost scar longsword. The sword body burst out with an unprecedented dazzling cold light, the surrounding air temperature dropped sharply, and a thick layer of ice instantly condensed on the ground. Break it for me. 17040B. Yuan Qing roared like a wild beast, facing the terrifying bone sickle that swept across, and his body rushed towards the skeleton undead's right knee joint like an arrow. The frost scar sword, carrying all his strength and desperate madness, turned into a cold light that tore through the earth and pierced the joints covered with ice crystal cracks. Puff crack! Crack! 17040B. The frost scar sword pierced the wound left behind with incredible precision. The terrifying cold air was like countless ice needles, instantly pouring into the joints. The tough, dark green copper-rusted joints groaned under the extreme cold wave, unable to bear the heavy burden. The cracks on its surface rapidly expanded and spread. 17040B. Ah! The skeleton ghost seemed to feel pain and let out a terrifying scream. Its right knee joint was finally completely shattered by the frost's erosion and Yuan Qing's powerful impact. The pale, huge leg bone snapped at the joint. Countless shattered bone fragments mixed with frozen copper rust fragments flew everywhere. The massive undead skeleton instantly lost its balance and, like a collapsing mountain, it toppled to the right with a deafening roar. The huge bone sickle in its hand also flew out, smashing a large crack in the ground. Opportunity. 17040B. Yuan Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't care about the impact of the other party's scream. He quickly adjusted his posture, jumped up suddenly, stepped on the huge body of the fallen skeleton, and climbed up quickly. The skeleton struggled frantically, its left arm's bony claws scratching wildly. Yuanqing dodged left and right, and was almost beaten into a pulp by the huge bony claws several times. He climbed onto the skeletal undead's shoulder, and the huge skull was right before his eyes. The dark green soul fire that symbolized the pupils was throbbing wildly, filled with resentment and horror. 17040B. Die. 17040B. Yuanqing tightly grasped the frost scar sword with both hands, leaped high, and squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body. The long sword, carrying all his strength, like a falling meteorite, fiercely chopped down on the center of the skeleton's head, at the core of the 2 points of dark green soul fire. However, just as the sword was about to fall, something strange happened. The skeleton's massive, cracked jaw suddenly opened, and a terrifying energy, a mixture of extreme cold, death, and soul-corroding energy, madly gathered in its gaping mouth. Breath of the Dead. 17040B. Puff. 17040B. The next second, a torrent of dark green energy emitting a biting chill, like the sticks flowing back, suddenly spewed out from its mouth. Wherever the torrent passed, the air emitted a sizzling sound as if it were frozen and corroded, and even the light was completely swallowed up. The target of this torrent was Yuanqing, who was in midair and had nowhere to get support. It's over. 17040B. If you get hit by this killer move, you'll lose 3/4 of your health no matter what. 17040B. Although it's not fatal, it gives the opponent a chance to breathe, and then there won't be such a good opportunity to execute him next time. 17040B. Yuanqing's heart suddenly sank. However, perhaps it was the goddess of luck that favored him. At the moment of life and death, Yuanqing felt his body being pulled by an invisible force. His body seemed to become temporarily ethereal, becoming almost transparent. Crash. 17040B. A dark green torrent of energy surged towards his face. The biting cold and terrifying corrosive power made Yuanqing's heart tremble violently. But, he was not injured. More precisely, it was missed. 17040B. Miss. 17040B. The system suddenly popped up this prompt. 17040B. At this moment, Yuanqing immediately realized what happened. 17040B. Dodge. 17040B. Triggered dodge. 17040B. 10% dodge chance. I actually got it right at this moment, what a stroke of luck. 17040B. I said this skill is cost-effective, right? The dark green breath passed through Yuanqing's body and fiercely slammed into the stacked containers behind him. ZZZZ, 17040B. The hard containers seemed to be dissolved by strong acid, its surface quickly cracked, rotted, and then completely collapsed. 17040B. Yuanqing was still in shock, his heart pounding so hard it was about to explode, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. The sense of crisis between life and death actually aroused his final ferocity. Die. 17040B. His eyes were bloodshot, and his roar even drowned out the loud noise of the container collapsing. Boom. 17040B. The frost scar sword, with its unparalleled ferocious power, struck the center of the skeleton undead's head. The icy blue light collided violently with the skull, and the skeleton's head was like a smashed ice sculpture, making a series of crisp sounds. 17040B. Crack, crack, bang. 17040B. The huge skull exploded under the extreme cold and immense force. Countless pale bones and fragments flew everywhere like grenades. The skeleton's massive body suddenly froze, and all struggles instantly ceased. Immediately afterwards, a thick, dark aura of death gushed out from the cracks between its bones. The black mist rolled and coiled. In less than 2 seconds, the terrifying 5-meter-tall skeleton ghost, along with its scattered bones, was completely swallowed by the black mist, leaving only a layer of pale ashes. Ding, 17040B. Successfully killed the C-rank Shadow Beast boss, Skeleton Undead. 17040B. Experience gained, 30,000, including 10,000 bonus experience for killing enemies above your level, 17040B. Level increased to level 16. 17040B. Obtain gold coins, 10001740B. Soul gain, 101740B. Materials, Undead Soul Fire, Core, 1, Shadow Crystal 5 17040B. Obtain equipment, Skeleton Armor, Rare, 17040B. Mission, Clear the Shadow Beast's Lair, 1/1, completed. 17040B. Rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 experience points, 5 primary recovery potions/mana potions, 1 bone ring, 1 fatigue recovery potion. Post views, 9. CH036 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 036. The golden light of the upgrade was accompanied by a series of system pop-up windows that kept popping up. A large number of rewards were stuffed into the limited backpack system, making Yuanqing feel a sense of relief. Hey, 17040B. Finally got rid of it. 17040B. I didn't expect that at the last moment, he actually had a trick up his sleeve. If the dodge hadn't been triggered, it would have been unclear who would win. As expected of a Lord boss with a recommended level of 20, this battle is quite difficult. Although this thing is quite difficult to deal with, I still managed to defeat it by leaping over the level. The only pity is that I wasted too much time killing those soldiers and fighting the boss, which caused the experience blessing buff to end and I was unable to get double the boss experience. But getting 30,000 experience points in one go is pretty good. Mission completed, about to be teleported back to the lobby of the Tower of Delusion 17040B. Countdown, 1 minute 29 seconds 17040B. The teleportation is automatically activated as soon as the mission is completed. This system is quite strict with time. I have to pack my backpack before the countdown ends. Yuanqing's backpack only has 6 slots, which contain the materials dropped by killing monsters, the boss drops, and the mission rewards. This broken system doesn't have an email function, so there's no way to put the extra items into the mailbox, so the items that can't fit into the backpack just fall to the ground. He sold all the synthetic materials dropped by the soldiers to the store, and then took out the equipment dropped by the boss and the system rewards. Equipment, Skeleton Armor, Rare, 17040B. Description, Armor dropped by a skeleton undead, with the terrifying skull pattern on the chest 17040B. Attributes, Strength plus 10, Vitality plus 10, Spirit plus 10, HP plus 300, MP plus 100 17040B. Passive, Skeleton Undead's shock will cause fear to enemies below the wearer's level, reducing all attributes by 10% 17040B. Skeleton set effect, each time a piece of skeleton equipment is equipped, the damage is reduced by an additional 10%, 1/3, 17040B. Oh! 17040B. Incredible, the boss just dropped a purple outfit, and it also has a set effect. 17040B. Coincidentally, the skeleton ring in the mission reward is one of the items in the skeleton set. This ring can increase Yuanqing's strength by 5, his stamina by 5, and his spirit by 10. After equipping it, it can also increase the overall attribute reduction effect of the suit by another 10%. This way, it would be easier for Yuanqing to deal with monsters of lower levels than himself. Unfortunately, according to the system settings, there are only 5 equipment slots, namely weapons, armor, bottoms, shoes, and jewelry. The equipment slots limit his ability to quickly become stronger by stacking equipment to gain stats. Otherwise, he would equip 20 or 30 rings at once, playing a pure Krypton Gold style, and no matter how high the Lord's stats were, they would not be able to beat him. After putting on his equipment, he quickly sold the fine breastplate he had taken off to the store for 200 gold coins to free up space in his backpack. After finishing packing, he began to allocate attribute points. This time, after leveling up 5 times, in addition to the randomly increased attribute points, there are a total of 25 additional attribute points that can be freely allocated. Well, although strength is important, the power of magic is also gradually showing. Maybe we can add a few more points to spirit. Thinking about it this way, Yuan Qing decided to add 5 points to strength, 5 points to stamina, and 10 points to spirit. He could use the remaining 5 points to randomly add to insight and reaction. Player, Yuan Qing 17040B. Level, 16, Experience, 5300/235001740B. HP, 2260/2260, plus 300, MP, 830/830, plus 100, 17040B. Strength, 62, plus 13, 17040B. Stamina, 44, plus 10, 17040B. Reaction, 2517040B. Insight, 281740B. Spirit, 44, plus 23, 17040B. Lucky, 161740B. This time, after leveling up 5 times in a row, his attributes increased significantly again. Coupled with the upgraded equipment, Yuan Qing felt that he was more than 1 dimension stronger than yesterday. If I continue to grow at this rate, I'll probably be able to challenge the Lord Goblin on the 2nd floor soon. Countdown, 30, 29, 28, 17040B. Seeing that the teleportation was about to be triggered, Yuan Qing smiled and closed the attribute bar. The next step is to wait for the teleport back to the tower. He casually wandered to the edge of the container and was about to continue forward when he was suddenly stopped by an invisible barrier. The area ahead, let's explore it later 17040B. The system suddenly popped up a prompt, almost making Yuan Qing lose his composure. No, I'm just doing a quest, and there's a barrier. Is this a mission-restricted area? Are you worried I'll quit? I wanted to explore around, but the mission was broken with a countdown and a barrier, so I had no choice. Yuan Qing sighed, leaning against the container in boredom, his eyes aimlessly passing over the towering outline of the container in the distance. However, just as he looked into the distance 17040B. Boom! 17040B. A deafening explosion, as if to overturn the entire port area, suddenly exploded from that direction like thunder. Immediately afterwards, a beam of ice-blue light containing enormous energy shot up into the sky, instantly tearing through the dim night sky and illuminating a large area as bright as day. Yuan Qing frowned, his eyes fixed on the source of the explosion. After the explosion, the sky over there began to fill with mushroom-like clouds of frost and black smoke. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to take a look, but his body collided with the invisible barrier again. The area ahead, let's explore it later 17040B. Tisk 17040B. The prompt reappeared, and Yuan Qing could not help but hammer the barrier and give up this plan. Countdown, 3, 2, 1 17040B. Teleporting to, Tower of Delusion 17040B. A soft light appeared out of thin air beneath his feet, enveloping Yuan Qing. He continued to stare at the direction of the explosion, his body becoming blurry and transparent, his vision gradually covered by white light. However, before he was completely teleported away, he vaguely saw a few blurry silhouettes flash by at the edge of the smoke-filled area. 17040B. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of light of different colors streaked across the sky and landed precisely in the area of Jizyazi Wharf. The red cardinal stood on the container, its red eyes staring at the ground, its dark eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Senior, there's something a little off about this place." Danzu came to stand beside her. his tone also filled with doubt. Redbird nodded slightly and warned, "Don't move for now." After saying that, she jumped off the container and landed on the ground. Near the edge of the container yard, the ground was covered with a thick layer of grey-white bone meal, completely different from the surrounding charred soil overturned by the shockwave of the explosion. This seems to be the breath of the undead skeleton. Yuan Sun's pupils shrank slightly as he immediately recognized the familiar, disgusting aura of the undead. And, it's so strong. Stronger than any we've encountered before. It seems the little girl listened to me carefully in class. Redbird smiled with relief, poked the thick layer of white ashes covering the ground with the tip of his gun, and said, "That's right. Judging by the strong aura of the undead, they are all at least sea-level peak skeletons. Moreover, they died not long ago, and the energy reverberations haven't dissipated yet." 1704 OB. A great battle took place here. Danzu looked around, seeing the huge cracks crisscrossing the ground, the scorched areas, and the large areas of ashes covered by the cold. His face became extremely serious. 1704 OB. Someone got there before us and killed this C-rank peak skeleton undead. Judging from the traces of the battle, it seems to be quite fierce. 1704 OB. That's right. Hong Kei nodded slightly, looked at Danju, and smiled meaningfully. However, this isn't the most suspicious thing. You should have noticed something, right, Danju? Yet. Danzu nodded vigorously. How to say it? 1704 OB. It feels like a shrimp head. She stroked her cheeks, and her voice suddenly became several degrees colder. 1704 OB. I didn't sense any magic at all. The person who killed this thing probably wasn't a magical girl like us. 1704 OB4. Post views, 11. CH037 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 037. When Danju said this, Yuan Sun, who had remained silent, was stunned. Not a magical girl? 1704 OB. Who could that be? Senior, Yuan Sun asked, a hint of worry and confusion in his light blue eyes. We are the only ones carrying out the mission to clear out the shadow beast nest in the port area tonight, right? Yet. Redbird nodded. Since Senior Danzu also said that no magic power left by the magical girl was found, then we can infer that the one who killed the skeleton must be an awakener other than the magical girl. 1704 OB. Probably. That's all we can think of. Who could have done this? The demon hunters from the Demon Hunters Association? Or the awakened from the Anomaly Countermeasures Committee? 1704 OB1. It's hard to say. Redbird sighed with a complicated expression. According to the agreement, all exploration and subjugation missions of the Tokyo area's moon etching will be completed by the Magical Girls of Artero Association 1704 OB. The Unconventional Policy Committee has a clear agreement with us and will not send anyone to interfere with our operations without prior notice. Then, only the Demon Hunter Association is left. Yuan Sun's eyes dimmed. No, I can't say for sure. Although the Demon Hunters Association is difficult to talk to, they still abide by the basic rules. So there is only one possibility. 1704 OB. At this point, Redbird paused for a moment before continuing. The one who killed the skeleton undead was the illegal awakener. Illegal, awakened, 1704 OB. Yuan Sun frowned slightly and lowered his head slightly. In the moon etching, they are not the only magical girls active. In addition to the magical girls who have the qualifications and are recognized by the Heart Flower and awakened, there are also awakened people and demon hunters. There are three major forces in the moon etching. The first is the Tarot Association to which the magical girls belong, the second is the Abnormal Countermeasures Committee that represents the Japanese government and accommodates and manages the awakened ones, and the third is the Demon Hunter Guild to which the demon hunters belong. The three forces have been interacting with each other in the moon etching, and have signed treaties on intelligence sharing and crisis cooperation. The Tarot Association, in particular, is tasked with assisting the Abnormal Countermeasures Committee in restraining and supervising those awakened individuals whose awakened powers, unchecked, are likely to affect the lives of ordinary people in the real world. The illegal awakeners that Redbird refers to are those who have neither been registered with the Countermeasures Committee nor joined the Demon Hunter Guild. This type of awakened person is like a walking time bomb. If they are not checked in time, they may cause serious consequences at any time. It's fine if it's in the moon etching, but it would be troublesome if it were in the real world. Especially, this guy's strength should not be underestimated. Danzu, Hongke rubbed his chin and asked seriously, "You have a B-level magic power recognized by the association. If it were you, would you be able to resolve the battle as cleanly and neatly as this mysterious guy?" "Yes." Danzu nodded confidently. "I knew you would say that." Redbird smiled slightly, then sighed, "Ah, that's why it's so troublesome. That guy is just like you, at least at the B-level level. 17040B. This level of awakener, in the real world, can only use about 30% of his strength. Although it can't be compared to the moon etching, in the real world where ordinary people live, it is like a human tank, bombing wherever it goes, causing great destructive power. 17040B. Hearing this, Yuan Sun couldn't help but start to worry. Then, what should we do? What should we do? Let it be. First, report it to the young president and ask her to check with the Demon Hunter Guild and the Strategy Committee to see if there are any unregistered awakeners recently. 17040B. If things really don't work out, we still have Jo Amamiya to back us up, although by the time she steps in, the situation might have become a bit serious. 17040B. Tian Gongqiu, 17040B. Yuan Sun chewed the name in his mind, and the image of the other party's stunning beauty emerged in his mind, which was even comparable to Yuki Tsukishiro's magical girl form. Indeed, with her abilities, as long as she reacts promptly, dealing with accidents caused by awakened people in the real world won't be a big problem. It's just a little troublesome. I hope it doesn't come to that. 17040B. We have nothing to do here. Let's check the surroundings. If we can find any trace of that guy, that would be great. If not, we'll call it a day and go home. Redbird weighed the spear in his hand and smiled at the two juniors. Then she sighed again and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the young president didn't come tonight. If she were here, with her tracking technology, she should be able to track him down easily." Several people walked to other places while inspecting. Yuan Sun followed the two quietly, his eyes scanning the messy surrounding area thoughtfully. Just as they were about to leave the yard area and step onto the relatively open dock road 17040B. "Hey! 17040B. A cool, salty sea breeze blew in from deep within the container, brushing against Yuan Sun's cheek. At that moment, an extremely weak, yet quite familiar, wave of magical power, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, created a circle of imperceptible ripples in her keen perception. The magic power fluctuation just now, 17040B. Is it my brother? 17040B. Yuan Sun's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened instantly. In order to protect her brother, she secretly left a protective mark on him made of her original magic power. Just at that moment, she seemed to have caught a faint trace of magical fluctuations in this place. She frowned, then calmly activated her magic power again, raising her perception to the extreme. The spirit was like an invisible spider web, covering the entire area where the fluctuations were just sensed. No, 17040B. Empty, 17040B. The faint magical fluctuation just now disappeared without a trace, just like an illusion. Yuan Sun's heart tightened, and he immediately used the invisible spiritual connection to sense the more powerful mark of the original magic left on Yuan Qing. Clear and stable. 17040B. The original magic marks induction was the same as usual, located in the apartment, with no signs of movement or abnormality. Strange, 17040b. Yuan-sun frowned slightly, her eyes filled with confusion and self-doubt. Could it be, really an illusion? Was it the mental fatigue from the previous battle that caused her to lose consciousness? Or was it the residual battle energy around her that interfered with her judgment? No, Yuan-sun, you can't think like that. 17040b. This kind of plot is common in horror movies, where the protagonist always mistakenly sees or hears ghosts as illusions, and ends up killing himself. But if it's not an illusion, how can we explain it? Or, has my brother awakened his power? This is even more impossible. I spend half of my time with him every day. If he awakens his power, no matter how weak it is, I should be able to notice it. Thinking of this, Yuan-sun couldn't help but rub his temples with a headache. Just pay more attention. Post views, 9. CH038 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 038. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuan-ching opened his eyes and saw the familiar lobby of the Tower of Delusion. I'm back now, 17040b. What a pity, I was just trying to observe the situation. But now he was certain that he was not the only one who could function normally within the moon etching. Thinking of the special labels on his sister and Yuki Tsukishiro's heads, Yuan-ching now felt more and more that his guess was right. Their labels are probably related to moon etching. In other words, did my sister also appear in such a dangerous place? What is she doing in a place like this? There are also Vice Principal Nakadgo and Director of Studies Kimura Tsukasa. The two of them were also involved. If it was really as I thought, that they belonged to some big power, then it would be difficult for me to confront Yuan-sun directly, so as not to alert them. He couldn't expose himself without knowing the other party's background. Let's investigate a little longer. Yuan-ching glanced at the lunar etching countdown displayed on the system. There were only 5 minutes left. There is definitely no way to investigate today, we can only wait until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, after entering the moon etching, I will not rush to teleport to the Tower of Delusion. I will investigate around first. Having made up his mind, Yuan-ching reopened the system page and sorted out the current resources. After the previous battle, his soul count reached 1,700 points, and his gold coins exceeded 8,000 due to the quest rewards, the sale of monster materials, and the drops from monsters. A full 8,200 gold coins is already a considerable fortune. In addition to souls and gold coins, his inventory also contains special materials dropped by boss, 1 undead soul fire, core, and 5 shadow crystals. These 2 items are specifically used to upgrade the skeleton undead set. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough to get the remaining set. You can find a Libra woman to strengthen it, but I don't have many souls on hand, so I'll talk about it later. In addition, there are 5 skill points that are useless. Yuan-ching opened the skill bar and took a quick glance. Flying Swallow Thrust, Flame Mark Flame Detonation, Ice Explosion, Atoma Circle, Strengthening Power Within Range, 17040b1. Well, I feel that these skills are not very useful, and they are tasteless and a pity to discard. Forget it, I won't click it for now. After level 20, it will probably be a big hurdle, which requires a lot of skill points. You can save them first and learn advanced skills after the level is raised. After closing the system bar, Yuan-ching stretched out his body, his face showing fatigue. It was really hard to fight that skeleton undead tonight, but overall, it was a very rewarding night. In just 3 days, I have grown to this point. Even playing online games can be considered rapid progress. Go home and sleep. The countdown ended, and Yuan-ching was enveloped by a familiar light and teleported back to the apartment. Glancing at the unusually quiet living room, he pondered for a moment, then tiptoed to the door of his sister's bedroom. He put his ear to the other person's door and listened carefully to the movement inside. After his insight improved, his hearing and perception abilities also improved a lot, so he could clearly hear the even breathing sounds inside through the door. It seems he fell asleep. He crossed his arms, thought for a moment, shook his head, and returned to his bedroom. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Eat one bite at a time and take one step at a time. When the time is right, the truth will come out. 17040b. Today is Saturday, the last day of classes this week. Like most Japanese high schools, Gekkoken no Mori Private School has a curriculum system where students have regular classes in the morning and then leave in the afternoon for club activities. The morning classes include both physics and civics. The teachers for the two courses are Nakadgo and Kimura Tsukasa, also known as Biluo Qingluan and Shakugan Hungjabi. As a result, Yuan Qing's attention was completely focused on the labels on their heads and what happened in Ueshi, and he didn't listen to the content of the class at all. Maybe it was because the holiday was coming soon, everyone was quite excited in the morning and their attention was basically not on the class. However, a small incident occurred during the third class. Since the previous Chinese teacher, Mr. Zanjai, resigned due to illness, the school recruited a new Chinese teacher. The new teacher is a young woman around 26 years old named Riki Toriyamai. She is quite pretty, but gives people a feeling of being a bit lazy. Not only is his behavior lazy, but his outfit is also casual and decadent, which makes Yuan Qing feel like he is seeing a gender-reversed version of Nakadome Go. The name is weird too, 17040b. Toriyamai Riki, in Japanese, sounds stiff and awkward, lacking in fluency, and it seems that more people use Riki as a name for men. Lixie? 17040b. It turned out to be Riki, so it's okay. But I always feel that it can be optimized further, 17040b. Let me think, Toriyamai Riki, both the C and the rarity. Yes, let's call her XI. Hi. Soon, it was noon. Because he almost overslept and didn't even have breakfast, Yuan Qing was already starving. He felt that at this time, even if it was the pig feed in the cafeteria, he could wolf down 3 bowls of it. But he soon realized that his idea was wrong. The first dish was Japanese-style mapo tofu. After just one bite, he couldn't help but complain to Yukitsuki Shiro, "I'd bet my cruise missiles that there's absolutely no dish in the world more disgusting than this." Then he tried the second dish, soup curry, and almost spit it out after taking a bite. "Damn, I take it back, it really is there. You bastard, you're just trying to trick me into eating fried chicken. Why are you talking so much?" 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro gave him a middle finger and pushed her lunchbox towards Yuan Qing. Today she deliberately gave him a few more pieces of chicken to prevent him from not being able to finish the food in the cafeteria. She herself was holding a seaweed rice ball, chewing it slowly. "You guessed all this." Yuan Qing wasn't going to be polite with her. He stretched out his chopsticks and started picking up the rice, not forgetting to complain to her, "I can't help it, Taizi. The rice in the cafeteria is half-cooked and it's really hard to swallow. Who told you to be lazy and not bring your own lunch?" Yukitsuki Shiro smiled playfully. She was about to taunt him harshly, but at this moment, a commotion came from the cafeteria entrance. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw the petite figure of Shiori standing at the door. She was wearing that well-cut school uniform. With her iconic plump chest standing proudly, and her white hair was particularly conspicuous under the light. Entering the cafeteria, she first scanned the crowd with her amber-bright eyes, finally fixing her gaze on Yuan Qing. "Why is the president here? Isn't there no discipline inspection today? Such a strong aura, 17040b. The subtle voices of discussion echoed like mosquitoes in the quiet cafeteria. Yuan Qing was also a little surprised. This guy never eats in the cafeteria, so why did he suddenly come here today? Could it be that he is here to understand the people's sentiments? Just as he was lost in thought, Shiomi Shiori actually walked straight towards where he and Tsuki Shiroyuki were. The little girl was only 1.5 meters tall, but she had the aura of a 5.1 meter tall girl. The students passing by automatically made way for her. She came to Yuan Qing, who unconsciously put down his spoon and looked puzzled. Just as she was about to ask, she didn't expect that the next second, under the astonished gaze of Minako and Tsuki Shiroyuki, Shiomi Shiori actually reached out and picked up the chopsticks that Minako had placed on the plate. Yuan Qing, 17040B. Yuki Tsuki Shiro. 17040B. Then, she used the chopsticks to pick up a handful of rice from the other person's bowl, put it into her mouth, and chewed it gently. Yuan Qing. 17040B. Yuki Tsuki Shiro. 17040B. Yuan Qing, damn, what is this guy trying to do? Yuki Tsuki Shiro, damn it. I haven't even used Jenkins' chopsticks to eat rice from his bowl. 17040B. After finishing chewing, Shiori Shiomi put down her chopsticks, her expression becoming extremely cold. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, she suddenly turned around, raised her small foot wearing Mary Jane shoes, and kicked the heavy metal door of the cafeteria kitchen hard. Bang! 17040B. There was a loud bang, and the door with the sign Kitchen Restricted Area, No Trespassing was kicked open and slammed heavily against the wall. From inside came the sounds of pots and pans breaking and the chef's exclamations. The next second, Shiomi Shiori's freezing voice came from inside 17040B. Within 3 minutes, have the canteen manager come to the kitchen. Post views, 10. CH039 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 039. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As the title says, I'll open a recommendation ticket reward before the release, and rush all the way to the release. I hope I can get a better recommendation next week. 17040B. Based on 4,000 words per day, one more chapter will be added for every 300 votes, and so on. That's it, thank you for your support. 17040B. Purple potato pudding, 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 purple potato pudding. 17040B3. Post views, 10. CH040 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 040. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As soon as Shiori Shiomi said this, the atmosphere in the kitchen, which had been bustling a second ago, and the entire cafeteria froze. All the students seemed to be under a spell, staring in amazement at the door that was still buzzing and trembling, and at the petite figure at the door with snow-white hair and a fierce aura. Yuan Qing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She just used my chopsticks to eat my rice, and then, kicked the kitchen door open? What is this operation? 17040B. Yuki Tsukishiro's face turned pale. She stared at the plate in front of Yuan Qing, and a voice in her heart roared wildly, 17040B. She actually used Ah Qing's chopsticks. She ate the rice from Ah Qing's bowl. Ah Qing just used those chopsticks. Ah Qing just ate that rice. 17040B1. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I haven't even eaten it, how dare she? I haven't even eaten it, how dare she? I haven't even eaten it, how dare she? 17040B. In the kitchen, a man who looked like the chef quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. After a few humble words, he wiped his sweat while smiling at Shiori Shiomi, 17040B. Ms. Zijian, the manager said he will be here soon. Shiori Shiomi ignored her and stood at the door of the kitchen, Her eyes slightly closed, her arms crossed over her chest, as if she was pretending to sleep. In the dead silence of the cafeteria, only the ticking sound of the wall clock echoed continuously. Less than 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a designer suit, with a slicked back hair and a beer belly, came in from the back door, surrounded by a group of staff. The man's name is Shiomi Junya, and in terms of blood relationship, he is Shiomi Shiori's uncle. He put on a fake smile, hiding his surprise and arrogance in the depths of his eyes. "Hey, Shiori, you suddenly came to me, what's the matter?" He glanced at the kitchen door that had been kicked open, paused, and then deliberately dragged out his tone, scolding in a tone like he was teaching a younger generation. 17040B. "You kid, why are you so angry? You even kicked the door in. How outrageous! Can't you just talk it out peacefully? Why did you have to make such a fuss? There are so many students watching in the cafeteria. It will have a terrible influence." 17040B. Shiomi Shiori slowly turned around, her eyes fixed on him coldly. Her gaze was like a sharp scalpel, causing the smile on Shiomi Junya's face to freeze instantly. "Uncle Runyi, I'm here to tell you something. From today on, you will no longer be responsible for the operation of the Academy's cafeteria. I will contact a new contractor to take over the business. Now, you can pack up your things." 17040B. Shiomi Junya's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Shiori, do you know what you are saying? Listen to your uncle and stop messing around. Changing contractors is a big deal, it's not something a little girl like you can handle, you. I should have made it very clear. The Academy has unilaterally terminated its cooperation with you. I will verify the resulting liquidated damages and compensation through the relevant team and pay them to you after completing the relevant legal procedures." 17040B. Go back and pack your things. Someone will be in charge of your handover. Shiomi Shiori. 17040B. Seeing the other party's arrogant look, Xi Jianjun also immediately became angry. After all, I am the other party's elder, how dare this little girl do such a reckless thing? What are you doing? Talking nonsense in public, isn't this making a fool of yourself? He took a few steps closer, lowered his voice, and spoke with a clear threat in his tone. Besides, the contract for this cafeteria was signed by your father himself. We are all family. If you make such a scene, won't it embarrass your father? Stop it and let the students eat. Don't let outsiders laugh at our Zijian family. 17040B. Shiomi Jun also firmly believed that as long as he brought up the issue of Shiomi Shiori's father, he would definitely be able to make this arrogant little girl yield, or at least give him, his uncle, some face. But he never expected that the other party was determined to not fall for his tricks at all. Shiomi Shiori gave the other person a cold look, then raised her hand and waved behind her. A man dressed in a black suit, with a serious expression, and dressed like an assistant, appeared in the crowd. He quickly stepped forward, came to Shiomi Shiori, and respectfully handed the tablet to her. I always like to ask questions with answers. 17040B. Shiomi Shiori took the tablet, swiped her finger across the screen a few times, and then turned the screen to Shiomi Junya. Shiomi Jun took only one glance at the contents displayed on the tablet, and the expression on his face froze instantly, and the blood color faded away completely. 17040B. It contains records of his various exploitations of power, inflating the prices and quantities of ingredients, passing off inferior goods as good ones, skimping on quality, and taking shortcuts in procurement, fund use, and supplier bidding to enrich himself. The evidence is irrefutable and irrefutable. Uncle Runyi, the cafeteria you manage and operate seems to have a lot of financial problems. Do you need me to explain these account discrepancies to you? Or do you think it would be clearer if someone from the commercial fraud investigation section explained it? This, 17040B. Xiaomi Junya shuddered, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. The arrogance and threat on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Even her father doesn't know these inside stories. Xiaomi Jun had never thought that Xiaomi Shiori would not only find out, but also so quickly. So completely. Even the financial underwear was stripped clean. 17040B. How did she do that? Xiaomi Shiori put away her tablet and said calmly, "Well, do you need me to explain why we're terminating this cooperation?" Shiori. Listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. It's the people below, 17040B. Xiaomi Junya was incoherent, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his shirt. Misunderstanding? That's great, Logistics Department. 17040B. Her voice suddenly rose, and she issued a clear order: take over the kitchen and warehouse immediately. Seal all ingredients and accounts. Security Department, maintain order on the scene, and ask Manager Runyi to come to the office to assist in the investigation. Until the matter is fully investigated, he is prohibited from leaving the campus and contacting any relevant personnel. 17040B. After giving the order, several uniformed support staff immediately rushed into the kitchen. 2 security guards stepped forward, one on each side, and invited Xiaomi Junya, whose face was ashen and legs were weak. Xiaomi Shiori. You can't do this. I'm your uncle. Your father, 17040B. Xiaomi Junya still wanted to struggle, but the other party just gave him a cold look, and immediately frightened him into swallowing the rest of his words. I'll personally explain to my father. As for you, before the investigation results come out, you'd better pray that these misunderstandings can be explained. 17040B. After saying this, she stopped looking at Xiaomi Kenji and turned her gaze towards the whole audience. Although the students did not know what exactly happened, they realized the seriousness of the situation when they saw the manager being controlled and the kitchen being taken over. The cafeteria was silent. Xiaomi Shiori announced in her usual cold voice, 17040B. Due to the urgent need for verification of internal management issues in the cafeteria, lunch services suspended today. 17040B. The Logistics Department will coordinate with qualified off-campus catering suppliers to provide a temporary simple meal within half an hour. The cost will be borne by the school. We apologize for the inconvenience. 17040B. Efficient, decisive, ruthless, and resolute. 17040B. Yuan Qing, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. Oh my god, Shiori-sama. 17040B. It turns out that when you said I'll deal with it when I have time, you really do have time. I just filed a complaint with the Emperor yesterday, and today I personally led the army to take off the hat of the dog manager. She's so efficient. I told Yuan Xun to eat, but she'd already finished a game before I could even tell her. Alas, is this the fragrance of power? Shiori-sama, do you think I have a chance to join the club? I really want to join. 17040B. Post views, 17. CH041 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 041. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After handling all this swiftly and decisively, Xiaomi Shiori immediately turned around and left. When she passed by Yuan Qing, she glanced at him calmly. The young man who wanted to make progress immediately straightened his back, looked sternly, and gave him a high standard of attention. He was just about to raise his right hand and say hello, Chief. A hint of imperceptible disdain flashed across Shiori's eyes, and Yukitsuki Shiro saw it and wanted to kick Yuan Qing. Are you giving your mother a stare? As the saying goes, poverty does not change, wealth does not corrupt, and power does not yield. Where is your dignity? Where is your pride? Where is your integrity? 1704OB. Why are you kneeling down to me? 1704OB. Didn't we agree to tease the student council president together for the rest of our lives? Please, please don't become the president's dog, okay? Yuan Qing held his chin and sighed, ah, the president is really capable, beautiful, and kind, with big breasts and long legs. If I could marry into the Zijian family, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. 1704OB. Yuki Tsuki Shiro. 1704OB. What bullshit are you talking about? I'm not sure about her outstanding abilities, but I'm also half-hearted about her being beautiful and kind. What does it mean to have long chest and long legs? The 1.5-meter tall little potato has grown legs? So what does your dad's height of 1.7 meters mean? Godzilla? 1704OB. Just a year ago, Yuki Tsuki Shiro was only about 1.6 meters tall. After all, with a father like that, she had never had anything good to eat since she was a child. To be this tall, she is already considered to have excellent bones and an amazing physique. In ancient times, he would definitely be a rare martial arts genius. As for her current height of 1.7 meters, it is the result of her secondary growth after awakening the power of the heart flower and becoming a magical girl. What, you ask? Why becoming a magical girl can also increase height? 1704OB. I can only say that magic is like this, it's amazing, right? But none of this matters. The most important thing is, damn, why don't you let me develop to the right place during my secondary development? Yuki Tsuki Shiro glanced at her chest carelessly. Compared with her peers, her breasts are not small, they are a full C-cup. Of course, this is the Japanese size. If it is placed in China, it is probably B, which is closer to the BC cup range. This is also normal. For a girl who has been malnourished since childhood, it is very lucky that her breasts can develop to this stage. The reason I lost is that the president is a freak with a childlike face and a huge disgrace, who bears the weight of his breasts. 1704OB. It's absurd that such a small creature could have such a big flame bag. I want my appearance to be more biologically correct. 1704OB. Hey, you bastard, come back to your senses. Yuan Qing's voice suddenly came, interrupting Yu Cheng Yuji, who was full of resentment and madly hating the whole world in her heart. You haven't taken your eyes off the president since just now. What's wrong? Do you have feelings for him too? Yuan Qing raised his eyebrows, smacked his lips and said with a smile, oh, it's okay. After all, the president is so knowledgeable. It's normal for Lao Er to think for Lao De. Look at me, I've never concealed my purpose. I just want to improve. If I can conquer the president, from now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. 1704OB. Even if I can't conquer her, it would be nice to have her as my godfather. 1704OB. Idiot. Yuki Tsuki Shiro raised her middle finger to him. Do I have feelings for the president's daughter? I have some idea about your prison, okay. 1704OB. Damn it, why don't you grow up quickly? 1704OB. It doesn't matter if I'm an adult or not, as long as you're an adult, watch how I can ride on you and do whatever I want. 1704OB1. Yuki Tsuki Shiro cleared the messy thoughts in her mind and asked. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you ask me to introduce you to a job? Are you going or not? Go, of course, Yuan Qing nodded repeatedly, I've been broke lately. If I don't work now, I'll really die of poverty. Okay, let's go. Yuki Tsuki Shiro quickly packed up her lunchbox and stuffed it into her backpack. There are no club activities in the afternoon, so they can leave school directly after eating. Yuan Qing sent a message to his sister on his mobile phone, and took the tram with Yukitsuki Shiro to the Kenbai building in the Yanhyude business district. The 66-story building, 240 meters high, is like a pillar reaching into the sky. To be honest, Yuanqing actually always felt that the Zijian family built such a nice building in this place simply because they had too much money to burn. Even artificial intelligence knows that the preferred area for building landmark buildings is definitely Chiyoda Ward, which holds financial hegemony and enjoys simplified foreign investment access, tax incentives, and infrastructure support. If you can't grab this location, building it in Shibuya is also a good idea, gathering the headquarters of many of Japan's top companies together to create a vertical commercial district. It is such a waste to build it on Yanhutai. But never mind, it's not his money. Under the guidance of Yueshin Yuki, Yuanqing entered the lobby without any obstruction and came to the elevator waiting area. This stretch of road made Yuanqing feel quite uncomfortable, as if something was missing. Yukitsuki Shiro complained, "Why are you being so shy like a quail? I feel it's lacking in flavor." Yuanqing replied seriously, "There was no security guard scanning us for weapons when we entered the building, nor was there a giant flying pillar yelling nobody or famous asking us to steal the relic ship." 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro laughed angrily, "You've gone crazy playing games, haven't you? So when we're being chased by drones and need to kill one of us, who's going to kill us, you or me?" Needless to say, Yuanqing stepped into the elevator, put his arm on Yukitsuki Shiro's shoulder, and grinned at her. "Good brothers must be loyal to each other. If that happens, I will definitely leave you the chance to survive. Drone strafing? Watch me slide over and block it with my body. Hackers locking the door? I'll tear the tempered glass apart with my bare hands. 17040b. If all else fails, I'll even throw myself off the 66th floor to use as a cushion for you. I'll make sure you survive. Then, my Zioxun will be in your care." 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro was taken aback by his sudden outburst of bold words. The other person's bright and cheerful smile seemed to radiate the warmth of sunshine, filling the cramped elevator. What did he say? Jump down and act as a cushion for me. 17040b. This idiot, does he know what he is talking about? An indescribable feeling of throbbing and astonishment gathered into a torrent, surging in Yukitsuki Shiro's heart. My heart was like a frog thrown into boiling water, beating wildly and uncontrollably. Fortunately, I have learned to hide my emotions very well. If I were in the form of a magical girl, my cheeks would have turned red as fire. Get lost. You're a coward. If we get into a fight, you'll definitely run away. 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro pretended to be a straight man who was suddenly embarrassed by his good friend, and broke free from Kaiwanking's arm on his shoulder, and said sarcastically in the tone of a bad friend who deserves a beating, 17040b. Climb, climb, climb. Don't move your hands. This is a high-end building. If someone sees me, they'll think I'm gay. 17040b. Hey, you're still pretending, aren't you? Dude, that's called sticking your neck out for your brother. You're so good, you just stabbed your brother twice. Forget it, we're almost at the 60th floor. 17040b. 17040b. The elevator continued to rise, and in the enclosed space, only the slight sound of mechanical operation could be heard. Yukitsuki Shiro took a step back calmly, her complex gaze fixed on the back of Yuanqing's head. Idiot, who wants you to stick your neck out? If we really encounter that kind of danger, I will definitely let you escape first. 17040b. Post views, 9. CH042 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Blue by Building, 60th floor. 17040b. When the building was first planned, The area above the 60th floor was designated as a high-altitude observation deck, where the famous Cloud Royal Hotel was opened. The elevator came to a steady stop, the metal doors slid open to the sides, and a cool breeze mixed with a delicate fragrance blew towards me. Stepping into this place, it feels like being in the clouds, with the polished marble floor with cloud patterns underfoot, reflecting the dazzling giant crystal chandelier above. Countless facets reflect the sunlight coming in through the windows and the clear sky above the city, making it look like the starting point of stepping into the clouds. Because they had contacted each other in advance, they easily found the manager in charge of recruitment. Originally, Yuan Qing thought that with his qualifications, it would be easy to get the job of cleaning toilets, but he didn't expect that the hotel recruitment was so popular that even the job of cleaning toilets was sold out. The manager looked Yuan Qing over from head to toe, and after a moment's thought, he said, "You look quite tall, and you have a job. There's a high-end banquet tonight, starting at 7 p.m. and ending around midnight, in the 66th floor banquet hall. All the people there are celebrities. 17040B. You can temporarily work as a security guard at the banquet. The hourly wage is lower than the cleaning job, 4,000 yen, but the work is much easier. You just stand guard inside the venue to prevent outsiders without invitations from sneaking in. 17040B. Hearing this, Yuan Qing was stunned. Being a security guard? 17040B. There is such a good thing. 17040B. This is like standing and doing nothing and making money. Seeing Yuan Qing didn't reply, the manager thought that he was unhappy. Why, you don't want to? In that case. Yuan Qing nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Yes, yes. Manager, I'm ready to take up the post anytime. I'll do whatever you want me to do. 17040B. Hourly wage of 4,000 yen, 5 hours is 20,000 yen, where in the world can you find such a delicious lunch? 17040B. Okay, that's settled. Since this is a part-time job, there's no contract. We'll stick to our integrity and report in at 6 p.m. on time. As for Yueshan, can you work part-time now? We're a little short-handed to prepare for tonight's banquet, and the servants' workload is a bit heavy today. I can give you an extra 30% pay raise. Okay, I'll go change my clothes now. Yuki Tsukishiro also believed that it would be a jerk not to make money, and said goodbye to Yuan Qing. See you tonight, son of a bitch. Go create wealth with your own hands, you bastard. Your father will come back tonight to favor you. 17040B. Yuan Qing responded with a friendly interaction, gave the other party a middle finger, and then left the manager's office. There are still a few hours before work starts, so I can use this free time to go back home, put away my bag, and prepare dinner for Yuangsun in advance. When I got home and opened the door to my apartment, I could smell the smell of fried eggs. Yuan Qing looked towards the open kitchen and saw Yuangsun busy at the stove. You're back? Welcome home. Yuangsun flipped the omelette with a spatula and said hello without turning back. I'm back. Yuan Qing changed into slippers, walked over to the other person, and looked at the egg roll made by his sister with a scrutinizing look. Although a few pieces were a bit burnt due to poor cooking, overall it was still pretty good. Want to try it? Even though it doesn't look good, I'm confident in its taste. No, I'm afraid you'll poison me. Get lost. I won't give you any food even if you beg for it later. 17040B. Just kidding, but why are you home at this time? Don't you have any club activities or part-time jobs? 17040B. Yes, I came back to prepare some lunch. I'm going to be busy at my part-time job today, so I might be home a little later than usual. What a coincidence. Me too. I just found a part-time job with Yuki at the Royal Hotel in the Blue Sky Building. The salary is very high. One night's work is enough for us to eat and drink lavishly for a week. 1704 OB. One night, done, or in the Royal Hotel of the Blue Bai Building, 1704 OB. Yuan Sun's expression couldn't help but become quite strange. Your choice of words is very subtle. Are you sure you are looking for a serious part-time job? What greeted her was a violent slap from Yuan Qing. Bang. Well, it sounds good. Hey, that hurts. 1704 OB. Yuan Sun immediately glared at the other person like a cat with its fur standing on end. If you're afraid of pain, learn your lesson. Stop saying weird things and thinking about random things all day long. 1704 OB. Yuan Qing smiled slightly, picked up a piece of the best-looking cake roll, put it in his mouth, and began to chew. It tastes pretty good. You're quite skilled in cooking, little girl. When you grow up a little bit, I'll be able to teach you my unique Chinese cooking skills without any worries. I can cook those dishes too. I've watched them for so many years, I've learned how to cook them. Tisk, you're so stubborn. Last time, the plate of boiled pork slices you made turned into a mosaic. What a waste of ingredients. 1704 OB. That was an accident. It's because you refused to teach properly. 1704 OB. Stop spitting blood at me. I've broken down every step and explained it to you step by step. Didn't you say you understood it yourself? 1704 OB. Let's be honest. Those quantifiers like a little bit, and moderate, who knows what they actually mean? 1704 OB3. After a warm quarrel, Yuan Sun packed his lunch, changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Before leaving, she suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, "Brother, you haven't done anything weird behind my back these past few days, have you?" 1704 OB. Yuan Qing ate the cake roll and asked without turning his head, "Have you read any weird novels or watched any weird TV series again?" No. I should be the one asking you this question. Please don't do anything dangerous behind my back. Also, if you encounter any trouble, no matter how big it is, you must discuss it with me. Don't try to solve it by hiding it from me, or I'll worry. 1704 OB. Yes, I understand. I'm going out now. Go home early after work and don't hang around outside. 1704 OB. Ah, don't worry about me. Auntie Xiaolin will drop me off after work. 1704 OB. That's good. After all, there's still no clue to the disappearances during this period. I suspect there really is a new criminal organization in our city. 1704 OB. What kind of criminal organization is this? If it were really an ordinary criminal organization, we wouldn't have to work so hard. No matter how big the trouble is. I will come to you to discuss it, but that kind of thing. Brother, I'm actually a magical girl. Don't look at me as an ordinary high school girl during the day. At night, I will transform into Sailor Moon, the guardian of love and peace, and fight against shadow beasts. 1704 OB2. 1704 OB. How could I possibly say something like that? They'll definitely think he's crazy from watching anime, and send him to the hospital's psychiatric department, right? Even if I could use magic to make him believe, what would happen next? He is just an ordinary person, he can't help and can't sleep well. Of course, the biggest possibility is that she would oppose herself from continuing to fulfill her responsibilities as a magical girl. After all, it is such a dangerous thing, it is normal for him to oppose it. Yuan Sun wants to continue to bear this responsibility, but he doesn't want to embarrass Yuan Qing. So, whether or not to keep it a secret should be considered in the long run. Equals 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 equals. Yesterday I received 340 recommendation votes, so I added 1 chapter. I still need 260 more to add more chapters. Post views, 11. CH043 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At 7 p.m., in the Cloud View Banquet Hall on the 66th floor of the Blue Bay building. It is said that tonight's banquet is a top-level charity dinner hosted by the Xiaomi family. Many celebrities and prominent figures in society have been invited to discuss public welfare projects that will contribute to the development of impoverished villages. Of course, it's hard to say what's going on behind the scenes. Yuan Qing adjusted his extremely tight security uniform and saluted the marble slab that was so smooth that it could reflect his outline. 17040B. Loyalty. Sincerity. Oh, this is Japan, it's a different channel. Never mind, they are all the same anyway. The Royal Hotel's security uniforms are the same as the waiters, a black vest and a white shirt, with a bow tie at the collar, which is quite handsome. If the appearance is not good, then it will look like that stinky wine pourer over there, but if the appearance is high enough, it is Black Butler himself, Lelich in the world. Unfortunately, Yuan Qing thinks he is still very good looking. If the full score is 10, it is definitely 10, not to mention 9, which is outrageous. Not long after the banquet started, a beautiful lady wearing a low-cut dress, revealing half of her white skin, cast a frivolous glance at him. 17040B. You stinky wine pourer, what are you looking at? Hurry up and bring some wine. Hee. 17040B. My dear lady, first of all, I am a security guard, not a waiter. Secondly, if you must ask me to pour the wine, could you please not add the word stinky in front of it? Yuan Qing wanted to explain to the other party that he was not a waiter, but thinking that he had nothing to do anyway, and that one of the security rules was to meet all customer requests as much as possible, he went over with a glass of wine on a tray. Ma'am, your wine. Keep smiling and bow slightly to show respect. This trick I learned from watching the idol dramas my sister usually follows is really useful. The lady seemed quite satisfied with Yuan Qing's gesture. After taking the wine, she casually placed a small stack of cash on the tray. 17040B. Thank you, this tip is your compensation. 17040B. Ali Ga more than Za Yi Ma Si. 17040B. Yuan Qing walked away with the tray, then looked at the stack of cash. Oh my god, Fukuzawa Yukichi. 17040B. Each one is Fukuzawa Yukichi, a total of 10. 17040B. Who in my family understands? Just by serving a glass of wine, the tips are more than my half-month part-time job income. Is this the stench of money in capitalism? It's really pungent. 17040B. Yuan Qing folded up the bills and was about to tighten his pockets when he suddenly caught sight of a string of numbers written on the back of the last bill. There is no doubt that it is a phone number. 17040B. Could it be 17040B? Yuan Qing calmly turned around and glanced at the noble lady. As expected, she was standing in the distance, staring at him. Their eyes met, and she even raised her glass to him and flirted with him. Look, I said my appearance is 10 points. Alas! My charm that has nowhere to go. That beautiful woman may be sexy, but Yuan Qing doesn't have the habit of a thief. When Cao was in Wanchenge, he performed the Wandu Xiao Chuan, Cao and Bai, and killed 3 sages with 1 shot. Cao Ang, Dian Wei and Cao Anmin had to sing "Listen to me saying thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm," which was very touching. From this we can see that if lust does not die, there will be punishment from heaven. Madam, I will gladly accept your money, but as for your beauty, I am not blessed enough to enjoy it. Please find another good man. After serving the wine, Yuan Qing, who had nothing to do, stood at the entrance of the banquet hall as a gatekeeper. The light from the crystal chandelier streamed across the polished floor. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed people, clinking glasses, and gentlemen and ladies in fine clothes chatting and laughing in low voices. Inside is a life of luxury and extravagance, outside is a world of lights. Standing here, Yuan Qing truly felt what it meant to have money piled up to the sky. "Hey, security guard over there, what are you doing standing here instead of patrolling?" Suddenly, a scolding voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, Yuan Qing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He glanced lazily at the newcomer and asked, "Aren't you helping in the kitchen back there? Why did you come out?" "I've finished my work a long time ago. I've been ordered to come and monitor the venue. If I see any food shortages, I'll call for supplies." Yukitsuki Shiro shrugged and replied. She was wearing the same black vest and white shirt as me, dressed like a waitress, and even had the same aura of a poor person as me. Tisk, why didn't I notice it before? This kid is so skinny, he looks so skinny in this outfit, his body proportions are almost catching up with a woman's. Gurgle. 17040b. Just as he was thinking, Yuan Qing's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Yukitsuki Shiro raised an eyebrow. "You didn't eat?" "No, I just had 2 cake rolls this afternoon. I thought they would provide lunch here." Yuan Qing curled his lips. "Tisk tisk tisk, how about your cooking? Do you know what I'm having tonight? Australian foie gras, premium Wagyu beef, all high-end dishes, too many to count." 17040b. "Oh, it's so delicious, just thinking about it makes me savor it, but it's a pity that some people don't have the chance to enjoy it. You kid, you have to squeeze me at this time, right? Ha, you're going to starve. Buddy, go check for leaks and fill in the gaps. You stay here and don't move." 17040b. Yukitsuki Shiro glanced at him with disdain, threw down these words, and walked straight into the banquet hall. She picked up a tray from the shelf and, like the other waiters, blended quietly into the flow of guests. She walked steadily, her eyes casual, as if she were on a routine inspection, looking for someone to serve. Yuan Qing didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that this guy was really going to check where the vegetables were missing. But soon, he discovered something strange. Yukitsuki Shiro stopped in front of a table with a tower of exquisite sandwiches. She turned slightly to the side, with her back to the guests, and pretended to arrange the napkins on the tray. At that moment, Yuan Qing clearly saw the other person's white-gloved hand quickly pick up a beef sandwich from the dining table at lightning speed. Then she quickly pulled out a clean napkin with her other hand and neatly wrapped the sandwich. After wrapping it, she did not leave immediately, but lowered her head slightly, using her body to block it, and seemed to be clumsily adjusting the napkin wrapping, trying to hide the bulging thing more tightly. After making sure no one was paying attention, she quickly put the stolen goods into the inside pocket of her vest. But this type of vest is very close-fitting, and if you put something inside, it will obviously bulge out. Yukitsuki Shiro also realized this. She pressed the bulge with her hand in frustration, trying to flatten it, but it had little effect. There was no other way, so she could only pick up the tray, use it to cover the bulge as much as possible, try to pretend nothing happened, and walk towards him through the guests who were chatting and laughing. Returning to Yuan Qing's side, Yukitsuki Shiro looked around like a thief, making sure no one was paying attention. Then she took out the sandwich and stuffed it into the other person's hand. "Here, eat quickly, don't let anyone find out." Looking at the sandwich wrapped in a napkin soaked with sauce in his hand, Yuan Qing suddenly thought of Zhu Zixing's back view. The eyes are about to curl up. It turns out that Yukitsuki Shiro can also be my father. 17040b. Yuan Qing quickly finished his sandwich in a few bites and clasped his fists towards Yukitsuki Shiro. "Thank you, Godfather. Thank you so much, son. For you, I'm going to Uluru to block the bridge tonight. 17040B1. Fuck you, you think your dad is disposable, right? 17040B. Post views, 9. CH044 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As the two were bickering, a chilling aura suddenly emanated. Although it may sound a bit exaggerated, Yuan Qing did feel that the temperature around him seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Why do I have a familiar, eerie feeling behind me? He glanced at Yukitsuki Shiro calmly, and the boy seemed to have noticed this. The two reached a tacit understanding and turned their heads away silently. Not far behind him, the familiar white-haired, red-eyed Lolita was standing there with a puzzled look on her face. She changed into a pure white dress, which was simple and elegant, without any unnecessary embellishments, except for the lace at the neckline that added a rich visual layer. Yuan Qing could tell at a glance that this dress was custom-made, and it was able to perfectly wrap the dead loli's over-fermented dough. Damn, why is this guy here? Yuan Qing lowered his voice and opened the team voice chat with Yuesh and Yuki. The latter whispered, "Idiot, have you forgotten? The charity dinner tonight is hosted by the Xiaomi family, so it's normal for the president to be here." It's true. Yuan Qing nodded and was about to continue talking when he found that the dead loli was staring at the napkin in his hand from more than 10 meters away. Oops, this is the one I just wrapped the sandwich with, it's all wet with sauce. Did this damn loli see me eating that sandwich just now? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and felt that the security uniform he was wearing, which was well cut and made of comfortable fabric, had become particularly prickly. Although the other person's expression was calm, Yuan Qing could clearly see a fan-shaped statistical chart in her eyes that showed 3 parts disdain, 3 parts ridicule, 3 parts indifference, and 1 part of suppressed laughter. Embarrassment, embarrassment. Yuan Qing felt that at this moment, he was just like the Black Dragon's fan-shaped fire-breathing teammates. When the 3 dragons were about to hit, he put them aside and fired a restraining bomb. Life is worse than death, I am ashamed, my toes are about to dig out the 3-bedroom apartment. What is this comparable to? It's like the Stone Man TP Flash Open R knocking away 5 opponents, Yasunako's R key is almost broken, but the auxiliary bard throws the golden body to the 5 opponents. At this moment, he is the sinner who used the restraining bullet, the bard who ruined the team battle, and Guonan who is even lower than the sword shrimp. What do you mean, as long as I'm not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed? It's all fake. It's a lie. 17040B. Shiori Shiomi held her cheek thoughtfully, thinking for a while, then decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything and walked straight past the 2 people standing at the door. But just when Yuan Qing thought that the other party would ignore him to the end and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, the other person turned around and faced him. Then, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up, revealing a contemptuous and evil smile typical of a female ghost. Trash. 17040B. Did you hear that? Trash. Miscellaneous fish, 17040B. Even though the other person didn't move his mouth, Yuan Qing was able to vividly imagine Shiomi Shiori's lines. I can even hear her harsh emphasis and voice. 17040B. No. 17040B. Yamadi, don't look at me, I have jade syndrome. Hehe, I must make you die 17040B. Hey? Don't be silly, Guzi, look who that is. Yukitsuka Shiro's call interrupted Yuan Qing who was busy with his own thoughts. The latter looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar tall figure appear not far away. Wow, XI. Hi. 17040B. Yuan Qing subconsciously raised his right hand 45 degrees, fingers together and pointing forward. Fortunately, Yukitsuki Shiro, who was standing by, was quick to act and quickly grabbed his arm. "Fuck, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to kill me?" The two's playful banter immediately attracted the attention of the tall figure. "You two, 17040B. She came up to the two of them, her eyes sweeping across their faces, her expression slightly thoughtful, as if she was trying to recall where she had met them before. "Hello, Mr. Toriyama. We are from Class B of Grade 12. My name is Yukitsuki Shiro and his name is Minamoto Ao." Yukitsuki Shiro reacted quickly, smiling and acting like a model student who knew etiquette and manners. Toriyama Riki finally remembered and greeted the two with a smile. "Hello, I didn't expect to meet you here. Judging from your appearance, are you working part-time here?" "Yes. It's a good thing for young people to have more experience, but don't work too hard." 17040B. She gave a gentle warning, ended the conversation, and returned to her usual decadent demeanor before walking straight into the banquet hall. After she left, Yuanqing immediately showed a puzzled look. "This is really strange, why did Teacher Toriyama come here? It seems that the female brat of the president brought her here. Maybe they're business partners. How is that possible? Absolutely not. How can it be impossible? What makes you so sure?" "Oh, because I smell the unconcealable smell of poverty on her." 17040B. Yuanqing used his middle finger to lift his non-existent glasses, pretending to be inscrutable. "Such a familiar smell, exactly like ours. Fuck, come on, we're the only poor ones here, okay? The clothes he has are enough to pay for a month's work, and you're still mocking him." 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro showed a look of disdain, clearly scoffing at Yuanqing's statement. Yuanqing had no intention of refuting this. "Oh, young 17040B. Do you really need me to tell you that the labels on the other person's head are moonlighter with a 27-year mortgage and starving ghost who rented a super luxurious dress to eat at a high-class dinner party? Ever since I awakened the system's tagging function, none of the guys I've encountered look like humans. Or rather, it has always been like this. Everyone appears to be normal, but in reality they are all forced to wear masks. Or perhaps, it is not the person who wears the mask, but the person who is worn by the mask. After all, when hypocrisy becomes a survival instinct, freedom becomes a nostalgia that has nowhere to go." Yuanqing sighed in his heart. Suddenly, his expression became stern, and his eyes seemed to have a spirit. "Oh wow, that was a great sentence, I actually came up with it. 17040B. I have to write this down so I can show off when I write my Chinese composition for the exam." 17040B. Joking aside, it seems that Toriyama Riki and Shiomi Shiori do have a relationship beyond teacher and student. "Oh, I'm not talking about a romantic relationship, everyone here, please don't get excited." While Yuanqing was brainstorming, Shiomi Shiori was elegantly toasting with the guests around her. Although those under 18 can drink beverages instead of alcohol, she still doesn't like this kind of occasion. Of course, those who are disgusted by these extravagant and sanctimonious people only account for a part of the population. The most important reason is that she is too short. She has to look up whenever she sees someone, and she has to return the greetings and chat with people. It doesn't take long for her neck to hurt. After she had dealt with most of the situation, she finally came to the French window outside the observation deck. Away from the crowd, even the air feels fresher. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and slightly graying temples was standing alone in front of the window, admiring the view. Shiori Shiomi bowed slightly to the man's back and said, "Dad, I'm here." Post views, 10. Ch045 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As Shiomi Shiori's voice rang out, the man slowly turned around. He is none other than Soichiro Shiomi, the head of the Xiaomi Group and one of the true giants of Tokyo's business world. Nearing 50, his figure remained as straight as a pine tree, his broad shoulders supporting a well-tailored dark suit, and his whole body exuded the calmness and majesty of a long-time leader. "Well, are you here?" Xiaomi Soichiro's face was angular, as if it had been chiseled by a knife and an axe. His deep eye sockets housed a pair of hawk-like eyes. He only revealed a gentle smile when he was alone with his daughter. He reached out his hand, and his broad palm gently fell on his daughter's soft hair, rubbing it with doting strength. "Thank you for your hard work, you did a good job tonight." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced across the banquet hall. The guests seemed to be busy with their own things, but in reality, their eyes were focused on the father and daughter, either explicitly or implicitly. "This kind of situation is a bit difficult for you. Thank you for sharing my burden. It's my duty." Shiori lowered her eyes slightly and answered concisely. "Yet." Xiaomi Soichiro responded and turned his gaze back to the city lights outside the window, which were as bright as the stars below. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Your grandfather called me about what happened at Bai Tian Academy." Xiaomi raised her head, her amber eyes calm and unwavering, showing no surprise at all. Xiaomi Soichiro didn't look at her, his gaze still fixed on the distance. He was furious. "He said I'd spoiled you and had no mercy on you. He even took his son away in public. The news spread throughout the family, bringing him complete disgrace." He took a sip of red wine, his Adam's apple rolled, and then continued, "Your seventh uncle is useless and has dirty hands and feet. He should be punished. You did the right thing, the evidence is solid, and you cut the Gordian knot cleanly and efficiently. Dad is very pleased with this." 17040b. He turned his head and looked at his daughter with a hint of approval in his eyes. "The Zijian family doesn't need any termites. You are more decisive than your father was back then." Shiori remained silent, just listening quietly. But, Xiaomi Soichiro changed the subject and said in a gentle tone, "No matter how useless he is still your seventh uncle, your elder, and he helped Dad a lot in the past. Next time if you encounter something similar, can you?" 17040b. "I understand, Dad. I will inform you in advance." Shiori responded. Xiaomi Soichiro was very pleased with his daughter's sensible attitude. He knew his daughter's character and abilities well, and he also knew that she disdained the complicated worldly affairs. But he knew better than to say that in this complex family and business world, sometimes, the strong can break easily. His daughter was still young and needed guidance. He didn't want her to face the resistance from within the family that carried a sense of decadence too early. Xiaomi Soichiro rubbed his daughter's hair again, his eyes full of love. "Good girl, thank you for being considerate of your father. Yet, let's have a drink together, father and daughter." "Of course. You can just drink the beverage." "Okay." Shiori took a glass of sparkling water from the waiter not far away and gently clinked it with her father's glass. A crisp crash sounded in the corner of the quiet observation deck. Xiaomi Soichiro took a sip of wine, looking conflicted. After a while, he still couldn't hold back the worry and curiosity in his heart, and asked in a low voice, "About those things you did in secret, you still can't tell Dad?" Hearing this, Shiori's cold little face rarely showed a hint of guilt. "No," she shook her head and refused. "What's inside must not be revealed to the outside world. I need to be responsible to many people." "I see. That sounds just like me. The little girl has really grown up. Daddy is very pleased." 17040b. Xiaomi Soichiro smiled, using his smile to cover up his worries. He added, "I still say the same thing. If you encounter difficulties and need Dad's help, you must ask." "Well, thank you, Dad." "Silly girl, I'm your dad, what are you thanking me for?" 17040b. At the entrance of the banquet hall, 1704 Gurgle. 1704 Yuan Qing's stomach started to growl again. He glanced at his watch and it was already 11 p.m. It's so late, and the party doesn't look like it's over yet. Unfortunately, Yukitsuki Shiro had just been called by the manager to help in the kitchen, so there was no one to help her steal the sandwich. He glanced at the tables filled with all sorts of delicacies, mountain and sea delicacies, and felt his stomach growl even louder. Hey, how about sneaking in and having something to eat? Come to think of it, why should I be so conscientious? There is so much food on the table and no one is eating it. Anyway, I can still eat it. Besides, the security captain and the manager are busy supervising other floors. Can't we just pretend to check the dishes and see if there's anything wrong, just like Yukitsuki Shiro? Brother, working for capitalists and doing your job conscientiously is called selling your labor in exchange for a reward. Only by taking advantage of the situation and eating and drinking for free can you be called making money. Just go for it. 1704 Yuan Qing made up his mind and walked into the banquet hall. Not long after he joined the guests, he retracted his previous thought that there are so many foods but no one eats them. Near the two meat selection areas on the left side of the dining table, Toriyama Riki was alone, carrying two large plates filled with beef and devouring them. I don't even need a knife and fork anymore, I just start to plan it myself. There was a small pile of empty plates next to it. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qing couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. No, sister, 1704 You're acting even tougher than your B-label? There's nothing to say about the big stomach. Are you really here to eat for free? Are you here to escape famine? 1704 No wonder you usually act so depressed. It's not because you're lazy, but because you're hungry? Stop eating, sister. Everyone around here is looking at you. Why don't you react? You really are a starving ghost reincarnated, 1704 Yuan Qing felt that he was still too thin-skinned. At first, he thought he had developed a thick skin that could not be cut by a knife or pierced by a needle in order to survive, but compared to Teacher Xi, he was still too young. What's the difference between this and pooping on a busy street? President. You brought this person here, are you really not going to take care of him? Oh, forget it, we are both freeloaders, so why should we know each other when we meet? Anyway, the beautiful and gentle image of this teacher was completely ruined in Yuan Qing's heart. He picked up the tray, casually placed 2 glasses of champagne on it, and then walked around the banquet hall in a serious manner. What is this? A cupcake? Try it. What is this? Shrimp tail? Try it. Do you have durian, tofu pudding, and strawberry dumplings here? 1704 I don't eat dark food, but for something this dark, I have to try it to see if it's salty or not. 1704 1704 10 minutes later, Yuan Qing stood at the door, his face livid. Damn, I knew that chocolate sauce match a large intestine sashimi was not edible, but I had to challenge the limit. Now, that thing has transformed into a giant python that swallows the sky and is also challenging its limits in my stomach. Calculating the time, the security captain will patrol this floor in 3 minutes at most. If you are found not at your post, your salary will definitely be deducted. Damn it, salary is not as important as going to the toilet. This is a matter of life and death. 1704 The war was intense and the situation was urgent, so Yuan Qing could no longer care about his material possessions. Finish the battle in 3 minutes. 1704 He squeezed his buttocks and quickly rushed into the public toilet. It only took 2 minutes for him to come out of the toilet with an expression that was more satisfying than coming. Phew, it feels good. I said the battle can be resolved in 3 minutes. Now go back before you get caught AWOL. Yuan Qing washed his hands and left the men's room. Just as he was about to return to his post, a piercing scream suddenly came from the women's restroom next door. Out of instinct, Yuan Qing immediately rushed to the door of the women's restroom, trying to figure out what was going on inside. However, the next second, he saw an extremely incredible scene. 17040B. There's a half-body stuck in the mirror of the women's restroom sink. The opponent's entire upper body seemed to be sucked into the mirror, leaving only 2 legs outside, kicking desperately. Damn, prison 2.5 woo, you better not die. 17040B. Equals. Good news, I only need about 100 votes to update again. 1. Bad news, 4 chapters to update tomorrow, damn it. Post views, 11. CH046 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 046. What the hell is this? Is the mirror eating people? 17040B. Yuan Qing felt his scalp tingle, and a chill rushed from the solace of his feet straight to the top of his head. If it was the him who hadn't awakened a few days ago, he would definitely think he saw a ghost. But now, after going through the trials of the Tower of Delusion and personally killing the skeleton undead, his character has naturally grown a lot. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, his first reaction was to rush over to help. Stop kicking. I'm here to help you. 17040B. Yuan Qing roared, quickly stepped forward, grabbed the woman's kicking legs, and pulled her back with all his might. 17040B. A dull and blurry whimpering sound, like someone's mouth and nose were covered, came from the mirror, filled with extreme fear. Hold on. Don't give up. 17040B. Yuan Qing roared and increased his strength. However, even though he was now strong enough to bend steel bars with his bare hands, he still had no way to deal with the scene before him. The woman's body seemed to be integrated with the mirror. If he continued to increase his strength, Yuan Qing had no doubt that he would rip her legs off. He held the opponent's ankle tightly and tried hard to think of a countermeasure. But the existence on the other side of the mirror didn't intend to give him a chance. The mirror vortex suddenly shook, and an irresistible suction force wrapped around it like a giant python. Yuan Qing felt that what he had caught was not a person, but a meteorite that was pulled into a black hole. The huge pulling force on the other side is simply beyond my ability to resist. If I continue like this, I might get dragged in too. Do you want to let go? This question flashed briefly in Yuan Qing's mind for a second. It took only a second before he threw it out. On the other side of the mirror, there was the aura of the shadow beast he had killed. It's definitely moon etching. If I let go, this woman will surely die. Damn it, now that things have come to this, I want to see what kind of monsters and demons are in your place. Yuan Qing's heart grieved. Instead of letting go, he used up his last bit of strength and lunged forward. He and the woman were sucked into the mirror together. A few seconds after he was sucked in, Shiomi Shiori, with a pale face, finally arrived. She looked around and finally fixed her sight on the mirror in the women's bathroom. No mistake. The breath appears from here and disappears from here. I looked at my watch and it was only 23:30. There were still 30 minutes until the moon etching, but the disgusting smell of that world had already seeped into reality. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. No wonder they couldn't find those ordinary people who had strayed into the moon etching no matter how hard they tried. Besides entering the moon etching naturally at 0 o'clock, is there any other way to enter? Shiomi Shiori took a deep breath and dialed Kimura Tsukasa's number. Kimura, something's happened. Come to the 66th floor of the Kenbai building immediately. I will be responsible for notifying Nakadashi. No matter what, he must be there. After hanging up the phone, she hurriedly found her father, Soichiro Xiaomi, and asked him to end the banquet early and clear the floor. Soichiro was so perceptive that he immediately thought that this incident must be related to his daughter's secret. So he immediately took action and ended the banquet early. 10 minutes later, the entire 66th floor of the Blue Bai building was empty except for them. In front of the sink in the women's restroom, Yukitsuki Shiro pressed her hand against the mirror, her face gloomy to the extreme. President, RAO, and Mr. Toriyama the only ones pulled in by the mirror. Shiori Shiomi nodded slightly, not bad. Damn it, 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro resisted the urge to smash the mirror with her fist, holding her forehead anxiously, 17040B. Ah Ching, how could this happen? It's not even midnight yet, and we can't get in. What if he gets into danger in the moon etching? How am I supposed to explain this to Suan, 17040B? Don't worry, Shiori Shiomi comforted, as long as they don't appear in places where shadow beasts gather, they will be fine in the short term. What's more, Mr. Toriyama also has the same qualifications as us. 17040B. You said Teacher Toriyama. Tsuki Shiro Yuki's expression froze. Then why didn't I sense any magic power from her just now? Because her condition is still unstable and she hasn't fully awakened yet. 17040B. Shiori Shiomi's voice dropped a little, a hint of self-blame in it. Originally, I brought her here tonight hoping to enter the moon etching and help her completely accept that power, but I didn't expect this to happen. I failed to anticipate these unexpected events and did not develop an emergency strategy. This was a mistake on my part. I apologize. 17040B. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro bit her lower lip, shook her head, and said in a comforting tone, "Don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. This is the first time we've encountered something like this. Even if Mr. Zhongtang came, it probably wouldn't change anything." Just as he finished speaking, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from the corridor outside. Soon, Kimura Tsukasa and Nakato Go appeared at the door of the women's restroom one after the other. Seeing Zhongtang Wu, Yueshin Yuki's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stepped forward with hope. "Senior Zhongtang, can you please see if there is any way to get to Yueshi through this mirror? I've heard about the situation." "Don't worry, calm down first." Zhongtang Gu's voice was as tired as ever. He walked to the mirror, stretched out his hand and placed it on the mirror. Emerald green magic spread out from his palm, spreading across the mirror like ripples. After a while, he put down his arms, shook his head helplessly at the people behind him, and said, "There's no magical aura, it's just an ordinary mirror. The power I wanted to capture them in just randomly appeared on the mirror." 17040B. What should we do then? Yukitsuka Shiro's heart, which had just been at peace, began to lift again. There are still 15 minutes until midnight. Should we wait until then to go in? This is the only way. 17040B. Kimura Tsukasa walked over to Yueshin, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't worry, the young president also said that ordinary people who enter the moon etching have a high chance of survival in a short period of time as long as they don't break into the shadow beast's lair." 17040B. What's more, he has a half-awakened magical girl by his side. He should believe that good fortune will come to those who are lucky enough to be born. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro nodded with a wry smile, and cast her gaze on Shiori Shiomi. "President, should we tell Minamoto Kaoru about this?" "Keep it a secret for now." Shiori Shiomi had already considered all this and said firmly, "Don't tell her until we find the person, lest she lose her composure and start messing around." "Yueshin, I know you're worried about Yuanqing, but I have to ask you to stay calm and don't let Yuangsuan notice anything." 17040B. 17040B. Yukitsuki Shiro clenched her fists. Although this decision is somewhat unfair to Yuansuan, it is indeed for her own good. "Please, Please don't get into any trouble, Ah Ching, 17040B3. 17040B. 17040B. As his consciousness gradually became clear, Yuan Qing slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a dead and silent ruin. He looked around and quickly confirmed his surroundings. This seems to be a shopping mall? The huge dome glass had long since shattered, and the twisted steel frame was exposed, like the skeleton of a giant beast. The floor tiles were covered in a thick layer of dust and debris. The broken shop windows in the distance looked like eye sockets, filled with decaying mannequins. Faded clothing from the clothing store was scattered everywhere, a mess. Where the hell is this? Yuan Qing struggled to sit up, still feeling a little dizzy. Through the broken dome, one can see the outside world, but it is completely empty. Not only are there no city lights, but even the night sky seems to be non-existent. This looks like moon etching, but it's not the same as moon etching. Yuan Qing carefully looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the nothingness above his head. Nothing can be seen. This shopping mall seems to be wrapped by something, completely isolated from the outside world. This place seems to be an independent space. 17040B. A faint groaning sound came from the ruins of the courtyard fountain not far away. Toriyama Riki slowly woke up, holding his forehead with one hand, lowering his head, and muttering, "Where am I? Are you okay?" Yuan Qing came to her side, his face showing concern. "I don't know. My head is buzzing, I feel dizzy, and I feel like vomiting." 17040B. As he spoke, Toriyama Riki suddenly retched as if his stomach was cramping. "Wow! Who told you to eat so much at the banquet? With your big stomach, your burials will make this place a land flowing with milk and honey." 17040B. "I'm not fat." Toriyama Riki frowned and shouted angrily, then reacted, wait a minute, who are you?" "Yuan Qing, don't you recognize me? That security guard. I'm still your student. Class B, grade 12. You forgot, didn't you?" After Yuan Qing complained like this, Toriyama Riki finally remembered. "Oh, yes. She patted her head lightly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at remembering strangers' faces, mainly because you and that other handsome boy appeared together. I can remember you too quickly when you're together, but when you're both taken separately, I don't recognize you. If you can't even remember your students' faces, can you really be a good teacher?" Yuan Qing was a little embarrassed. Toriyama Riki shook his head and asked, "Stop complaining about me. What on earth is this place? I haven't figured it out yet." Before Yuan Qing finished speaking, a page suddenly popped up in his mind. 17040B. Entered the special copy, Fallen Market 17040B. Description: a unique space constructed from the bustling fragments of a former shopping mall. 17040B. Difficulty: Nightmare, recommended level, LV.30. 17040B. Appendix 1. The copy is an independent special space that appears randomly in the moon etching 17040B. Appendix 2. The difficulty of the dungeons ranges from easy to hard, in the order of normal, dangerous, nightmare, and abyss. With each level of difficulty increase, the level of the monsters and bosses will increase by several levels, and the dropped items will become rarer. 17040B. Exit conditions: kill the boss/find the portal to exit the dungeon. 17040B. Failure condition: death, you are under novice protection. Upon death, you will be automatically teleported back to the lobby of the Tower of Delusion. 17040B. After reading this column of information, Yuan Qing finally understood his current situation. It turned out to be a copy. If the light moon etching is not enough, there will be this kind of randomly refreshed independent copy? Interesting, it's becoming more and more like playing a game. However, now is not the time to lament such things. Nightmare difficulty, recommended level 30, 1704 Yuan Qing, who had experienced a similar boss subjugation, knew exactly what this meant. His current level is only 16, yet he wants to challenge a dungeon with a recommended level of 30. You can imagine how challenging this time is. In addition, there is a biggest problem 1704 Birdsea Ricky 1704 If you are alone, then if the strategy fails, then it fails. If you die, you can just revive in the lobby of the Tower of Delusion. But there is a bird high Lixie. It's bad enough that my first dungeon entry was at nightmare level, but I've also let an ordinary person like this get in. What kind of bullshit is this? Thinking back to the reason why he entered the dungeon, Yuan Qing's face darkened. This broken copy seems to be different from the moon etching. The moon etching only appears after midnight, but when I and Toriyama Riki were pulled in, it was at least half an hour away from midnight. If this thing appears randomly, how many people have disappeared because of it so far? Yuan Qing Jun. What's wrong? Toriyama Riki's voice brought Yuan Qing back to reality. She whispered, "You were in a daze just now. Did you think of anything?" "That's about right. Listen, Mr. Toriyama. What I'm about to say is very important. Please believe it." 1704 W what? You're so serious all of a sudden. We've been dragged into a very dangerous place. I'll explain what this place is later. Just understand, there are monsters here, and we must survive. Follow me closely. Don't run around. 1704 Oh, okay. 1704 Toriyama Ricci nodded and stuttered in response. Yuan Qing saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Toriyama was not as flustered as expected. His calm personality will be of great help in the subsequent exploration. He was afraid that Toriyama Riki would become like those classic mentally retarded women in movies and TV dramas, screaming and running around to advance the plot, attracting the hatred of monsters all over the map. That would be troublesome. Crack, crack, crack. 1704 As he was thinking, a teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the dark ruins of the shops on all sides. Yuan Qing frowned and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Inside the deep, dark shop, distorted shadow beasts crawled out from the shadows. On the left was a large group of skinned wild dogs, their skeletons exposed, their flesh blurred, their eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, only two horrible holes. On the right was a pile of rotting flesh, a wart-like mass, its surface oozing with yellow pus. Just looking at it made one nauseous. Above my head, more than a dozen skeleton spiders the size of a human head were crawling rapidly on the ceiling. There were so many of them that they surrounded the two of them in the blink of an eye. Carrion Hound, Level 22 1704 Abscess Aggregate, Level 24 1704 Skeleton Spider, Level 19 1704 Lines of monster information popped up before Yuan Qing's eyes. He quickly read through them, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Damn! 1704 Is this the recommended level 30 nightmare dungeon? All these monsters are higher level than me. Post views, 10. CH047 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 047 Monster 1704 Toriyama Riki was frightened to the point of being pale and disfigured. Don't panic! Yuan Qing shouted calmly and protected her behind him. Teacher Toriyama, just do whatever I tell you to do later. Don't panic. I know. Before Toriyama Riki finished speaking, one of the leading carrion hounds took the lead and attacked. It spewed sticky pus and blood from its mouth, and moved as swiftly as the wind, rushing towards Yuan Qing's position with a frenzy of tearing flesh and blood. Looking for death. Yuan Qing's eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The increased mobility brought by his versatility made his movements like a ghost. He turned his body to avoid the opponent's frontal attack, and at the same time slashed with his backhand, and the frost scar sword drew a sharp arc of light. Puff! 1704 The sword's tip grazes the hound's neck with precision. The biting cold suddenly erupted, and the fragile muscles froze and tore apart in the cold. HP 680. 1704 With one strike of the sword, the opponent's health was reduced by 1/3. Fortunately, although the level is high, the soldiers are still soldiers. Yuan Qing calmed down a bit, and taking this opportunity, he took a step forward, and with a flick of his wrist, the frost scar sword pierced the hound's neck like an ice cone. HP 700. 1704 He gripped the hilt with both hands, poured all his strength into the sword, and then thrust it with a bang. 1704 Puff! 1704 The hound's head flew off in response. The blood that was about to splash out from the broken end instantly solidified into dark red ice slag with the cold air. Just as Yuan Qing's head flew off, his old strength just exhausted and new strength not yet generated, another carrion hound pounced silently like a devil from the shadows on the left. It cunningly avoided Yuan Qing's direct line of sight, and with a sharp, smelly claw that screamed and tore through the air, it fiercely grabbed his waist and abdomen. Oh no! Yuan Qing's pupils shrank sharply. 1704 He twisted his body forcefully, trying to dodge, but his movements were ultimately a little too slow. Swish! Sharp claws ripped through the security uniform at his waist. The stone skin covering his body shone fiercely, offsetting some of the damage, but still unable to completely block it. 1704 The sharp claws, which contained terrifying power, instantly left 3 bloody wounds on his waist. Instantly, blood mixed with wisps of black mist gushed out from his wound. HP 420. 1704 A sharp pain mixed with a cold numbness instantly swept through my body. Yuan Qing groaned and staggered. He could clearly feel his vitality slipping away. Damn! It hurts. 1704 Just one claw and I lost 1/5 of my health? 1704 too. What the hell is this soul-wandering soldier? 1704 Yuan Qing's heart was filled with alarm. This blow made him realize clearly that although these monsters had low defense, their attack power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, they cooperated well with each other and were fearless. With my body, I couldn't withstand a few blows at all. 1704 They all have high attack and low imitation, and their tolerance rate is very low. If you want to survive, you must do your best to avoid attacks. He endured the severe pain, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. Pushing godlike movement to its limit, Yuan Qing moved like a ghost, and retreated quickly at the last moment. He dodged the attacks of several monsters in succession. At the same time, he opened the backpack page, found the recovery potion inside, and clicked to use it. HP plus 500. 1704 The wound healed quickly, and the pain and numbness disappeared. He thrust the frost scar longsword into the ground. Boom! 1704 A violent force flowed down the sword and poured into the earth. There was a series of crackling sounds, and with the sword as the center, the concrete floor in the fan-shaped area in front began to crack like fragile ice. Countless cracks spread rapidly forward, and wherever they passed, the ground shook violently and continued to bulge. The hard concrete blocks were torn apart and overturned. 1704 Several carrion hounds that were about to pounce lost their footing and were instantly shaken to the ground. Not far from them, clusters of pus-oozing abscesses were also trapped in the cracks in the ground. Now! 1704 A cold light flashed in Yuan Qing's eyes, and he suddenly pulled out the frost scar long sword, using the momentum to leap backwards. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the surging magic power in his body quickly gathered towards his palm. Pyroblast. 1704 OB. Following his low roar, a crimson magic circle several meters in diameter appeared out of thin air beneath the stunned carrion hounds and abscess aggregates. The edge of the magic circle was like a red-hot iron, emitting a scorching heat wave. Get up for me! Boom! 1704 OB. As the source of green magic power was injected, the area covered by the magic circle exploded like a ignited gunpowder barrel. A torrent of blood-red flames shot up into the sky, carrying a destructive force that could burn the entire world, instantly engulfing all targets within the magic circle. Ouch! 1704 OB. Puff, sizzle, sizzle. A shrill howl mixed with a sharp explosion. The stunned carrion hounds bore the brunt of the attack. Their exposed muscles were burned black the moment they came into contact with the crimson molten flow, and even their screams were only half-uttered before being abruptly cut off. The abscess aggregates that looked like tumors boiled directly under the flames, scalding like hot oil. The huge abscess swelled wildly and pulsated in the flames. The surface of the abscess quickly turned black and cracked, making a harsh sizzling sound. A strong stench spread out, making Toriyama Riki, who was hiding in the distance, feel nauseous. Kill the carrion hound and gain experience, 600. Kill the abscess polymer and gain experience, 700. Kill, 1704 OB. 1704 OB. Upgrade. Current level, level 17 1704 OB. Looking at the endless stream of experience and upgrade tips, Yuanqing's nervous mood calmed down a little. Fortunately, these monsters give a lot of experience. This is the benefit of killing monsters far above your own level. It gives you high experience points, allows you to level up quickly, and is a great way to quickly increase your level in a short period of time. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger, profits and crises coexist, and if Yuanqing is still stingy with experience, he will really curse. Wave Sword and Pyroblast consume a lot of mana. With Yuanqing's current mana, he will be exhausted after using both 3 times. Fortunately, after 3 times, these troublesome monsters were almost dead. What's more, upgrading will restore the full status, so after a round of fighting, Yuanqing didn't even use the blue medicine. Although these soldiers are high level and have high attack, and can take away half of their life with just one touch, they are still soldiers and have low intelligence. As long as you are familiar with the opponent's attack mechanism, you can kill it without any damage by pulling it slightly. After killing all the monsters, Yuanqing has reached level 19. If nothing unexpected happens, the boss of this instance should be level 30. Under normal circumstances, Yuanqing might rely on his experience of defeating the skeleton undead and the protection of a novice to jump to the level of the dungeon boss. But now he still has Toriyama Riki with him, so he can't joke with the other person's life. Equals. Today is the 3rd update, and there is still one to go. IOU first QVQ. Currently owes 1 update, with a total of 1081 recommendation votes, 1599, deadline, 518, the day of the reward, and 119 votes are still needed for an additional update. The author is the legendary king of updates. I owe more than 40 updates for the previous book and I will pay them all off within a month. Don't be afraid, meow. Also, my dears, let me tell you that the current word count is more than 110,000. Theoretically, it can be put on the shelves tomorrow, but the current exposure and collection are very low. I want to finish the popular new book this week and rush to the click list on Sunday, so it will be postponed to next week. That's all, thank you. Post views, 11. CH048 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 048. This area should be cleared of monsters. 1704 Junking took a deep breath, relaxed his posture, and said to Toriyamai Riki, "Teacher Toriyamai, let's find a portal to leave this place." "Okay, okay." Toriyamai Riki nodded repeatedly. Although she was very nervous, she had done a great job so far by not causing any trouble or panicking. Don't cause trouble, obey orders, just do these two things, it is far better than 90% of horror movie heroines. Yuan Qing carried the frost scar longsword and walked forward, looking around vigilantly. The two carefully walked through the ruins and explored deeper into the shopping mall. The air was dead silent, with only the sound of their footsteps on broken glass and rubble, beating on their tense nerves. "Junking classmate." Toriyamai Riki followed closely behind, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I feel like something is watching us." 1704 1704 Yuan Qing said nothing on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. This woman's intuition is quite accurate. The gaze she felt might be that of the dungeon lord. Even I couldn't feel it, but she actually noticed it. 1704 This guy doesn't seem simple. 1704 Yuan Qing, look over there. That blue vortex, is it a portal? There was a hint of surprise and uncertainty in Torii's voice. She pointed deep into the shopping center. Yuan Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw a space vortex about 2 meters in diameter, emitting a soft, faint blue light, quietly suspended in midair in the corner of a collapsed luxury store. The system prompt pops up, 1704 Found, leaving the dungeon portal 1704 Finally found it, the hope of leaving this damn place is right in front of us. 1704 Yes, that's it. Let's go. 1704 Yuan Qing breathed a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with excitement as he immediately called out to Toriyamai Riki and quickened his pace as he rushed towards the portal. The faint blue light guided them like a beacon, and they were soon less than 50 meters away from the portal. However, just when the two thought they could escape successfully. Boom! 1704 A sudden change. 1704 A terrifying giant claw, covered in pitch-black slime and sharp bone spurs, burst out of the ground. Its speed was so fast that it was beyond the limit of visual capture. 1704 Yuan Qing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body instinctively retreated backwards. But it was too close, and the opponent was too fast. 1704 Puff! 1704 The terrifying giant claws grabbed his waist and abdomen with lightning speed. The sharp bone spur instantly pierced through the faint light of the Stone-esque technique and pierced deep into the flesh. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. The huge force almost broke him in half. HP 2100 1704 Warning, your health is below 10%. 1704 A glaring red warning flashed before his eyes, and the pain that spread throughout his body caused his brain to shut down for a few seconds. Damn, sneak attack! 1704 Yuan Qing ignored everything else and endured the pain, desperately manipulating the system in his mind to use up all the remaining bottles of recovery potions. HP plus 500. 1704 HP plus 500. 1704 HP, 1704 5 consecutive warm currents surged through him, temporarily suspending his lifeline on the verge of collapse. The shattered bones quickly healed under the influence of the medicine, the severe pain in the internal organs was relieved, and the huge penetrating wound in the waist and abdomen was completely healed in the blink of an eye. It's just that the brain seems to have a lag in numbness to the pain. Oh my god! Yuan Qing let out a suppressed roar, exerted force with both hands, and broke free from the terrifying giant claw that was holding him. After landing, he quickly jumped to distance himself, then looked up at the attacker. Roar! 1704 HP A deafening roar filled with tyranny rang out. The ground suddenly shook violently. Then, a monster so huge that it was suffocating slowly crawled out from the broken ground. It resembled a giant wolf in heavy armor. Nearly 10 meters long, over 4 meters tall at the shoulder. Its entire body was covered in thick, ferocious, dark metal armor. The surface of the armor was covered with rust, and the huge head covered by the metal helmet was like a battering ram. Through the gaps in the helmet, 2 terrifying eyes burning with blood-red flames appeared. Its sturdy limbs were as strong as stone pillars, and its terrifying claws covered in metal claws smashed the ground. One of them was still stained with blood. It was the one that had attacked Yuanqing earlier. Warning! Warning! 17040B. Encounter a Lord-level monster. Recommended level, 30. 17040B. Lord-level boss, Despicable Nighthound, red name, 17040B. LV.301704OB. HP 27800/278001704OB. MP 4800/50001704OB. Talent, Berserk. 5 minutes after triggering the battle, enter a Berserk state, increasing all attributes by 100% for 3 minutes. After the Berserk ends, all attributes decrease by 50%, and the player falls into a weakened state, unable to move for 30 seconds. 17040B. It's the boss indeed. Yuanqing looked at the lines of red warnings that popped up, and his heart sank. This thing is much harder to deal with than the skeleton undead. The level difference between the two was only 10, but the oppressive feeling from the opponent and the damage caused by the sneak attack just now were clearly not on the same level as the skeleton undead. Yuanqing, are you okay? Hiding behind a stone pillar, Torii was sweating profusely and his body was shaking. Just now she thought Yuanqing was going to die, but she didn't expect him to recover in the blink of an eye. Who is this guy? Do I look okay? Yuanqing couldn't help but complain, now's not the time to ask such nonsense. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, retreating while glancing at the portal exit not far away. Fortunately, the portal did not close because of the boss's appearance. It's hard to defeat this thing by yourself, especially with a helpless burden beside you. I have to seize the opportunity to leave. No matter what, I have to send Toriyama Riki out safely first. As long as Toriyama Riki is not in the way, Yuanqing really dares to try to challenge the opponent of higher level. After all, there is a novice protection period, and you can be resurrected if you die, so you can do whatever you want. Listen, Mr. Toriyama, I will give you a chance. Hurry up and go back through that portal. Then, what are you going to do? Don't worry about me, as long as you can leave. 17040B. Hey? Okay, okay. Human, are you finished? 17040B. During the conversation, a rough voice, like the roar of a wild beast, suddenly rang in Yuanqing's ears. The latter was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on the Nighthound not far away. Strange. 17040B. Was that the thing that was talking just now? 17040B. It can actually talk. This boss is really not on the same level as the skeletons and the undead and those miscellaneous soldiers. Take the example of cultivating immortals. If one can master human language, then his cultivation is already quite high. Hey, he actually waited patiently for me to finish talking to Toriyama. This guy is quite polite. Yuanqing thought so and waved his hand at the other party. Don't worry, it will be over soon. If you are in a hurry, do me a favor and let her go first. Let's fight one by one. A mere human dares to negotiate terms with this king. You've killed so many of my descendants, and you still think I'll let you go? 17040B. Today, you all must die here. 17040B. Tisk 17040B. Why are you holding such a grudge? It's just a small revenge for killing my son, just deduct 3 points from my reputation. It seems that persuasion is not an option, so I can only attack with force. 17040b. Gengen-ao-san, Toriyama Riki swallowed his saliva and asked with fear in his eyes, "Who were you talking to just now?" Can't you hear me? It's just 17040b. Yuan Qing was about to answer, but the next second, he froze as if he suddenly remembered something. No. 17040b. When the Lord was speaking just now, what I heard was clearly his roar. But why do I understand its language and automatically translate it into something I can understand? Is it possible? 17040b. Yuan Qing's pupils trembled, and he aimed at the Nighthound and opened the system option, 17040b. Dialogue 17040b. Violation 17040b. Mind Control 17040b. Cancelled 17040b. Among the 4 options, the option dialogue is highlighted alone. 17040b. At this moment, Yuan Qing immediately realized a certain annoying setting. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help cursing, 17040b. Fuck your mother. Post views, 25. CH049 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 049. Yuan Qing suddenly smiled in relief. Damn, I was wondering why there were options like assassination when we were testing love strategies and options. Also, mind control can only be used on non-humans and non-normal creatures. At that time, I felt that there was something fishy going on, and sure enough, it turned out to be true. These B functions are actually used on a guy like you. 17040b. Human, you are so bold. 17040b. Unexpectedly, the Nighthound actually heard Yuan Qing's curse. This uncivilized insult clearly made the Nighthound feel that its dignity had been unforgivably insulted. Rage instantly surged, it opened its bloody mouth, aimed at Yuan Qing's position, and spit out a black fireball. This pitch-black fireball, with a diameter of over 2 meters, was like a black sun, carrying a destructive aura that burned everything. The fireball hasn't arrived yet. The terrifying pressure and scorching air waves are already coming towards us. 17040b. Fuck, how come this bitch heard it? 17040b. Yuan Qing cursed inwardly, then quickly rolled and sprinted towards the collapsed ruins deep within the ruins, hiding behind one of the concrete pillars. Boom! 17040b. The black fireball slammed into the spot where Yuan Qing had just been. With a deafening roar, a violent burst of fiery energy erupted instantly, sweeping across like a black tsunami. Swish, swish, swish. 17040b. A violent corrosion sound rang out. The hard cement floor seemed to be dissolved by strong acid, and instantly corroded into a charred pit with a diameter of over 2 meters, emitting billowing black smoke. The concrete at the edge of the deep pit quickly melted under the high temperature and corrosion, and the explosive shock wave slammed into the concrete pillar where Yuan Qing had just hidden. Crack boom! 17040b. The thick concrete pillar snapped with a thud. Debris flew everywhere like a cannonball. Fortunately, Yuan Qing was quick-witted and dodged in time, thus avoiding being crushed by the broken pillar. Damn Nighthound, not only is he petty, but he also has such sharp ears. Negotiation is definitely out of the question, so we can only find a way to let Toriyama escape first. Roar! 17040b. Seeing that its attack missed, the Nighthound roared even more furiously. Its massive body moved swiftly, its heavily armored limbs stomping on the ground, making a dull, thunderous sound. After briefly gathering strength in its hind legs, the hill-high Nighthound, like an out-of-control heavy tank, rushed towards the ruins where Yuan Qing was hiding with the momentum of crushing everything. Its speed is totally disproportionate to its huge size. Damn! It's coming so fast. Yuan Qing's pupils shrank sharply, not daring to confront him head-on. With the help of God's movement, he exerted force with his legs and leaped out of the rubble like a ghost, rushing towards a pile of collapsed shelves to the side, trying to use the complex terrain to maneuver. However, 17040B. The Nighthound's red eyes were fixed on his figure. I saw its huge head suddenly swung 17040B. Whoosh! 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 3 bolts of condensed violent energy, like black lightning, shot out from its mouth. The angle was tricky and the speed was incredibly fast, instantly blocking Yuan Qing's space to dodge left and right. Damn! This guy's skill also includes tracking. 17040B. Yuan Qing cursed inwardly and suddenly stopped. He twisted his body forcefully, and the frost scar longsword was instantly unsheathed. Ding, ding, swish. The sword flashed like lightning, and he seized the opportunity to accurately split the 2 arrows, but the third arrow was too sharp and flew past the outside of his left arm. Puff! 17040B. Although it only grazed him, the terrifying energy from the arrow still instantly tore through his sleeve and pierced through the stone skin, leaving a charred, hideous burn wound on his left arm with wisps of black smoke rising from the edges. HP 350. 17040B. A sharp pain came instantly, and a glaring red blood deducting notice flashed before his eyes. How can a single touch deduct so much HP? 666. The numerical weirdness is really your mother can't even act. 17040B. Yuan Qing complained in his heart, but the other party would not give him a chance to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, the Nighthound's massive body rushed forward, its massive front paws fiercely slamming towards Yuan Qing with a shriek that tore through the air. Yuan Qing's eyes became fierce, and he advanced instead of retreating. At the moment the giant claw slapped down, his body slid along the ground like a fish, narrowly passing under the giant claw. At the same time, the frost scar longsword, carrying a biting chill, was fiercely stabbed into the relatively weak joint of the Nighthound's forelimbs. This move was what he had used before when dealing with the skeleton undead. It attacked the opponent's weaknesses and could cause a lot of effective damage. It worked every time. Ding! Chi chi chi! 17040B. The tip of the sword accurately hit the joint gap, and the frost power covering the long sword instantly erupted, covering the heavy armor with a layer of dark blue frost. HP 270. 17040B. The movement of the Nighthound's joints stagnated noticeably. Roar! It roared. Another giant claw swept towards Yuan Qing with a tremendous force. The latter had anticipated this, and after a successful attack, he immediately withdrew and retreated at full speed, his body flying backwards like catkins in the wind. Boom! 17040B. The giant claws swept across the spot where Yuan Qing had just stood, smashing the pile of steel skeletons into pieces. A shockwave erupted, and Yuan Qing, who had just landed, was thrown back by the shockwave. He looked back at the other person and couldn't help but frown. That attack just now definitely hit a weak spot, but it only did 270 damage? This is really troublesome. The opponent's health is nearly 28,000, and my damage is not enough. Even if I seize the opportunity every time, I still have to scrape it off more than 100 times before it dies. Human, how dare you hurt me? 17040B. The roar of the Nighthound shook the earth, and Yuan Qing almost laughed out loud. Damn it, you're trying to kill me, and you don't even allow me to fight back? Do you think you're a little moss? 17040B. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. The Nighthound let out an extremely furious, unprecedentedly shrill roar. A violent and extremely destructive aura burst out from its body. Boom boom! Boom boom! 17040B. There seems to be a strong BGM sounding. 17040B. 17040B. Why the hell do I seem to hear the boss's background music again? 17040b. Yuan Qing stared at the other party intently, only to see the night hound's body tremble violently, and the frost covering its joints shattered inch by inch. The next second, under Yuan Qing's horrified gaze, its massive body suddenly stood upright, its height instantly exceeding 10 meters. Like a demon descending to the earth. What's even more terrifying is that its two huge front paws can actually reach behind it as flexibly as human hands. Clang! 17040b. With a sharp metallic friction sound, it unexpectedly pulled out an enormous, pitch-black two-handed warhammer from the gap in the thick armor behind it. The warhammer is over 5 meters long. The hammer is as heavy as a tank, exuding a heart-pounding aura of destruction. This bastard, can he use weapons? 17040b. What is Bordeaux from the frigid valley? 17040b. Yuan Qing's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. A strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him like a flood, making his hair stand on end. Haha, I was wondering why I heard the BGM, it turns out it's the second stage of the boss. 17040b. This broken game is so fun. 17040b. Equals. 2 updates today. Meow. I'm working hard on writing and saving drafts. Meow. As of the deadline for recommendation ticket rewards, I owed 5 chapters, and only 3 chapters in total were paid, so I still owe 2 chapters. We're going to hit the charts on Sunday, so there will definitely be a big update on Sunday to pay off what we owe. Currently, there are 4 guaranteed updates every Sunday, and the prize pool is still accumulating. I think 10 updates is not a problem. Post views, 19. CH050 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 050. Roar, 17040b. The night hound stood upright and let out an earth-shattering roar, the sound like the rumbling of a hellish furnace. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yuan Qing, filled with violent murderous intent. The huge body took a step forward with the power to crush mountains. At the same time, the terrifying hammer, comparable to a battering ram, was raised high by its claws. The hammerhead flashed an ominous black light in the dim light. After a brief pause, the night hound aimed at Yuan Qing's position and smashed down. 17040b. Boom! 17040b. Before the hammer fell, the terrifying gust of wind had already condensed into a solid substance and pressed down. The rubble beneath Yuan Qing's feet was instantly blown away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and an invisible pressure pinned him to the spot, making even breathing difficult. Fuck! Yuan Qing couldn't help but curse. He knew he couldn't resist it head-on. If this thing came crashing down, not only him, but even a tank would be turned into a discus. He struggled to shake off the air pressure that was restraining him, and like an arrow shot from a bow, he lunged towards the relatively solid concrete load-bearing wall ruins to the side. Just as his body left the spot 17040b. Boom! 17040b. That terrifying giant hammer, with the power to shatter space and destroy everything, slammed down hard on the spot where he had just stood. With a deafening roar, the entire shopping mall began to tremble. The ground instantly cracked and collapsed like shattered ice, and a huge crater with a diameter of over 10 meters suddenly appeared. The violent shockwave was like a tsunami, sweeping wildly in all directions. Solid concrete blocks were blown away like cannonballs. Steel bars twisted and broke, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. 17040b. Although Yuan Qing dodged in advance, he was still hit hard by the terrifying shock wave. He felt his blood and qi surging, and his stomach was churning, as if he was about to vomit out all the food he had eaten the night before. His throat felt sweet, and he was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily in the rubble dozens of meters away. The rubble that was kicked up fell on him like raindrops. HP 550. 17040b. A glaring red prompt flashed before my eyes. Although he wasn't hit directly, the residual force of the shockwave alone caused him to lose so much health. It's such a shame. Damn, can't the stats be nerfed a bit? 17040B. Yuan Qing was lying in the ruins. Perhaps the blow he had just received had sobered him up and made his thoughts clearer. He unfolded his strategy options and took the time to think of a countermeasure. Currently, among these options, the dialogue function has been figured out, the invasion entry is grayed out and cannot be used, and assassination and stun don't even appear. Only the mind control option is not highlighted, but it is not grayed out either. Obviously, this means that this ability is currently available. Functions that are judged by the system as not meeting the usage conditions will either be grayed out like invasion, or simply not appear like assassination and stun. Generally speaking, assassination and stun are designed to be sneak attack skills that can only be used when the enemy has not yet discovered them. He's already in a head-on battle with the Night Hound, so the thought of assassinating him is a miracle. In addition, the opponent is a Lord-level monster. If he were a game designer, he would definitely design a setting that forces players to not assassinate the boss to prevent players from having an easy time. If there is a chance later, I can study whether it is possible to trigger assassination by leaving combat in a blind spot, but forget it for now. The space is too narrow, the boss's attack range is too wide, and his desire to attack is too strong. Yuan Qing has no way to escape the battle under the current enemy search mechanism. Therefore, the only thing we can rely on is mind control. Does this thing really work? 17040B. Looking at the Night Hound that was about to launch a further attack on him, Yuan Qing simply shook off his messy thoughts and his eyes were stern. Fuck it, use it first and talk about it later. 17040B. Mind control. 17040B. As his mind moved, at that moment, some invisible spiritual fluctuations, like chains, suddenly shot out from Yuan Qing's body and bound directly to the huge and ferocious head of the Night Hound. Buzz. 17040B. The Night Hound's massive body trembled violently, and a fleeting moment of confusion and chaos flashed across its blood-red eyes, filled with frenzied murderous intent. Even the terrifying warhammer it raised high, about to smash down again, froze at this moment. Success. 17040B. Yuan Qing was delighted and immediately raised his right hand, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Now. Pyroblast. 17040B. He growled, and a crimson magic circle with a diameter of over 3 meters appeared out of thin air below the chest and abdomen of the Night Hound. Heat waves rolled around the edge of the magic circle, and space distorted slightly under the scorching heat, even making a sizzling sound in the air. The next second, a violent and deadly flame rose up. The blood-red flames erupted like a giant lava dragon that had broken free from its restraints, slamming into the connection between the Night Hound's chest and abdomen armor, instantly engulfing it. 17040B. The moment the heavy shadow armor came into contact with the flames, it emitted a harsh sizzling sound, and the surface of the armor turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent impact of the pyroblast at the moment of its explosion was like a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely into the Night Hound's massive body. It was forcibly thrown upward by this destructive force from below, and a shrill and angry roar roared from its bloody mouth. 17040B. Roar. The torrent of flames continued to gush for several seconds before slowly dissipating. 17040B. The Night Hound fell heavily to the ground and stumbled back a few steps. The junction between its chest and abdomen was a mess, the armor was burnt black and deformed, and molten metal droplets flowed from the edges. The connecting gap was forcibly torn and widened, revealing the charred and twisted flesh and blood tissue inside. Wisps of black smoke curled up from the wound, and a strong smell of burning filled the air. HP 1800. 17040B. A huge damage number flashed before Yuan Qing's eyes. It's done. Yuan Qing was delighted. Very good, against this kind of heavily armored enemy, magic damage is more significant and pure. However, Pyroblast requires a few seconds to accumulate mana, which is equivalent to the skill's pre-swing. It's okay against miscellaneous soldiers, but against this intelligent and quite agile boss, a few seconds of skill pre-swing is enough for the opponent to run from beginning to end, and there is no hope of hitting. It was thanks to this mind control that we were able to gain that little bit of time. It's a pity that against this kind of guy, mind control is only so effective. The order he had just given was drop your weapon and sit down, but the end result was only to make the other party dazed for a few seconds. This should be related to the level of both parties. The higher the enemy's level, the weaker the effect of mind control will be, and vice versa. If used well, this will undoubtedly become a very scary control skill. However, it should be noted that this skill has a CD. On the system page, the mind control option turned gray, followed by a string of small numbers, 17040B. 0 minutes and 58 seconds. 17040B. Almost 1 minute CD, 17040B. 1 minute, not too short, not too long either. It is foreseeable that in future battles, mind control will definitely become his most reliable and insidious trump card. The duel between masters is often decided by a single thought. This kind of hard control, when used in that situation, is enough to kill the opponent several times. The future is promising. 17040B. Post views, 51. CH051 are all the magical girls in your area male. Chapter 051. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Despicable human. 17040B. How dare you sneak attack me like this? I will make you pay a heavy price for this. The night hound's roar, filled with rage and humiliation, reverberated through the ruins like rolling thunder. Yuan Qing, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after his successful sneak attack, sneered disdainfully. How dare you say I attacked you? Who attacked whom first? How can this be? How dare you, human? You killed my offspring and now you're disrespecting me. Today, I will tear your tendons and skin you alive, and grind your bones into ashes. Oh my god, this dog can speak idioms. The cultural paper industry is quite high. 17040B. Or is it that the Chinese patch installed by the system automatically translated it into this way? Roar, A shattering roar, a mixture of endless pain and rage, erupted from the night hound's massive chest. This roar, rather than the roar of a savage beast, was more like the roar of hell, a fusion of the screams of countless resentful souls. Click, click, click. The armor on its body, which had been severely damaged by the pyroblast and was charred and deformed, cracked and peeled off inch by inch under the violent energy impact. The armor fragments flew around like shattered eggshells, revealing the dark red muscles underneath, which were as fierce and knotted as red-hot irons. The surface of the muscles was steaming with scorching air, and the thick blood vessels were pulsating under the skin like magma. Roar! It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and roared again. A terrifying aura of destruction, condensed into a substantial shock wave, erupted from its body, instantly sweeping across the entire ruins of the shopping mall. 17040B. The ground was shaking violently. The surrounding ruins groaned under the pressure and collapsed one after another. Yuan Qing finally managed to steady himself. When his gaze fell on the other person again, his face suddenly darkened, and the brief joy brought by mind control was instantly diluted. 17040B. Lord level boss, despicable night hound, red name, 17040B. LV.301704OB. HP 53530/5560017040B. MP 9400/1000017040B. Status, Furious. 17040B. The target is in a frenzy state, all attributes increased by 100%, lasting 3 minutes. After the frenzy ends, all attributes decreased by 50%, and the target falls into a weak state where they cannot move for 30 seconds. 17040B. Damn, violent. 17040B. I've been fighting this guy for 5 minutes already. 17040B. Yuan Qing's pupils trembled violently, and his clenched fists began to tremble unconsciously. The aura of the monster before him had completely changed. If it was a savage beast before, now it was a pure world-destroying demon king that had crawled out of hell. Just looking at his HP, this guy is even more exaggerated than the level 35 Goblin King on the second floor of the Tower of Delusion. The most important thing is that in the Berserk state, the opponent's health is not only increased, but all attributes are increased. This means its strength, speed, and even defensive capabilities will be doubled. It's already quite difficult in normal state, and now it's in a frenzy, it's even more difficult. How can we fight this? How can we possibly win? 17040B. Yuan Qing took the time to glance at where Torii Lixi was. The enemy is already trying their best to move towards the evacuation point. The problem is that the noise made by this beast is too exaggerated. The entire shopping mall is constantly collapsing, and several paths to the portal are blocked. Not only did Torii have to find a way out, he also had to avoid the falling rocks and avoid being smashed into a pulp. Honestly, at this point, she's lucky to still be alive. But it's hard to say what will happen next. You're such a daring human being. You can't even protect yourself, and yet you still dare to worry about others. 17040B. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will make you realize that the fate of those who defy me is to be beaten into a pulp by me. The Night Hound noticed Yuan Qing's gaze and immediately roared and pounced on him. Run! Lixi! Run! 17040B. Yuan Qing roared with all his strength. 17040B. At the same time, he used his magic power to push God's movement to its limit. He spread his legs and retreated madly in the direction away from the Night Hound, not daring to stop for even a moment. As long as he could buy Toriyama Riki even one more second to escape, his efforts would not be in vain. However, he still underestimated the speed of the Night Hound. In its frenzied state, the Night Hound's massive body was practically a blur. It flashed and appeared in front of Yuan Qing, so fast that it surpassed the limit of visual capture, leaving only a distorted afterimage in its place. Yuan Qing only felt a flash before his eyes, and a terrifying giant claw covered with dark red muscles, like a giant pillar of lava, slapped him on the head. Boom! 17040B. The giant claw slammed down on Yuan Qing's hastily crossed sword. Bang! 17040B. In a flash, the incredibly hard frost scar sword suddenly developed spider-web-like cracks. Yuan Qing's arms felt an intense pain, his bones crackling with a series of crisp sounds, and his body flew backwards like a spinning top. Boom! 17040B. His body smashed through a broken wall, plowed a deep gully in the ground, and finally stopped when it hit a pillar that was about to collapse. HP 1700. 17040B. Warning, your health is less than 5%. 17040B. Yuan Qing's eyes were blood red, his ears were buzzing, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Damn, even after blocking it, they still deducted 1,700 from me. 17040B. If I had been hit harder, I would have died instantly. The recovery potion from the previous mission reward had been used up, so he didn't dare to be stingy with his gold coins and quickly bought several more bottles to replenish his health in one go. Damn it, this isn't a solution. This beast can kill me with one blow. No amount of blood potions will help. 17040B. He looked towards where Toriyama Riki was. He was less than 20 meters away from the portal, but the problem was that the way upstairs was blocked by collapsed rocks. Now that things have come to this, let's leave it to fate. We can only fight. 1704 OB. Yuan Qing made up his mind and roared at Toriyama Riki, "Riki, run! Quick! Run upwards! I'll clear the way for you!" Before he finished speaking, Yuan Qing fixed his gaze on the staircase leading to the portal, which was blocked by rubble. He frantically poured the remaining magic power in his body into the Frost Scar longsword. "Open it for me!" 1704 OB. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands, and with all his strength. He struck out at the pile of rubble blocking the stairway in front of Toriyama Riki, which was like a small mountain. Bang! 1704 OB. A sharp sword energy, condensed to the extreme, flashed like lightning and fiercely chopped down the pile of rubble. There was a crisp crackling sound, and the hard concrete blocks became brittle under the cold air. Immediately afterwards, the violent force contained in the sword energy exploded, and the huge pile of rubble blocking the staircase was forcibly split apart in the smoke and dust, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Just as he unleashed his sword, the frantic Nighthound closed in on him, raising its massive, muscular claws towards him. An uncontrollable roar exploded behind him. The Nighthound's bloodshot eyes burned with rage at being ignored and provoked. "How dare you, human, continue to despise me? Die!" 1704 OB. The strong wind is coming. 1704 OB. Yuan Qing didn't care at all and roared at Toriyama Riki, 1704 OB. "Let's go!" Feeling the violent force behind him that could turn a tank into a piece of paper, Yuan Qing, who had no way to avoid it, had already calmed down. "I have the novice protection period as my trump card, and death is just a gamble for an impotent man, not worth mentioning. At least Torii Richi survived, that's enough." But, just as Yuan Qing was about to be reborn 1704 OB. Ding! 1704 OB. A deafening sound, like a bell ringing, suddenly rang out from behind him. Yuan Qing's expression froze, and he suddenly looked up, only to see a warm, pure, golden light, like sunlight, suddenly surging around him, forming a visible light shield that protected him. The Nighthound's terrifying claws, powerful enough to crush a tank, slammed down hard on the light shield. Post views, 42. Ch052 Are all the magical girls in your area male? Chapter 052. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The light shield fluctuated violently, and countless mysterious runes flashed wildly on its surface. The violent impact was firmly blocked by the light shield. The opponent's claw only pressed the light shield inward, but could not break it. This scene made Yuan Qing, who had already prepared for the remake, stunned. "Damn, what's going on? Light shield? 1704 OB. I don't remember knowing this trick." 1704 OB. Yuan Qing seemed to realize something and turned back suddenly. The scene before him stunned him. "I saw that Toriyama Riki had turned around at some point and was facing the direction where I was." She stood at the entrance of a passageway that had been cleared, her face as pale as paper, her body shaking like a sieve, her clear eyes filled with fear. She raised her hands, palms facing herself. The golden light shield that saved her life was extended from her slender palms. A faint golden halo was surrounding her hands and body. Although it was faint, it was quite clear in the dim and silent environment. Even a little bit sacred. She knows magic? 1704 OB. She knows magic. 1704 OB. She actually knows magic. 1704 OB. This thought exploded in Yuan Qing's mind like thunder. Upon realizing this, Yuan Qing was shocked at first, and then an uncontrollable rage erupted in his chest like a volcano. "Fuck your uncle's Torii Helixi." 1704 OB. Yuan Qing was furious and pointed at the other person's nose and cursed, "You know magic? You actually know magic." 1704 OB. Holy shit, Why didn't you use it just now? While I was bayoneting this thing, you were just sitting back there eating sunflower seeds and watching the show, right? I've been beaten so many times by this bastard 3 wolves. I've even used up all my health potions, and you're just standing there cosplaying as a mascot. I'm such a, you. 17040b. This may be the time in his entire life, in the past decade and the present decade, when Yuan Qing has used the most swear words, the dirtiest, and the most unscrupulous. But it's really not his fault. Imagine that you start a jungle queue and choose a dragon to kill 2 teams. When you have only 2 points of health left, you are locked up by a super soldier who is hiding somewhere from a long distance. There are 6 big bags on the ground, which you could have eaten easily, but your beast teammate chose a BB medicine, did not smoke or throw, and did not see anyone in the fight. As soon as you fell, he came to Cuckoo to steal the tribute, and after eating, he directly handed in the dog tag and flew away, leaving you to die in the president's building. Would you be angry if it were you? In Yuan Qing's opinion, Toriyama Riki's approach is similar to that of the bee doctor. Is this bee magic a fake penis passed down from your family? Is it hidden? I don't want to either, Yuan Qing. I really don't know. 17040b. Toriyama Riki was frightened by the other party and shuddered, tears secreted from his tear glands filled his eyes. Her voice was filled with tears and trembling, and she frantically explained, 17040b. I don't even know where this power comes from. It doesn't obey me at all. 17040b. My mind went blank just now. I tried so hard to get it out, but it just wouldn't come out. 17040b. Just now I saw you, about to be, and then I don't know what happened, I instinctively reached out my hand. 17040b. Finally, it came out on its own. I really can't control it. 17040b. Toriyama Riki cursed and cried, tears rolling down like beads from a broken string. Damn, the classic just got the power but can't control it well. 17040b. Seeing her like this, Yuan Qing was so angry that he was incoherent. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. He wanted to rush up and grab the other person's collar and do the same as the crow flying on the plane. But at this moment 17040b. Have you cursed enough? Do you really think I don't exist? With this king here, none of you can escape. 17040b. The night hound let out a deafening roar, interrupting Yuan Qing's birdsong and flowers. Its roar seemed quite targeted, and the violent sound waves caused the ceiling and ground in front of the portal to collapse, piling up into a mountain and completely covering the portal. In this way, even if Yuan Qing and Toriyama Lixi want to escape, they must find time to clear away this pile of rubble. Seeing the opponent taking another offensive stance, Yuan Qing quickly adjusted his state and prepared to dodge. At the same time, he did not forget to use the system to check the remaining time of the opponent's rage. 17040b. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 17040b. Unfortunately, I only managed to hold it back for about a minute with my mouth. He had previously cursed at Toriyama Riki, not only to vent his own dissatisfaction, but also to distract him and prolong his fury. From the moment the other party blocked the portal, Yuan Qing knew that there would be no chance of sending Toriyi away like he had just done. They can't leave unless they kill each other. Previously, he was certain that going head-on with the Nighthound in its berserk state would be like looking for death. But now, with the help of Toriyi, maybe we can give it a try. The barrier deployed by the opponent can completely withstand the full force attack of the Nighthound in its violent state. As long as she can maintain the barrier well and hold out for 3.5 minutes, making the opponent fall into a weakened state, then the offense and defense will switch, and the Nighthound will be killed by her. The premise is that Toriyama Riki can maintain it. You little bastard, you're in the way. The Nighthound growled, its massive body slowly turned, and with its fierce, murderous eyes, it locked onto Toriyama Riki. "Alright, I'll kill you first." 17040B. As the words fell, the murderous intent in the night hound's eyes surged. It suddenly leaped up, its dark body shooting towards the other side of the bird like a cannonball. The terrifying claws covered with sturdy muscles and throbbing veins rose again, aimed at Toriyama Riki's head and smashed down. "Shield! Hurry up and give yourself a shield." 17040B. Jenkins' roar brought Toriyama Riki, who was nearly frightened to death, back to reality. Although her mind was blank, the other party's roar successfully made her instinct for survival overwhelm her fear. She let out a cry, and instinctively pushed her hands forward. Buzz. 17040B. In an instant, a layer of light shield that was even more solid than before condensed and formed around her. The next second, the night hound's savage claws came down on his head. Boom. 17040B. The light shield erupted with a deafening roar, its surface violently fluctuating, golden ripples swaying wildly, and the runes above it flickered continuously. Blocked. 17040B. This time there wasn't even a crack. Seeing this scene, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel relieved. As expected, the energy unleashed by Toriyama Riki was definitely no less than that of the night hound. Although he couldn't figure out the other party's situation, as long as he could exert this power steadily, crushing this mad dog to death would be no problem. Equals. Today I updated 3 more chapters, and I still have 1 more chapter to go. Plus yesterday's recommendation votes, I'm currently owed 2 more chapters. There aren't many votes these past 2 days, I hope the number will surge to 3,000 over the weekend so I can add 10 chapters. Post views, 79.